Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Wait, why is my internet so bad? I need to fix my antennas. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Let's check out. Okay, let's see what's going on. I've taken a look at this for like 2 seconds. I haven't looked at any chart. Let's do this. Display. Here we go. I think this should pick it up. I don't remember. Let's see. So we can see just a little bit at the top. Like this. So we should move this to there. There we go. Okay. Let's see what's going on. I think we're going to still be in the channel, right? That's kind of the feeling I got when I saw Apple a little bit lower. This is what I was talking about yesterday when asked about the call. So I mentioned thinking about getting a call here. I didn't want to get anything because let me do this a little bit easier to see. Okay, let me actually do this also. So the reason I didn't want to get a call here, even though I figured we would push up, I think 155s are way too expensive. They're like 150, I think. The 157.50s were just the ones I wanted, but these are just way too high. And this was kind of my issue. Not so much the 30-minute being here or whatever, this whole, but just the idea that even if we pushed it here, we still have to start a 4-hour here just to engage in this area to test. And then that's not even like, it's not even the big range. The big range is still back up here. So, you know, it just, I would have gotten screwed. Everything, I mean, I would have made something if I bought it and sold it, but most likely I don't know what I would have done because I didn't buy it. I think it was a bad idea. So I don't really want to think too much more about it because it was a bad idea. Why is my thing over here up? Because of this. Connect Xbox to Discord. What the hell? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yo, what's up, group rep? It's good to see you. It looks like we're going to have another fight. It looks like a whole bunch of waiting again, which seems pretty nice because it's... So we'll see what happens with some of the stuff, but just to kind of go over the, you know, where we left off with the video update idea in a sense, is that it's kind of annoying that this isn't here. Let me do this first. I don't know why it's not, so let me delete. Somehow this one didn't show up, so let me delete this. Why can't I delete this? There we go. Okay, and so let's just put one right, let's just put it here. Actually, I do see why I put it all the way. Just put it here. Okay, now it's not visible. Yeah, just kind of where we left off. So, get rid of CCI. I don't care. Yeah, so we're pretty much still in this range, and so this still looks super bearish, and this still looks like it could be super bullish. Of course, for next week, bulls are going to want to have it end here. Bears are going to want to have it. I'm sorry, start here. I think this would be the most up in the hands. Like for me, it doesn't matter because I think just where it starts, and then you know things will develop with the market. I'm not really too concerned. really whatsoever at all. So especially even the bearish movement isn't necessarily it's starting here. It's more so it then pushing up. This will look strong and pushing up and starting a day up here, which will just rock it up. So I'm not too worried about. I don't think any pre-positioning is really going to be needed. But bulls wanted to start here next week. Bears wanted to start here next week. So it seems pretty reasonable because of that. We will just stay within this area, maybe trending down within this range here, because this range makes it, like I said before, bulls can get their start, bears can still get their start, so it's kind of a in between in that sense. I think it's kind of like when we were talking about Apple yesterday about how it's able to call the drop. So he's like that very, very, very sharp drop. We wanted to see a 4-hour end above when we had that 130 change, and we didn't. We spent most of the time up here, so it makes sense that bulls want to see it towards the bottom to try to push it up near the end of the day or the later half or like the late half, as opposed to sitting up here and then messing around here. So it's one of those things where I believe like bulls and bears both wanted to go down, so it made sense. For here, I think we'll probably push up. Most likely in the beginning of the day, we could come down a little bit. I do still like this trend line. We will have this 4-hour adjusting up pretty close to the trend line. So we'll see what happens. The thing is, we're already kind of close to the base. We still want to see a 4-hour start above, or we want to see a 4-hour start under. I don't think we're going to see any of that. It makes the most, or like on the open to the day, most likely we're going to have to wait till 1 o'clock. But that gives us a decent idea of what we might do. So I still think most likely if we start down here, we're going to want to push up. Depending if we, same thing again, if we push up too quick, there's not nearly as much of a reason to keep it up here. So depending on how quick we put up. No, I'm just waiting for certain things. So I'm telling you, essentially, I'll get like a call or something for here. I'm waiting. So like the big stuff here is a 4-hour start. Like let me just show this in a sense. I would never be in a trade right now. I would never be in a trade right now. So this is the thing. The idea, I want something that makes sense, and that's for certain. And we'll be able to see some of that stuff, but when we're in this range, the longer play is really towards the end of the week, like Friday, later in the day, especially Friday. But even when we end here, this could go either way. But if the VIX really can get back down here, there's a huge chance that the market's going to go up continuously for a decent amount of time. And in my opinion, there's a huge chance that we could start here next week above these 2-week handles. Let me show it like this so it makes more sense. If we can start here next week, I believe we can finally beat this level and then push up through it, which is the market going down like 15, 20%, or at least maybe 10, 15%. But I mean, I'll call what happens in the morning anyway. But like, that's kind of what I'm getting to here is that the still overall goal for a bigger play, if we want to expect anything like bearish, is going to be a 4-hour start here. Most likely, we're not going to see that. If we want something bullish, it's going to be a 4-hour start here. I think it's possible we don't see either of those today. But if this is what we're looking for a 4-hour start, the general consensus here is if we're going to start near the bottom, like we did here, what we did in the morning is we came up barely. Luckily, we came right down, hit it, and then it was just an obvious long right there, or an obvious call. But the thing is, we want to see a 4-hour short. So when it comes too high, this is the ultimate sell target. If it ever hits here, without a 4-hour starting above here, they're going to have to keep it up here for the rest of the day. And if they don't, it's going to shoot down really hard. So you can just tell from here, because when this hits here in the first hour or 2 hours, they need to hold it there for another 2 hours. You see what I'm saying? So it just makes sense they're not going to hold it up here. So it makes more sense to either get out of the long position or take profit or whatever, or enter in something like a put, because more likely bulls are going to be taking profit and bears are going to be trying to enter a position. You're going to have those two things coming together. So like I said, in that same sense, what we can kind of see here is, or what we can kind of assume is, depending on which side we start on, we're looking for a 4-hour start. So most likely, because I'm only talking uncertainties, but most likely for another 4 hours, which is just generally really tough. You see what I'm saying? So, and at the end of the day, anyone that's like a super bear that's looking at the VIX doesn't even really want it to drop outside of these ranges. They don't want it to really do anything until really next week, so we start here. And this is going to be a constant difficulty for bears also, is that we're constantly just blocked off from this range up here, which is where if we did go on Friday, let's say we ended here and start here, we could expect a little bit of a push up, possibly. You know, it's not going to be as big as if we go here to here. So with this kind of thing in mind, the ultimate bearish move, that's what I think a lot of bears want. I think that's going to make it difficult for shorter term bears to get what they want, which kind of turns into we're just messing around here for a while, looking for a 4-hour start. But if we assume what we're looking for is a 4-hour start for any kind of main change in direction, we can then use that same kind of principle. Yeah, what's up, Versifine? We can use that same kind of principle based on which way we go. If we go up first, we can then assume, kind of checking certain levels, but we can see which side we start on. I don't know. I just didn't want to be too loud, to be honest. But I mean, I thought I was already kind of loud. I might have to. I thought I was kind of loud, but anyway. Okay, let me get some food in me. Let me get some water. That's probably what it is. Let me get some yogurt. I just got up a little bit ago. Long story short, if we push down, we should push up. Right? Ultimately, I don't think bears want to even see us start in a really bearish position until next week, just because that seems to be the bigger play. You know, it's under the assumption that the VIX has a decent amount of weight on which direction we're going to take. That's the thing. So, we'll see which direction it kind of wants to take. We still have this 4-hour under us. You know, I prefer when these things push down before they push up, of course. I'm waiting for the 4-hour change. I might do some small play or whatever in between. Like, I will get a put here, though. Like, if they do somehow push all the way up here without a 4-hour here, I will get a couple puts. I 100%, I will get a couple puts up here. I guarantee that. I don't want to see, just like I said on the VIX, I don't want to see it really be here. I don't think a lot of big time bears want to see it here before like next week or something, or fall off before next week starts. Most likely it'll be something on like Tuesday maybe. Tuesday would be the best because that would give us a start right on top of support and then give us a chance to push up and then start the next day on top of the daytime frame support. But just in that same kind of sense, like on the daytime frame, we don't really want to see this cut here until we get 4-hour support, a 4-hour start, and then we can try to do something up here because it's just really weak legs all over again. We want to find some sort of support. So this is what I want to see. This would be nice to see it push down. Hopefully they can have it just hit the line. We'll see if it's a repeat of yesterday. That's the sense I'm getting so far. We can also just take a quick look at Bitcoin too, and just kind of see with Bitcoin. I'll label these later again. So if we take a look at Bitcoin, we can see it's still waiting on a signal, but we can see it's still just riding. Still starts above, starts above, right? So it's still just riding this line down, kind of waiting in between. Now this thing, we're still waiting, for something to end under to be like SOS, let's get out. Though this could end under and still push up, it's much less likely bounce here. We'll see. I mean, maybe we don't, but I still imagine we bounce here. I don't see anything super bearish. Maybe something could come out. I don't know, but I would like us to push down just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'll do this in the meantime. So this is the 4 hour yesterday. The 4 hour was like kind of going through here. That's this right here. And so it took us that next second 10 minutes to hit it. So hopefully, I always feel better when we actually touch it. So I'm hoping we actually come down and touch it just to respect it that it's there. The whatchamacallit here, this is just like from here to here. So this is just like a representation of the line, I guess, in a sense, also using this point and these 2 points right here. But I do like this a lot better. So I don't hate this push up right now, but I would like it to push down a little bit more. Even on the 5 minute, we can kind of see that it probably would have been nicer. We also have a hole here at 154.27 on the 5 minute. We also have one here in 154.28 on the 4 hours. So those come together. So I'm not a huge fan of it like pushing up right now. It might take a little bit more time also as well. So it just depends. Like one of the things is if we assume we're going to kind of be in between a lot of this stuff, then or like if we assume bears and bulls probably want to wait a little bit longer, we might just have this for like the next 2 days, and then this would be next week, and then this would be Tuesday, and maybe we could see something here or there. So it's possible that we just follow. I don't know what the heck you call it, the wedge here, triangle or whatever. I think it's triangle. So, but it's pushing down now, which is nice without pushing up too much. It's just on the second 5 minute. I don't think it's really a big deal. So we'll see what kind of happens here and what kind of comes through. So I like the fact that they pushed down. We got this over here. We got this here. Let's like get some selling. I think it's better to have the selling in the morning. Like I said, if we really are to the assumption looking for that 4 hour switch, I think the selling in the morning just makes sense. We want to get the selling in the morning out of the way. We want to create a base, and then we'll have more time to move up, and then put bears on the back foot. Bulls can try to push up and go for their target, kind of in that sense anyway. So this would be the entry point if someone was going to get in my opinion, when it touches down here, 154, 44 or so. I mean, I can grab it's already pushed up. So we'll see if it comes down again. We'll see what there is. I might get like one, just a small one. I don't really care about any of this stuff, though, to be honest. I just want the bigger move, pretty much. So I swear to God, I better not have to put my account. Okay, good. Position, trade, option, Apple. Yeah, we're already like, I didn't have anything ready, and we're already. So we'll see what we do, but this is pretty nice. We could even see like maybe a cupping or anything like that, but I do like that we're playing the bottom side here. Personally, I would prefer I don't really care which way specifically, but I would prefer to see it go up. Yeah, what's up, Richie? FBI, open up! FBI, open up! But, let me see. Whoops. Oh yeah, let me do this real quick. And then pull this back out. And then, let's see. Because they're all so cheap at the end, so it's sitting down here is what we would like to see, what we prefer to see in my opinion. So I don't really want to get anything unless it's cheap. I don't like a lot of this stuff. This is the same thing like yesterday. The 157.50s are locked like all the way up here in this range. We're like up here. Whoops, 157.50s. Where I'd like to see a 4 hour start to try to get to. So that's kind of like that. But with how much we're sitting down here, I don't actually hate it, to be honest. Why not? Let's see what they try to do. Let's just mess with it. With $45. Let's down a little bit more, it'd be kind of nice. I don't know if it's expecting too much. If we push it down more, it's what, 45 right now. Let me see. Ameritrade is not really that good with telling me the price change of these things. Wait, why did it didn't say 49 cents? Yeah, it says 49 cents when I go to it, not 41 cents. This is why I don't like E-Trade for sometimes for okay, so I see where it's changing now. So 42. I'll just buy one for a 43 limit. Buy it open. Okay, I'll just do that and just leave it. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's possible stuff crashes through. I don't know. I feel like it's less likely that stuff does, but I'll be right back in a second. I need to put my yogurt away. I'll be right back though. Alright, I'm back. I could only eat so much of that. I had like eggplant parm and some steak last night. It wasn't an expensive cut of steak whatsoever at all, but it had a lot of protein, so even though my body can only digest so much. So if I had balls, or if I was crazy, which I don't, well, technically it's not even anywhere closer, but you can see here I could have bought like 155s with like a couple $1,000 and then just sold them right now. I would never do that though, because it's never like no one's a trader that where one trade makes or breaks them. Now you can make a lot of money off one trade, but it's not like one trade should never. If any trade makes or breaks a trader, they're not a trader. They're a gambler. Right. So, alright, we can see right there, and so we should trend back upwards. We'll see what happens here. We did push down to big support, and we have yet to touch. So we pushed down to big support before we have touched the big resistance. So we could really just push down from here. It really just kind of depends, you know. But this could give us a chance also to push up through the 4 hour here and get a little bit of an extension. Now, there's really no reason for us to just push through the 4 hour, to be honest, but it's possible because we've already hit the support at the bottom. And it also gives us a decent target too when we look at it from this perspective, because if we can break through here, it also gives us higher highs in here. It should give us a lot more strength if we're actually able to get through 155, 57. So I only paid like $42 for that. I just got one call. I don't care. If we get up to like 156, I'll probably just sell it out, something like that. It's not really a big deal to me. If I lose all my money on it, I don't really care. I can do that too. You know what I mean? I'm already up in money on it anyway, since I bought it when it was like, I don't know, 70 cents lower or whatever. So, or when Apple was 70 cents lower. So it's probably only up like 10-20% at most. Which doesn't mean anything, because I only put $42 in. I don't really like these places, but it's just to like prove the point or like show what I'm talking about, pretty much. Not to prove the point, but show what I'm talking about. how you can like use these kind of ways of thinking sometimes, like get good entry positions, but also like decent scalps. So it's going to be a fight. I don't know which way this will really win. I mean, I could definitely see people wanting to maybe have a cup, have it sit here for a longer amount of time. You know, there's no reason it has to push up here. It did hit good support though, but there's no reason it has to like really push up, which is why I don't really like this spot whatsoever at all. I think it's the safest spot arguably for now. That's why, you know, if there's anything, whatever, I'll just take it. But I don't think the Apple is required to do anything at this point just because it hit here. Okay. Now we sit back and wait. Let's see, we got the SPY down 30. NASDAQ, as usual, seems to be the growth indice anyway. Dow seems to be the value. Down 0.5%, down 0.32, down 0.21, down NASDAQ, SPY respectively. So, look too bad. They could try to push it up here. Got a little bit of legs on it. Like I said, I think the biggest thing about here possibly is this. This would be a pretty nice point. That's the only thing I really like. I mean, this would be the best place to kind of enter, I think, throughout the day if there was an entry. Because depending on what it does, I mean, we could look ugly later, but we still get this kind of desirable thing if we could push through here. It's a long shot, I really feel like, but it's like if they could push it through, then you know, we could see a nice quick shot up anyway. Now, of course, I don't think it should really hit here, even if it ever did push through there. I think that's kind of the worst, unless we get something on the 4 hour here. So, you know. We'll see if they try to form something here or if they try to do something down at the bottom. Just like before, though, I think this is still better for bulls, still, just towards this next 4 hour change. And I feel that way even if we kind of do come back down. Like, I feel pretty secure even if we did come back down to this area, that we could then, like, cup and push up pretty much. So that's what I'm also thinking. I think this could definitely come down where it is right now, back to this area. I would have, I mean, I feel like it's got to push up here, or it's got to come down to try to cup. I mean, it looks like it has a great base. I really like this here. I really like this, what we had yesterday for being under also as well, because, you know, we have this support under the line, which is always very fortunate. And it should start making some people think, like, wait a second. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wait a second. Like, wait, we fell out. And then, well, technically, we ended the day here and then started here. But regardless, or we ended, like, technically right under. And then we started, this was on the same day. So. Oops. I guess I can take a look at the rest of the market now and kind of see what's going on. I don't really care to look at the indices because, like, when did we hit here? It was, what, 9:35? We hit it in the first 5 minutes again, too. Let's see. Yeah, you see, like, 9:35, we hit down here at 12:38, so if we were going to do, like, a long on the NASDAQ, we're still up 0.3, so at a max of, like, 0.5 for the day so far from that entry point. That's why I don't care to look at the indices. You see what I'm saying? 9:35, and right, probably the same for this too. 9:35, right? So that's why I don't really want to look at the indices. Doesn't really seem worth it. Apple just seems to be the easiest one. Let's see real quick. I don't know what most going on right now would have to be, in my opinion. Like we're probably gonna see 930, not bad. 930, not bad. 35, big pump. Big sell down. So this is kind of like what I'm talking about in the beginning. I don't know about any of these, but I like when at least when we sell into support in the beginning as opposed to going into it. Luckily here, we pushed up just a small amount before we came down yesterday. If we pushed up to here before we actually ever hit here, I would be very concerned when we did actually push back down. So, what am I doing? Here we go. Fun has just been crazy. Like I saw this easy buy point at 102. I never thought it was going to do this, so I actually never. Well, this seems somewhat likely, but I never thought it was going to do this. I thought, I actually like I could see this. I actually thought it was going to come back down to either here a little bit lower or somewhere right there, and then try to make a move backwards. So definitely pretty crazy with fun. This isn't a very obvious entry point here. Very, very. I mean, that's about as. It's about as straightforward as you can get. You know. I said I remember buying in this at 363 and selling when it was like 360 or something. A couple hours later, before it dropped. But it's so impressive. It really is beautiful. I'm gonna be on like. We'll see what happens with all this stuff, and there's no need to make any kind of claims, but like I could see everything being bullish just as much as I could see it being bearish. I actually have a stronger bull sense here than I do bearish, but it's not something I'd trade right now off of because I just don't, like I said before, the VIX, we could see it go either way, but if we were to analyze the VIX one more time and look at what happens with the VIX, if we fail here and go down, what's most likely to happen? God, this is kind of annoying when we do this. Let's get rid of these brushes. Let's do... group. Thank you. There's on array. Story in a group. Whoops. Where's my chat? Right there, I think. Okay. So if we go object tree, okay, so we get rid of this. So if we actually look at this, we can really see where the huge bounces are. So it's not that wild to assume, well, technically this could go two ways. So two things to note here. One, the amount of space between the 5 to 200, which is like this thin pink line right here, and the actual price itself. There is a lot of space here. A lot. This is like 2x almost of where the bounce is of space. Here, there's only so much, but we still push up. Here, it's even less. So we could either have something. So my kind of thinking here is most of this really happens around this area, right? Bounce, bounce, bounce on the line. So I also think it's very likely that we could have something that just has a either insane bounce, which would make a lot of sense, even if like this failed. This is like months down the line, later in the year. But even if this fails, there's still even a bigger possible bear play. But we are more squeezed here. We will be. So depending on what kind of happens here, any sort of like crazy pushing up, this could be something insane, but any sort of month end under here could be like the highest highs we've ever seen in a long time. Now, I think it's more likely for the bear play, but both people can get their play here in a sense, depending what happens. The people who got their bounce here, they're getting more than enough in this area, and then bears can get another crack at this area here, which would, it's from where it is now, it's like 20 some, it's like 30% down. So I can see it also being bullish just from that perspective and like a slightly midterm play, like couple month play. Now, I don't think it's worth it to do anything like that because we're not there yet. But it's just like to kind of look at some other possibilities, that other people might be looking for. and stuff like that. So, I mean, most likely going off what's happened before, it would turn into a huge rise up with like an insane sell, you know, because if we look at some of these, they're pretty large. We're looking at, there we go. We're looking at like from bounce, 300%. We're looking at from bounce, 500%. You know, we're looking at from bounce here, 160%, right? So even if we just do the 160 to 200, even if it's only like here to finish a cup, that's still quite a bit right there, back up to 36. So this is where long bulls would be. This would be like the bulls or bears ultimate play, and this would be like what bulls want, because essentially if we fail at these day time frames, which is like right here, and we do start the week under, we should have that extra pressure down, which is going to put a lot of pressure on this to really do something, which it definitely has the chance to. But we did have a really strong bounce here. Obviously, the average is moving up pretty aggressively. It was around 1973 and 1993 for the month and the week, respectively, when we were here. And so this will be higher. It looks like maybe around 2030, something like that, if we do come down, depending when we do come down. So that will have some strength there, but if we do play something to the bottom side, this looks like pretty obvious, like we'll probably push up more than we'll push down, kind of in that sense. So that's just like a longer term kind of thing to keep in the back of the mind, depending on what happens with the fix here, what direction we take, what might be the next play people are looking for to take their fight, kind of thing, right? So let's get this stuff back up here, though. Nothing's really going on. Looks like we're fighting. Seems a little bit sketch. It's been a little top heavy so far. It feels like. I feel like we could come down. Overall, it feels pretty strong, though. But I feel like we could come down. They're going to have to blast through this pretty hard if they want to. That thing's probably up like nothing on it. I don't really care, so let's see what it says. Yeah, so it's up 27% on that call I got. So if I got like, which was kind of crazy, but let's say I got $500, that's $150 right there or something, right? So, you know, if I sold it right now, I really don't care. I'm just gonna hold it anyway. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, technically, I could just sell it since it looks like we'll probably trend back down. So, but that's just kind of like to prove a point. I don't really like these places anyway, but just the idea of like how you can look at this in this manner, kind of scalp and figure out what direction we might take. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Poop, 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 poop. It does make sense though from what we did yesterday and here, and to try to build something strong as a base. Like as a bull, you really don't want to see it break above here until like almost 12 or something like that, realistically, you know. That's the thing. So, because it's like whatchamacallit. You want to see it break above. You don't want to see it break above till there because you want it to hold there, you know. So, it's actually not advantageous for them to let it actually go up that high. So we'll see what happens with it all. I just say screw it and just take the 20%. I don't really care. I will. I don't know if I really care though. We'll see. If it gets me out here, I'll get out. If not, I don't really care too much, to be honest. Like, I didn't really bullshit technical analysis for a graph. What do you want me to do? I'm canceling my order. almost not even worth it at this point. I almost don't even care. But losing money seems like it's not a good idea, to be honest. But it's like it's most likely just gonna trend up anyway. But like we have to come down. The issue here is I'm just gonna get out because it's just good practice, honestly. Two. I mean, this is why it's best to get in with two of them. But I think it's just better practice to get out of this. So I just got out of it at 48. So honestly, I don't even know why I should have just stayed in it because I forgot when I do. This is why I don't like options on E-Trade either because I made literally like $2. I should have just stayed in position because I forgot. Actually, I think I lost money because I'm dumb. I'm used to doing it on Robinhood. I should have just did it on my Robinhood account. Not because it has a chance to go up. I actually don't like it staying as high up, but because whatchamacallit, I keep forgetting. I'm not used to doing small things like this, so I usually don't care on Ameritrade or which one I'm using. But they charge you $5 to get in and out, so I literally lost. I lost. I think I lost $2 or something, or $3. I think I lost $3 or $4. It's probably gonna push up. We'll see what happens. I don't really care. No. I lost money because it's $5 in, $5 out. I think that they charge you. It's kind of highway robbery, to be honest. That's why I like Robinhood. But at the end of the day, like I really don't care. So it was just to prove a point down here. I wasn't really trying to make money off of it. So, and to be honest, I still don't really like the way this is pushing up. So we'll see what happens here. I think this looks pretty strong to try to keep it. I think I will get a put depending on how high we go up. I will get like actual more puts more than just one put. But this still to me looks like we want a trend. Yeah, Robinhood. That's why I like Robinhood. Commission free is so awesome. Like people complain, oh, they're selling my data. It's like shut up, just trade better. Like people just can't trade, so they just think, oh, the high frequency traders. It's like, bro, take it easy. Just learn how to trade, and you won't lose money. It's as straightforward as that. It really is. So they all, I don't know, not to let you guys, but just the people that cry about it. It's like I get it, but it's like, hey man, if it allows me to get commission free trades, like that's really nice. Like that's really nice. So I'm gonna be honest, I really still hope, and honestly, Frank, I really do hope that they push it down from here. From a bullish perspective, I really think attacking these areas and building up a strong cup, bringing us something into around 12 o'clock or 12:30 is really the way to go about this. Instead of pushing up super high here, I don't think this is the way to do it in a sense. Because like I said, if we want to see something go from here to here, I mean, this is a lot too. Don't forget, this is $2. So this is like $200 on one call. You know what I mean? If you can add the money, it's $200. So like this is a lot. Even though in the totality of things, you know, this is what 164. This is like $600. You know, this is still a lot here. Even though this is 3 times as much as here, this is still a lot. So. And so this looks nice. So like, maybe I'm wrong when I think about it, but I like this because this is something I think bulls and bears can get behind. Well, technically, I think bears want it to go up more, personally, but it's whatever. But like, I could see there being bears that just want to like go down. But like anyone that wants the trend to win in one direction, I think they really want to see us more so ladder up into the 12 to 12:30, and then we're only looking at an hour and 30 here to like 1 hour here, you know, until we get our change right there. So this would be nice because then we only have to maintain for this area right here, which is a pretty limited amount of time. How do you run a brokerage? I don't know, man. You gotta be expensive or you gotta be rich as hell, right? I have idea. That's a really great. You have to have a lot of capital. That's the only way. Right? But they go through a clear. I don't know. I have no idea. I could contemplate, but there's no way. I have no idea specifically. So, like, I don't regret selling this, but at the end of the day, like, if I bought actual shares, I could have sold it here, but there's no point, in my opinion. The one thing about this, like, if I had, like, let's say I bought, well, technically, if I bought anything of any sort of amount of money, I would have sold it when I was 30% in. But if I had shares, if I was like, okay, let's say if I was like leverage trading and day trading, of course I'd sell it. It just makes sense. But I still think anyone like longer term that wants to fight for the trend, this makes more than enough sense just to hold this because it's such a strong position and arguably maybe one of the strongest in the day. We'll see though. We could come down a little bit lower and then we could have like another push up. So that is also something kind of coming in. Us just touching down here in the morning, I think, is really important for what it was and building what we can see here. And I do like that we do have like a decent amount of space here to really try to build something to push back up. So I do like that, even though a lot of this seems to be here. We have this here, we have this here. So we have our 1, 2, 3. And so I think any sort of trend here looks really good to push up. So, because a lot of this is either up here, got this here, this here, a lot of volatility here, 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 and here. So if we can get something to ladder in and fill in this middle spot, at that point, you know, we have every box checked. So we have every box checked on this trend, and we're good for here. We just blow right past this because we've already said we're good here, here, and we've just built a trend that said we're then good here. So we'll see what happens. I just find it fun. Thoughts on Robinhood stock? I don't know. Let me see. I have zero idea. It's above a lot of stuff. It's been above a lot. I wanted to get a lot of calls on this. I just didn't know how to feel about the overall market. It looks like it did fairly well on September 12th. It actually outperformed. I like where it is. It's done a lot of things I haven't liked. Like this. If we can kind of see, these are just lines here. These represent nothing. Or these just represent places I thought were pretty heavily weighted a while ago, like when we first came down. So these aren't actually based off of anything. I guess I can take a look now. Maybe we have more data. Overall, I mean, I think it's like with the idea of, so I look at it like this, with the idea of the VIX possibly breaking, I like this a lot better. If we can actually get a week that starts under the week for the VIX, I feel a lot better about a long call on a lot of these things. Or like a long-term call on a lot of these things, or just buying the stock. I really do. Because we're either coming down at that point like another 20% to try to bounce, or we're coming down like 30% or whatever, or like 40% or whatever this is. Like 30% to try to bounce super hard. So I think there's a lot of space for these to go back up. Robinhood in particular looks pretty nice, just because it started at 37, I think went up to 89 or 60 something. Yeah, it went up to 83 and then came back down. So I think it has a lot of potential. This did worry me last time, I think this looked pretty good. And then it just got shreked. So that is a possibility for it. We never came back down, so we do have this gap here, which I'm not a huge fan of. But overall, like, I mean, I like it. I really do. I don't know where the averages are, but it's not the best. Oh, wow, that's really nice, actually. I didn't see that. I haven't looked at the averages in Robinhood in a while. That's really nice. Come up through. No whatchamacallit. No confirmation here. Not a big fan, so I'm not surprised this falls through at the end. But then we come back. We get an end above, a start above. Yep. I haven't looked at, like I said, I haven't looked at the, I don't remember the last time I looked at the averages for this ever. Whenever I looked at the averages for this, must have been somewhere in June or May. I've always just looked at it in the daytime frame. Ravencoin? Yo, what's up, Vasilist? I have no idea. Let me take a look at Ravencoin. Let's see what's going on. But I think Robinhood is a fairly safe investment, more or less. I'd rather see it down, come back down. But I think with where the VIX starts next week, we'll be able to get a pretty good idea. Dude, where is this? Annoying. There it is. Okay. And then. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, added to the blue? Is my chart full? Is that what this is? Oh no, that's a less symbol. I added colors too. That's what it is. 1 second. Ooh, I can't wait to take a look at natural gas in a second. It pumped the other day without confirmation, so I'm interested to look at that. Let's see. Nice. A little bit sketchy though. Not too surprised with what's been going on. Looks a little top heavy here. Kind of hard to tell in this movement where it is right now. For a lot of this stuff, I look at Apple and I look at Bitcoin, and that might be where we have to see here. But we'll have to take a look in a second also as well to see the Bitcoin value. What is this? Day 200. Okay. It's okay. It's slightly above it. This is okay. It's like barely. I think it's, let's see what it actually is. It's either on or above it. It's not the best though, what I like to see, but it is still something. It's still better than something shooting up and then just going off. So looks like there could be some strength to this overall. If it collapses or if it comes down, I don't think it'll collapse. This looks really pretty, or really beautiful. I was thinking beautiful and pretty at the same time. Like this, I'm not always as big of a fan as like this. Starting on it, I can deal with. I don't like I'm not a big fan when it shoots up, as maybe we can even almost kind of see here, because it does come all the way back down. But I'm just not a big fan in general when it just shoots up on some of these time frames through without confirmation. So this actually looks really nice here. No confirmation here. Not a big thing. I could always check, see if there's something on a shorter time frame. This is really nice though down here. I like this hit at 2.6. So there's some nice stuff here. What is this? 12. 200. I don't think we need to add the 12 hour down here because it's just so far away. Oh, whoops. I like the 4s being around the 12s also as well. Let's see. I'm a little concerned we didn't come down here and touch the day, even though we just kind of came through. This is a little concerning, and this is pretty concerning too. So essentially what we have closest is the 2 hours. It's kind of hard to explain it right now if you're not using the averages, but this is going to keep developing something like this. What would concern me is this day 200 that we have going through here, but specifically it's a certain pattern that we usually see with something like this. We can see that just in general, this is very where it'll be considering where it is, like everything on top of it, if and when this falls down a little bit, it's going to be there's going to be a lot of pressure on it, right? We have the tips here, we have all this stuff here. So usually what you'll see here is like a failure underneath, and then you'll see something come down because no confirmation here, and we didn't hit here. I'm more likely to think that this will probably fall through and then do this. But we'll have to see. The other way that makes it obvious, which you'll see with this, which we could see even without this double hole, is under the, well, it's just prettier with it, is the assumption that we break back up. So like if we do fall down a little bit more, I would need to see something come back up more. I think that's just pretty straightforward for it. We could say like shoulder, head, shoulder in a sense. We can see shoulder, head, shoulder, so shoulder, head, shoulder possibly. But still, I wouldn't want to mess with it coming down into this area. I would still only want it after it comes back up. So there's a lot of things so far in the USD T pair that I'm not a big fan of. What's September 12th? Okay, so we did come down. No, the market was closed. This went up when the market went down September 12th. Was it September 12th? Or is it September 13th the market came down? I don't even remember. Let me see. I don't remember, to be honest. Okay, 13th. So the 12th we pushed up, the 13th we came down. Creatine soon. So okay, so this is going with the market. We did rise up, and then it did shoot down, and then okay. So let me just double check. I forget what happened on some of these other days. What did we do September 14th? We kind of come up and down. Okay, so it does seem like it's more or less following the market, which is kind of nice also. Which is one of the easiest ways. If you're ever interested, I would recommend just kind of looking at these market update videos that I talk about. It kind of just explains a lot of this. I talk very quick. I go through it quick, and it just gives you a general idea. The market moves Bitcoin, it moves crypto, it moves, it moves it. How much? It depends on the TA of the individual thing. But for a lot of this, it's easier to get an idea with the base of that. So there's a lot of stuff I'm not a big fan of this about. That I'm not a big fan about this so far. I think it looks a lot better all the way down here at around like 0.04350 more than it is up here. We have a shoulder, possible head here. Maybe we could have another shoulder here as well. I just don't like the fact that, like, if the thing is, if it can handle here, like, it's hard to say because you don't have these average up, but if you put this average up in the 2 hour, the 2 hour is going to be the largest time frame average that's going to interact with this if it maintains its price. And if it did something like this, I think it comes close to it. I think this is great to expect a right shoulder here. But that's what I would have to see. But if we come under this, I would expect I would like to still see it pop up this area. If it comes under like 0.6, I need to see it pop above 0.6. It was a trend, at least on like a 2 hour that we can see push up. That would be really nice. Otherwise, I would expect that we fail through here at this. Usually, like, it'll go into something like this and then go down. I question the day support because we haven't really been using it. It's possible it bounces here. But, we could always possibly do something like this as well. And then, bounce through here, come down on the 2, and maybe come up because we can even just see with this area, it just looks strong in general. Overall, like I said, for a lot of this, it seems like it's taking the direction of the market, and it seems like it's taking the direction of Bitcoin. Or mainly like the market more so than Bitcoin, because Bitcoin follows the market. So that's like the easiest way to look at this. But these seem to be like the key areas for me anyway for this, for it to USDT, and then I can check the Bitcoin, see if there's anything here that looks nice. This isn't that bad. It's still a pretty big gap though, but it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. I would like to see it come back down. Oh, this actually does have a 200 all the way up here, huh? Okay. So this will be interesting. I actually do like this. So the first thing I think that's pretty interesting on Ravencoin right now, I'd like to see where the week ends. We do have a week 200 up here at 300. I would like to see if we could end the week somewhere around like 300, maybe to 309. Somewhere in that range, maybe 300, 306 would be a little bit better, but this actually does look pretty decent up here. And even if we were just to do something over to the left, let's just draw like a horizontal line, or let's just do this at 300. It looks like a really great spot anyway, the bottoms of a lot of stuff. So I like where this lines up. I think we could see some pushing up depending on the week and the VIX. But I think this could give a lot of strength to this. So this is the first thing I would definitely look for Raven and Bitcoin right there on the week time frame. So a low weekend above there would be really interesting. This is okay for what it is. Like I said, I'd like to see it come down a little bit more. I still think this is pretty strong of a push up for what it is. Right now it has to maintain this week pretty much, or it might ladder down quite a bit. I do like what we see with the 12 hour though, so it is nice to see this with the falling, with the, like, I don't know what you call it, but like with the wicks that fall through, coming down and hitting. So this is okay, and I really like how we hit this here and then go up, hit it. So I do like what we probably had here of like the mixture between the day and, and the 12 hours, right? So we got this kind of wedging because the 12 hours are coming up, and then we have the day here. So I'm not too surprised that it shot up so much in this manner. Just looking at some of these averages, it's really pure. It's really pretty, to be honest. And the same thing here. This isn't too bad. It's only a little bit of a gap, a couple percent. Would have liked to see it come a little bit closer, but either way, when we come back down, this is really impressive stuff. But take care first. Take care first round. See a little bit. Yeah, I mean the same thing here too. This is where that 12 hour was, so we could even see on the 4 hours some really nice stuff here. So yeah, I mean the first thing I'd say about Ravencoin is for Ravencoin to USD to beat to Bitcoin, I would assume we're not in a position. I would I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because I look at so many different things that kind of lead into this. I don't necessarily agree being in a position necessarily right now. I think next week we'll be able to see a little bit more of a direction with some of this stuff. Right now we're still fighting. And like I'm saying, if you want a little bit more about that, you can always check. I'm going to update. I'm going to put all these in one. But I've been putting these market updates out that kind of just explain pretty quickly what we're looking for. And when you understand the market moves Bitcoin, it makes sense to always look at where the market's moving before we try to mess with the coin itself, even when it's in all. So this is like the main thing. We want to see at least 301, maybe to like 30. Same thing like in this range, 301 to 309. We don't want to start the week too high because then most likely people want to see it come back to test, and we'll have a lot of extra pressure pushing down. So that looks pretty good. That's pretty much the main thing. Not maintaining that to me is kind of ugly, and it's probably worse, much worse than it will be better. From this perspective, it could push up from here. It has to maintain. I would just like to see it do something. I have less of a feeling it would just push up from here, but I mean it could. But right now it doesn't look to me like it looks like I want to push up like 10% or 15% right now. To me, with my averages, when I look at it, I would like to see it come into here, down, anything, just hit, and then above, and come back above like 60, 30, or 6, or 0.6, any of that. So I'd like to see it come under 6, and then a little bit of consolidation, pushing back up. Otherwise, I would imagine usually with these things, they'll do something like here, because we'll have this line hit this, and then it'll come down. If the day is not respected because we didn't have any confirmation here, and we almost hit here, this could just fall through, hit the 200, the 500 there, and then we can often see something like this. So, and then something from here easily could then pop up, and then we could have maybe like a shoulder head with a weak shoulder here, or we could have something there possibly. So a lot of my stuff goes off the holes just because they're pretty good about finding these things, and it's a lot easier to look at stuff in the manner like they assist me. It's kind of like future. They're just really good averages, but that's kind of what I think about that so far. But at the end of the day, like I said before, I think a lot of it is determinant on what happens in the market. So with a lot of that, we can kind of see from the VIX. So I feel pretty good about most alts in general. It might not be Ravencoin, but most alts in general, if we look at this, just to kind of show you. So on the month time frame, we have this down here, and then we also have the week right here. See with this bounce, we can see with the arrows pointing pretty much right at this spot. So there was two levels here that look pretty nice. And we bounce from there. And essentially, we have these day time frames, this 200, and then we have this up here, so we can see how much of a role these have played really in what's going on, and we can see what happened with this reversal even just recently. So you see how we start up here September 12th, step pushed up September 12th, but the VIX also was in a pretty nice place, and we see what happened September 13th. Beautiful, right? And so now we're getting wrecked down here. So what would look really nice for next week is because we've never started just right above in this area for a nice bullish push, or I'm sorry, nice bearish push, they'd want to see it start here. And for a bullish, they'd want to see it end just right here, because then we're going to have the most resistance above us, and it makes the most sense to push down. It's going to be, pretty tough in that sense. So I think if we start next week with the VIX under 25, or if we end the week with the VIX over 25.60, it'll be bullish or bearish. I think this is the determination, in my opinion, for next week. But we'll see. But that's how I look at a lot of this right now, because Bitcoin's just doing this. It's the short for Bitcoin is generally this structure here, where we come under, we find resistance, and then we generally just push down. Most of the time with these holes, that's really what happens. So really, if we're looking for the same thing in that same sense, we did end under, but we started above, and it's about starting. And here we started above, so we just see how it keeps starting above. You see what I'm saying? So this could end up pushing up. Also, we'll see. Let's see. This is what, tomorrow, 2, 3. I think this is Monday. So we'll see what happens, because this should be around here on Monday. So if this continuously fails to start under, we could see something here with a base, then maybe that pushes up. But I think the easiest way to see this, or to get an idea of it, is looking at the VIX, pretty much. So we'll see what happens with everything. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, sorry it took so long, but that's everything I kind of look at. I don't look at one thing. So for me, it doesn't take long, because I already know where Apple was kind of doing. I already have an idea of the market, so it's just kind of whatever for me. I already have an idea of what I want to see. It might not work out that way, but I already have an idea of what I want to see. So for me, I don't have to look at all that preliminary stuff, but I think it's worth mentioning at least, because I do think it is very important. And we could see with Ravencoin on those days, we could see where it got sold down right with the market, and by looking at the VIX and Apple, we could also see where the market was going to get sold down ahead of time, so we could avoid that, right? Oh yeah. Now we'll see if maybe this can bounce, keep a higher low. Not exactly sure what they want to do. I don't think things really look that horrible. So, but I do think this was really stupid. I don't know why bulls bought it back up here. I definitely would have sold out here. I can't believe it even came back up to here. They needed to bring this down to here and then build up a base towards this way, instead of buying it here. It's way too bullish. We have to keep in mind, if we want to see a 4-hour start above here, we want to make sure the base is clear before we really go for any kind of strong movement upwards. This will be really interesting, actually, to kind of just see what happens here. Yeah, the really ugly buying on the 5. I feel like it might not get sold down much more, just because, but it's definitely really ugly buying. At around 10:05, or what, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. I don't know why they had this buy up. They literally tried to hit this same exact spot without even coming down to a base. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. Now, like I said, I think it's fine if we assume there's nothing crazy on the VIX. The VIX doesn't look like it's about to. The biggest areas for it anyway. Excuse me. God damn it. The biggest areas for the VIX, right, ladder all the way up here. So it's just kind of weird to expect like a huge drop where we are right now without kind of seeing the VIX up in that area or even close to it. And that's kind of the main thing that makes me think that we'll probably push up from here. But besides that, it looks bad. But I do think with that, we have a decent chance of pushing up. But that's the only reason. Otherwise, I think this looks horrible. Like, this really isn't that good at all. Like I said, I don't know why they bought it here. It doesn't make sense at all that they bought it here. To me, anyway. Like, it's not good buying. So, it's really, really, really dumb buying to buy it here. Like, really dumb buying. Bitcoin looks fine too, though, because Bitcoin's still at 20,063. So, this is always like something else I'm keeping in my mind. Because I'm thinking, like, I'm always looking at the prices of these on the right, and I remember, okay, right here, we're at 19,977. So Bitcoin is still above this. So it's not like the worst thing in the world right now for Bitcoin or whatever. So I also kind of keep that in mind a little bit. So of why I think that we could also have a turnaround here. Just because, like, if Bitcoin was under that level, I would be much more likely to think that we will drop. Not to say that we won't drop, but I would be much more likely to think that we would. So glad I got out of that call anyway at the right time, because it's like I don't want to be in for this. I still think this I still think this is going to win, to be honest. It's not a fight for me to take, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'd never take a fight here. It's not worth it for me. But what you call it? Because we're not close to the 4 hour, I also don't care. But I still think it's gonna go up. It looks pretty decent too. I think you phrase things really well, Chris buying. It definitely, I think, is a cheeky drop. I think cheeky is a really good word here. So let's see what happens though. Like, I think it can hold, so that's kind of why I like the word cheeky. Cheeky buy up with a cheeky drop. So, but this is why I say sometimes it's important, depending on scalping or the total. Like, if we assume we're looking at the 4 hour, and we don't care about this, we're just assuming this isn't going to really do anything here, and this probably isn't going to do anything here. It's probably just going to stay within this range until the end, towards the end of it. But it's always important to realize, like, bad buying to an extent, or like, because we need to push up here, which is still bad buying, but it has to push up here with bad buying, or more bad buying here, which is like we should have come down here, maybe a little fall under, rise back up, set more of a base, then lead way to possibly having some resistance here, and then that could keep us consolidating at the bottom. But I think the goal is really consolidating at the bottom for the bulls here and not striking to try to keep at, like, striking the top doesn't matter this early into the day. It's just not, it doesn't make any sense. So, like I said, bad buying pretty much. Or to me, that's what it looks like anyway. So we'll see what happens, but dumb buyers, kind of like whatever to me, I don't really care. But why does it do that? It's telling me that I'm like, that's so annoying. It's telling me that I'm like down 30 or 40% on that call. But it's like, I don't know why they do this on the app, but for TD Ameritrade, apparently, I've noticed when I close a position, I'll close a position, but then when I go to positions, like, I have to get out of the app and re-enter the app. Otherwise, it still tells me I'm in the same position, and, like, I really don't like that. I know that's how it works, so it's kind of like whatever. Like, I just redid it, and it's like, it's like, I just redid it, and it says I have 0 positions, but it always caught me off guard in the beginning. It freaked me out, not caught me off guard, it freaked me the F out. Because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, and it doesn't, like, I sold it a while ago, but it still told me I had the position, and it told me what the current price of that position would have been if I still had it. So it's not like it freeze framed and said you still have this position. It says you have this position, or this is your position, and this is what that position's currently worth. So I mean, I'm fine with it now because I know, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's, where is it? It's that one picture. Um, let me see if I can get it here. It's like this. Can I paste it? It's this. This is how it makes me feel. It's like, you know, it's like, it's kind of like that anyway. These guys are pushing it down pretty hard. I'm interested to see what they want to try to do here. The VIX really just isn't moving much. Or maybe it is. I know it actually was like 25 some. I don't think. I gotta take this creatine in a second so I can turn this thing off. I think the VIX isn't really moving too much. Like, of course, it hit down here at 25.58, which is where we have the week time frame. Right, there's our week time frame right there. But it doesn't seem like it's really pushed up too much from there. You know, considering like how cliffy it could be considered right here. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. I'm kind of interested. I'm definitely interested. I'm always trying to improve, right? So it looks bad, but I feel like it's not going to fall off a cliff. So we'll see. Like everything I see here to me is from like a technical perspective on Apple says this is a hard sell. From looking at this from the perspective of we want to see a 4-hour end and like where the VIX is and what it's doing, I just don't feel that whatsoever at all though. I just feel like we're going to reverse here and push up for the day. Like that's how I really actually feel right now. And it's interesting too because like I said, it's almost like kind of it's not beyond technical analysis, but it's just adding that extra component in. So we'll see because I've been right way more often than not thinking in this manner. But it's something that I'm still trying to practice and work on because it's definitely weird. Like it looks horrible. Like from a pure technical standpoint, like from everything that I say, right? We push up, we right? We push up, we find support, and boom. From here, we start under, we get our little push up, and boom, we should be pushing down. But from a more macro, short-term macro kind of perspective, I just don't see the reason to push down here. You know, I still think they're just bottom buying and trying to get a reversal. So this wouldn't be a bad place for, honestly, I might kind of lose all the money if you get a call. That's the only issue. Let me see. I'll think about a call. Let's see. If they're cheap enough, I'll get a call. Because it's so low, if it does turn to the upside, pretty straightforward. But actually, it seems kind of risky to get a call. It almost makes more sense to. I don't think it's a bad idea. Honestly, like where I am right now, like with my analysis, I still think it's fine. Though it makes more sense to literally just wait for one thing of technical confirmation and then should just shoot up. But let's see. So if it does, I think I like really don't like the thing is I don't care about any of this stuff in this area. It's not what I want, so it's kind of hard for me to even throw anything on this stuff because I literally just don't care. Like this isn't even the area I want to fight for, but it looks like it's just gonna go up. I get the feeling it's just gonna go up, so it's kind of hard to fight that. I'll get 2. We'll throw 50 on it and just say screw it. Maybe we almost end the 5 minute in a second. I think we'll throw 50 on it and just say, you know what? Let's go with my gut here. Let's just say YOLO. Let's go with it. I don't really care. Doesn't matter to me. Alright, I'm getting my creatine real quick. I'll be right back. If we do push up, this is going to be a huge bullish day. But there's still a huge chance that we push down. We'll see. I don't really care. It kind of is what it is. So I'll be right back. So the Bears are fighting something dangerous at this point, because one thing that's interesting here is we got a lower low, but we actually do have a start back above the 5 here. Boy. So this will be interesting to see what happens. This feels a lot like yesterday. We'll see what happens. But it feels like they're trying to be a little extra bearish on this. And maybe they probably shouldn't. We can also see on the VIX it's still over at 25.98. I'm not getting these super bearish vibes. We'll see what happens, but I'm not kind of agnostic anyway. It's only like $50 or $56 anyway. I'd like to see a 4-hour change sometime this year. I'm interested to see where they push. Wasn't that the 150 something right under us? Let me see. We had something under us just the other day, I believe. It was on the other Apple. Huh? I think I was out with family or something when I had that. That was a while ago. So maybe like my stepdad or something. I don't know. It was like 6-7 years ago, I believe. So it was kind of a long time ago. What was that? 153, 44. Could have been my brother, maybe. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I don't remember who was sitting on the other side of the table. Maybe my stepbrother. I don't know. I'm not talking mute. Am I muted? I shouldn't be muted right now. Can you hear me? I'm not muted. You're just messing with me. Let's get a 5 minute under. Let's get a 5 minute start above, or let's push above this, please, and then let's just shoot up. Let's go zoom, please. So. For like this being on the cliff, it certainly is not. Like, it doesn't feel like it's on a cliff, and it's certainly not falling like it's on a cliff. Oh. Let me turn this alarm off. I keep hitting the snooze button instead of actually just dismissing it. Here we go. The king said to the river, rise, rise, rise. Push up, push down, I don't care. Actually, I would prefer to push up because everything just makes it seem more likely to push up. If the VIX was like 2650 right now or something, I would be like, okay, it looks like we could push down with pretty heavy certainty. But hey, what's up, LaQuee? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, today's going pretty well. Not really much going on. Just waiting for the 4 hour. We didn't get to see the start, so. We might have one of the most bullish days, though. Like, the bulls, like, I'm just saying, we'll see what happens. But there is so much selling at the bottom here. This was the end of the day yesterday. I'm getting these vibes right now. And, like, hopefully we don't push up too much because technically, we'll see. Like I said, I would like to see a day start up here. So preferably, like, if we're going to do this Friday, I'd like to see Friday start up here. If we do push up, if we don't fall off a cliff, which seems kind of sketchy to fall off when the VIX doesn't look that high. But if, like, buying should come in, well, not should, I shouldn't say that, but if buying does come in and we're able to get back into this area, first of all, we have no confirmation on the bottom of this here. So if for some reason we actually do come back up and then here, I mean, we should see this pretty much all over again. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens. I feel like there's just too much selling down here personally. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, but you know, maybe it'll come through. So feels weird. So, and it feels very forced. Mr. DXY. Mr. DXY. What's the DXY doing? I don't even know where I am to do the DXY anyway, to be honest. DXY doesn't seem like he's doing much. It's like a 0.2 for the day. Like barely pushing this down. I wonder what they're going to try to push it to if they actually do push it down. It seems so weird right now. Like I said, for anything I want to see the fall. Technically, there's a couple things I want to see that I haven't seen yet, so we'll kind of see how some of that stuff pans out. This is kind of like the first day, maybe a little deviation. Maybe. We'll see what happens. We hit the line, so it just feels weird. It feels really, really, really weird right now. Yeah, I see USD WTI. They're going. I see them in the bottom. I see them over here. I see them. I see them. It's definitely pretty wild. I wonder what happened. Let me see. Maybe there's some news announcement or something that's slowly pushing everything down. Let's see. Putin tells Xi U.S. push Union polar world turning ugly, but China's concerns over Ukraine, of course they do. Okay, railroads reach tentative agreement to avoid rail strike, no surprise. UN tumbles below 7 per dollar, that doesn't really mean anything because it used to be like 6 something. Food stamps for your soldiers. Okay, President Biden announces 900 million EV charging funding. What the hell? Billionaire Patagonia founder gives entire company away. Earth is now our only shareholder. Okay. I wonder if it's a co-op now. That's what I think he's saying. Or like employee owned or whatever. I think REI is something similar like that. I feel like non-seasonally adjusted initial job losses, claims crash 53 lows. Okay. Core retail sales disappoint in August. July revised down. David merge complete. Next comes the surge. Verge and splurge. Okay. These are like the dumbest articles I've ever seen. I'm not even going to pull it up because these are just like, there's nothing that even looks. I don't know. I don't see, at least on Zero Edge anyway, I don't see any articles even worth clicking on. Not even worth clicking on. So what's going on? We are dropping. VIX still doesn't seem that high. A little bit interesting actually to kind of see this. Definitely like a big divergence. Now I can see why we could bounce from here. But it does seem a little bit overweighted. Mainly because we just pushed up here and then we just had this. So the idea of this, like I saw this as a possibility, but the idea of this seems really weird. Yeah, I saw that the thing with China concerned about Ukraine. I don't, probably, I mean, I think it's probably for their own, like, because they're exporters. I think it's most likely what they're talking about. Let me see. Let's see. Understand your question and concerns. So apparently Putin tells you we understand you have you have questions and concerns over what's happening in Ukraine. I mean, that makes sense. I don't think that's wild. I feel like China wants a pretty stable world while the West kind of collapses and they consolidate their own power within their own country. It doesn't seem that like out of whatever you call it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a lot of selling, which is a little bit interesting. I can see it from like the 4-hour position. Like what they want to be saying is if we just pushed up here. It seemed a little extreme though to me, to be honest. For everything that we broke to do it this quickly, it definitely seems a little bit extreme. There's some weird buying and a lot of heavy selling, but it still feels a little weird. And not a lot of stuff is lining up. Like the VIX isn't really shooting up as much as I would think it would. Bitcoin's down a little bit, but it's only down a little bit, like 2%. I don't know. For like considering what it looks like, I feel that it's definitely. I mean, unless they're trying to go for the full move here, but it's just interesting. It's definitely really weird. Like I said, if the VIX was higher, this would make a lot more sense to me. But I'm not really sure. bounce point was what here? But I feel like we should be somewhere up here because I mean this seems when the VIX was what September 13th. I mean this is when we had a reversal, I guess. But it just seems lower than what we were before. Yet I don't know. I don't know how to put it in a different way. It just feels odd. It feels off. Maybe someone with a lot of capital decided they wanted to short. Seems interesting. I mean, overall, it just looks sketchy. Like, I mean, we could see on a short term that it looked bad. Everything about this looks pretty sketchy. The VIX doesn't make sense, though. And then we had bad buying. I only got in something here because I wanted to gamble. So, like, you could see that it looked bad, but from a technical perspective anyway. Even though it still looked okay here. Looked okay on this one candle, I think, right here. I know this one candle right here looked okay. And this was a little bit surprising on this one candle. I think out of all these, this one candle looked good. But it's just really weird. I don't know. It wasn't really much of a technical thing. I mean, we could look and say, like, oh, from a 4-hour perspective, you know, we come under it, boom, and then we hit. But it was just, like, such a quick break in trend. Nothing here. It's really interesting. I'm agnostic to it all. I don't really care. But it's definitely pretty interesting at this point. Like, definitely pretty wild. I guess maybe the macros are just overriding everything else. But even with this continued drop, we're 90 basis points. We're just like 15 cents or whatever higher on the VIX. Definitely weird. The monkey face makes me laugh. Definitely weird. I mean, because I could see us bouncing here. The bottom of the week is all the way here too as well. But that's all the way down at 150. Mirror this. I don't think they would be as crazy to push it all the way down there. I wonder if they might try to push this right into 150. That's this Apple. Okay, so that's the 500. Pretty wild. They pushed it into the 150. I'll get a couple calls if they push it into 150. Because that seems to be a little excessive. If they push this all the way into 150, what do we got over here on these other ones? We actually might be under some stuff. Like, we can even see from here, it just seems a little bit weird on some of these other ones. So we're not under the 4s on here. We should be under the 4s, I think. Or we actually might be under the 4s. I might have to readjust them. No, so we're under the 375 here. And then we can adjust this down here. Down might be under both again, because those are pretty high up, yeah. Let's adjust these over. For our 500. And we'll see what happens. My main thing here is, like, the whole range should be all the way down to 150 for the week. Personally, we'll see what happens, but I don't have a lot of faith. Initially, my previous thoughts, I don't know what I think now, but my initial thoughts are, like, even if we bounce here, I don't know so much about getting back above this. I'm definitely not, I mean, whether it pushes back up or not, it makes me question the kind of buying here. Like, 'cause I'll think about getting definitely, I'll probably get a couple, like, out of the monies weekend because everything I got was out of the money. They got 157s. I'm probably down $50 on them already. That's all I really put in, so it's kind of like whatever. Unless some crazy thing comes up. But it's just weird that we're still only at 26.37 on the VIX. I'm surprised we're not like 26.80 or pushing like 26.9. It's weird to see the VIX only up 0.8 or 1%. I guess it's because we pushed down all the way to here. I'm trying to think about this real quick. Because like at the end of the day, I don't really care. Like the big short for something nice, I still believe is the VIX starting up here. But it's a little weird. This will be a pretty interesting day. It's kind of weird so far. It's hard to imagine bad buying on like 15 minutes would have led to this. I could see the week on it. I could see like, okay, we come back down on it, but this is the same week. So my big thing here is like we came above. This was obviously September 13th. We came down, we pushed. So I get that we get something here. We already had a decent confirmation and push up. I think this, honestly, I think this is just someone like really worried. I don't know. At the end of the day, I feel like this is going to be like some hedge funds or whatever, just shorted everything or something. I don't know how this is going to turn out or what, but I mean, this is definitely like definitely much different than anything we've seen the last couple of weeks. Or like such an overextended move, it feels. We still have 2.5 hours of the 4 hours, so that'll be really interesting to see what happens there in between these 2.5 hours. Let's check the USD WTI real quick. Let's see. I saw that was crashing. And that's actually all the way back under. Interesting. Wasn't a huge fan of this after this, since we already came close to striking here, but still feels kind of premature. I figured they might have tried to struck it here instead of trying to keep it lower here. I mean, I guess we can see yesterday here, so it's kind of onerous on the bulls to push it up, but it's definitely like a big push down just from this almost the start of the day, just a small wake up. Very interesting. Almost everything that lined up, nothing's lining up anymore. And the assumption of the ultimate range, like I get that, but we definitely gave up the middle pretty easily. Like this is a pretty big trend to just have it break through this with the lower low or the higher low. Yo, what's up, Shaman? Yo, what's up, main stores? This is a crazy day today, man. It's definitely a crazy day. Did you change your thing again? Let me see. Looks like you changed your... Oh, no. I think it was the icon you had the other day. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's some sketchy stuff in the 5-minute, but there's so much selling out of nowhere. We're still in the middle of the VIX. Obviously, we did have a 5-minute hit here. Like, I can kind of see like that, but like, we already bounced here. We already did stuff on the same week, so... And the VIX doesn't particularly look pretty strong considering how far down we pushed. So this is some pretty interesting stuff. I wonder if they can hold this, to be honest. I mean, I still don't know. I don't. It pushed down, but I don't feel incredibly bearish. Still, I just don't. I don't feel like super bullish, but there's this weird feeling. Still feel like it could super shoot up. It's just a lot of selling that doesn't seem to add up. Like the VIX is now 26, 28. You know, this is the first day that we've seen like a divergence between a lot of these things. Like we could see some ugly buying, of course, but like I was saying, I wanted to see this come all the way back down and do something here, as opposed to having 1, 2, 3. But still, not turning around here was pretty surprising. So I feel like that this will be really this day will be incredibly interesting because we either shoot down more or we shoot the hell up wherever we stop. I'm probably gonna get some calls at 150 since 150 is for the ultimate range what we're looking at. Since this is our range and we still have one more day, I think 150 makes sense to even get something for like 155 or whatever. I might get like a one or maybe like 5 or something. It depends on what they cost. I don't really know how much they even cost. But any volatility on a push back up here would be pretty crazy, even if we ended midway. And if we can get this to start under, whoops, that looks like 8s. But if we can get this to start under, then like, okay, let's see what we can do there, possibly. And if we can see some of the VIX, but nothing seems super, like nothing, nothing reflects this. It's kind of crazy. Nothing definitely reflects this. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like we have to see some big news coming out for something. I'm not saying it's insider trading or something, but there has to be something that just came out that's absolutely like horrible. Like Putin saying like the West can't lead the world or U.S. dominates. Like that's nothing new. That's not a new statement. Let's see. I mean, I don't see anything unless something just came out. I mean, Ray Dalio says higher interest rates could blah blah blah. I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me. All I know is retail sales up 0.3% as opposed to a drop that was expected. I mean, it just seems a little bit forced. I think like a drop is overall expected. It just seems really forced with what they're doing. Because besides like this hit on the week, there's no actual resistance above us. And even with this big push down, that's pushed us down to lower than where we were at any of these points, even though at all of these points, the price of everything was higher. The VIX is lower now. So the VIX is lower, and then the market's lower. And the VIX isn't anywhere closer to breaking up through this. These guys, the feeling I get at the end of the day, honestly, is they better hope they can hold this down. I don't know. We'll see. It's just weird. It's weird seeing everything line up so much, and then I don't know. Maybe it's just what it is. Like if we were up here on the VIX, I would get this a lot more. I don't know. It's just it feels like more resistance than I would have expected on the VIX for how much we're pushing down. And it's my biggest thing is just not seeing the VIX up as much as I would have expected to, while it's getting pushed down. That's kind of the biggest. That's really the point of contention for me right here. That just seems kind of weird. So it's going to be a really interesting. What time is it? 11. It's going to be a really interesting next 2.5 hours. Because there's not a lot of crazy stuff for this. I mean, I'll take my VIX starting the day up here. I really don't care. That's what I want to see. But these guys, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I guess for the Bears' sake, let's just hope they can hold it down, because I don't get the sell down. Really, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me personally. Now, does everything look horrible? Yeah, I mean, I do think a lot of things look horrible, but I didn't see a setup for anything to look horrible. Which is like what we've seen previously. We'll usually see something that looks good to go up or something that looks good to go down. Oh, you're saying retail sales were up as opposed to a drop that was expected in retail sales. That's interesting, actually. I didn't know retail sales are actually up by 3%. Well, this is kind of boring. Hopefully it chooses a direction. I almost want to see it go back up. I'd be first of all, I'd like to see the overall trend just kind of maintain. And everything that we had, I'd like to see all that really maintain. But I just think in the sense of gosh, this thing is pushed down so far, I just think it'd be troll to see something pushed really far up. Or I just think it'd be really funny to see it push all the way up. Let me look at this again. So preferably, I'd still am somewhat about this spot compared to whatchamacallit. Compared to 150, I'd like 150 quite a bit more. So let's see, this is like 15. I will mess with these. Wait, I don't want 157. Jeez, I feel like whatchamacallits are going to be really expensive. I feel like 155 is going to be really expensive. I don't like this stuff down here. So if we were 150, maybe. Let me see. Bruh, where is? Well, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble. Oh, because I'm used to getting in and out of one thing. Okay, that's why. Still kind of yellow, man. I don't care. Let's add 6. This is a long. Yeah, suck my balls. Let's go for it. Suck my balls. Let's go for it. Let's go. I'm bored. Alright, if I lose more money, I lose more money. It's not a big deal. I'm not buying any more calls, though. We'll see what happens. We got, what, 2 hours and 15 minutes left? Gosh, I want to see a ring candle rip ass. I feel like it's just going to drop, though, because I don't really like this spot. But I'm bored. And I feel something. But I don't know. Everything's off, so honestly, like, the best thing, I think, at this point is just not to touch anything. That's what I believe in. But out of the money calls, you can't. You know what I mean? Out of the money calls are just too fun. For $15 a pop, I'm not gonna fight with that. This would be a great place to break it down, though. If they're able to sell it down here, this would be a great 5-minute. They should be able to wreck it if they can get enough pressure here. I think this would be the 5 minutes to do it. I would somewhat question their ability to push this down after this 5-minute candle, though. But I can see a 5-minute candle here just wrecking all the way down and just wrecking through that line right there on the left side. Like nothing going on. It's a lot different when I'm in a position where it's like, when nothing's like following anymore. Like when I look at the market, it feels a lot different. I almost want to take a break real quick and then just peace out. I need to go mow the lawn. I don't know. I might do that in a second. We'll see what happens with this. If we start pushing up, I might, but it'll probably push up or down pretty soon. I need to mow the lawn at some point, though, for the neighbor's lawn. And I want to be here for 1:32 for the 4-hour change. Oh my god. Push it up or push it down. Like it looks so good and then they like push it to the bottom of the candle and then it looks bad. It's pretty insane to watch. You kind of wait with anticipation a little bit. I mean, it looks so strong, but still, and there's so much to gain from pushing it up here. But who knows? Blows my mind though. It is really crazy watching this though. Just seeing it, because like you look at it and you'd imagine it would just go, you know, but it doesn't just go boom. How troll would this be, guys? How troll would this be if we actually just did the 14th, the 15th? Yeah, exactly. Let's push it up, please. Our 130 is still right here. So it's like we have a lot of time to get back in here for the 4-hour change. So nothing seems to have changed on the VIX. This would seem a lot more likely. Obviously, this is just whatever. It could do whatever, but you know, like I said, if the VIX was in here, I would be like, oh man, this looks insane to like continue pushing down. And it can do anything it wants, right? It is what it is. I just try to go off of like patterns, but you know, it's just a little weird. You change your thing again? Oh my god. are changing it every day. That profile pic keeps changing. It keeps throwing me off for a quick second. I'm like, wait, what? There's someone else that has that last profile picture you had. I swear there's someone else I've seen that had a profile picture that looked just like that. Maybe it was you, actually. But I think you just made that profile picture. No, there was someone that the profile picture from a distance looked just like it. Obviously, the old one was just your face like this from the side. But, it's like there's this guy with a cat. I can't remember what his name is. Let me see if he's in chat. I don't remember what his name is. Oh, is it bugged? Yeah, it's bugged. I don't have chat. I can't remember his name though. It looks the same from a distance because it's like from a distance it's like the same color as your face, and then it's like a cat or something, like it's like with a cat, and then the rest of the background looks almost exactly the same. It would make more sense if I could find it, but apparently I can't. It's bugged every once in a while for some reason, and it doesn't like upload. Like you can see down here for some reason it says Apple Chat. Like I don't know why it says Apple Chat down. Like if I do this here, I'll be able to open chat. You see what I'm saying? I don't get it, but I don't know if he's in here on right now. I'll point him out tomorrow if I see him. I don't think he's on right now. I remember his name, but I remember the picture. I usually remember people by profile pictures, which is why I don't mind when you do it, because in here, but in crypto chat and stuff, I would never like that. I don't think it's Wave Trader, but no, definitely not. There's a lot of people a lot of old timers on here in chat right now. Oh well, I'll find him. He usually comes in the chat, so it's kind of like whatever. Oh well, I'll find him when I find him. Like I said, if you saw it, it would make sense. Excuse me. Still a lot of selling pressure, it feels like. So depending on what we do, I might take a break, like a 15 if we do push up, and I'll probably just go mow the neighbor's lawn real quick, because no one else is doing it, and one of my friends that usually does it, or someone I know that does it, hasn't been doing it, so it's like an easy $50 for like 30 minutes. Well, technically when I mow the lawn, I also do edging, and then I also do stuff in the backyard, which I'll do at a later time, which is why I kind of don't want to go back and do it, because I don't like doing half a job, I like doing a full job, you know, so that's kind of that, but just, like I said, why I don't want to do it, because I don't want to go back. Like, normally I didn't care before, but usually when I stream all day, I just don't have the energy for it. And they're really, it's one hell of a fight, guys. It's crazy. It really is. Even when you think it would just like pop up, even though there's nothing like technically here, and I think there also is like a trend line right above us that kind of coincides with where that on the left side, with where that 5-minute hole is. Just about, I think. But still, I mean, it still looks decent. The VIX looks sketchy. I mean, we had the bounce on the VIX. Not that it can't push up, but it's not the prettiest of formations to have this all the way up here, this start here, and then this one start here. Like maybe if we had something start here, and then we had something here that came up into here, right? And then we have something start here, maybe we push up. But there's just nothing to kind of show that change in direction. So like things like this is like I can understand a bounce, but it's like I just feel like at that point you really gotta hold. You really not hold. You have to push up first, and then you have to hold. Like if we can't even push up to contend with this area on the VIX, it just feels really weird. So we'll see what happens though. But that's just kind of how I feel about it. We got a lot of time. 2 hours, 2 hours, 5 minutes. Can they keep it down for 2 hours and 5 minutes? But I do think that at one point it is still fine if bears can just keep it in this area for the 4 hour switch. I think that would probably be good too. Like, it was like, yeah, we're all the way down here. But, I mean, if they could get a switch somewhere around here, I think hold it somewhere around here, I think that would be pretty decent also as well. Otherwise, it just feels like we could push down. I mean, 150 is still like the ultimate pace looking at the week time frame, but it just feels like if we end the 4 hours somewhere around here, it still doesn't look amazing, but it still is one of those things where it just feels likely to want to try to push back up at least to test, and then could just pop right back in the area. We'll see though. Let me check news, see if anything's updated. That's what it was. CNBC explains it. Stocks sink as Wall Street's rebound attempt falters. I didn't know that. That's the explanation of it. Okay, who would have known? The rebound faltered. Good lord. Yeah, I swear. News is half the time. News is like not news. News is just it's like advertisements. Is what it feels like, or just just advertisements. The individual author, whoever wrote the art, penned the article, or whatever, typed it up. Just wants like, hey, notice me. Hey, read my stuff. Hey, look at all the big words I use that don't matter. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything here. 60 rich. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything. I don't see anything that changed, so. I'll be right back, though. I gotta go, pee-pee. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back in a minute. yo, 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 yo. Oi. Yo, 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 yo. One second. Let me do this the proper way. Right back. I got spinach. I should put it in a bowl and put the spinach back in the fridge instead of like I'll destroy a bag of spinach in a day. So sometimes it doesn't matter to me, but still. Hopefully we can push up here. I mean, I can see how it has resistance. I'm pretty sure we're right under. Where is it? Maybe it's on the right side. I think I hit it on this side. Let me see, because it kept annoying me. Yeah, we're a little bit under. I think this meets where the 5 though is. Right? Yeah, just about where that 5 is where we have this line. A little bit under. So see what happens with it. Turns around. I'll be right back. It does make sense to like deleverage a little bit. I mean, overall, on this, it makes 100% to sell it here, wait for something here, and then re-enter up here. To be honest, it could keep pushing up, but it does make the most sense to wait, depending on what someone's trading in the sense there, right? That's where we push from okay support, 150 maybe being stronger support. Totally I'm to expect it to just shoot through, but I don't really care. It's kind of whatever. Okay. Oh man. Let's see what's going on with stuff. Really don't like where stuff is where it is right now. Nice. I get up. We'll see what happens here. So at least I was able to limit the loss to the initial position. We'll see what happens. I have a feeling it'll push up anyway. But wait, where the hell is my... Oh my gosh. I put my spinach in a bowl and I forgot to bring the bowl with me. I gotta get up again. And I gotta sit down again. Yo, what's up, Brisbane? At least I was able to limit the losses that I had here with buying here and then just selling off. off right here, so we'll see what happens. Pretty crazy what it's done just considering from here. Like here's our VIX here, and I guess it coincides with what this all the way up here is a little weird. Yeah, I wasn't gonna. I was like, no, I saw that. I was not gonna sit. I'll re-enter something if it comes back above. We still have a long time before the 4-hour time change. So I still think it's a bull's court for the most part. But anything happen with all this kind of stuff happening, I just want to limit losses. I honestly don't trust anything right now. I don't trust any of this right here. Hopefully they push it up. Come on. Push, 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 push. Makes more sense for them to push it back up. Just to bring us back in the trend. Though, like I said before, my biggest concern is we'll see what happens. I've said already. There's a line that comes down through here. I feel like I'm wrong to say 70-30. I feel like it's just going to push up through this stuff. But from a technical perspective, it looks horrible. From like what I feel like it's a 70-30 going to keep pushing through this. But at the end of the day, like unless it's something super far out of the money, like I don't want to mess with this. Like I can see something here, but like it makes no sense to take a position here and not get out of position and then not just re-enter up here, or if we get back into here, are literally just waiting for the 4-hour to end somewhere here or waiting for it here, right? So it just feels greedy. I'm glad I was able to limit the losses though, even though I only put in like whatever it was. I was down, I think, like 40 at one point, $50, something like that. No, like $30, I think. I ended up down, I think, 15. Because I bought 9. I bought 9 more of the same calls. Technically, I could have bought it when I had the money. I just didn't want to risk that much money. It didn't seem worth it. But I just bought 9 more at the bottom, and I just sold it a little bit ago. I think it was like 5 minutes ago. 2 candles ago. This is not my fight to be a part of. Almost, like I said, I don't think, but I really should move on. Like, I'll be back, no matter when I leave, move on. It shouldn't take long. But, what am I going to say? I need to get done. I could just do it after the... I guess the less I talk, there's only so much going on today, so I guess the less I talk, probably the better. I could just do it after the market. Assuming I'm not dead or tired. Looks like most things are starting to trend back up. Nasdaq seems like it's trending back up. SPY down a little bit. Dow's been holding up pretty well compared to the other ones, only down 0.15% on the day. I wonder what some of these other ones have been doing. Let's see. Ooh, Ethereum got wrecked. What happened up here? this really nice bounce all the way back down here with this changeover. See what it did. Oh, whoops. Well, the market just dragged it down. The market today, I don't think it's that surprising. It was, what, 3 o'clock in the morning? 4 o'clock. Let's see. So the new day. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, I think I looked at this in the middle of the night. I remember. I think there's the 2 and the 4. I think are both right here. Yeah, the 2s and the 4s were both above. That was really tragic. I remember seeing this. I think I looked at this like 3 or something in the morning, really quick. I was interested. Super sad too. Super, super sad. Oh well, not my problem. Where are we? Are we pushing up anymore? We still in the same spot? Still fighting. Very sketchy fight. I'm glad I sold out when I did, because I would have been down more just because it's sitting here. And I grabbed out of the money. Or they're out of the money calls. I mean, it looks way worse than what it looks better from here. How long until we... like 12:30? Jeez, no way this thing sits here for that long, right? I mean, what are the chances that this stuff sits here for that long? This is my biggest concern about this level right here, is that like, we're on the, so like before I thought I found it acceptable because we were right here and we had our previous, like we could possibly hold this, you know, but bouncing 151 seems weird when we have a base of 150. Seems like we're on the bottom side, and it seems more likely like that bulls would want to just try to pick this up at 150 if they're going to do anything, as opposed to right here. Might be why there's a little less selling, but it doesn't mean it can't go up, right? So, especially if we had that 4-hour target still. But it's not something I want to sit through. Alright, let's see. There's like nothing to do. It's just literally just waiting. I should have just went to go mow the lawn. I knew it. The second it shot up, I should have. Well, I would have been in my position still. And I don't know if I would like that. Even though I think it has a decent chance of pushing up, I have zero regrets about selling out. But I'm starting to have regrets about not going outside and mowing the lawn. Or the neighbor's lawn. I haven't needed to do it in so long. It's been so nice. Ay, ay. Here we go. Let's get some direction, finally. What is this thing done? Well, someone has to mow the neighbor's lawn. I'm not super rich, and someone has to mow the neighbor's lawn. It's not something that, it's not my job, but if no one else does it, it's not gonna get done. So, I mean, technically they pay $50 and it only takes like 30 minutes to an hour at most, so it's not that bad. I'm just gonna mow the front lawn. They had bees removed in the backyard apparently, and I'm not about to mess with that. So, but it's literally like maybe 20 to 30 minutes to mow front lawn for $50. Not that bad. Usually someone else does it, but I don't know why they're not doing it. So it wasn't contracted, so that's partially why, I guess. I really don't want to do it. So. I'm not paying a neighborhood kid. I guess I see what you're saying. No, well then they would know. Because if I told them, hey, do this for $25, and then I get the 50, and then the woman always comes out and hands the money out, so it's the only issue. I mean, it needs to be done sooner or later. I need to do the edging. I haven't done the edging in a while, and so the grass is coming over the sidewalk again. I put all that hard work in. I don't know. Like I said, if I need to, I'll just do it later. I don't mind doing it, so. Market's really boring anyway right now. I don't know if most people have an idea of what's even going on. I know I don't. I kind of do, but not really. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Or maybe I should have looked at this in the sense that we did bounce on a week. But that's more important on a week. Like, we bounced on this, so like I looked at this before and I was like, okay, we bounced on this week time frame. But we didn't bounce on the week time frame on a day candle when we came back up. This is the first day candle that we've bounced in the week time frame. It still doesn't look that pretty though. Still doesn't look that pretty. On the Vixen, I'm talking about. Yeah, the market is incredibly boring right now. I mean, it's possible that we just break through here. It might be interesting soon, though, because I think it's entirely possible right here we break through. That we break through and then go all the way to 150. This could be part of the setup. We'll see what happens, but it could be part of the setup for Monday, possibly, depending what happens. So, like, maybe we can see some similarities again, or a little bit of congruency with some of these. Obviously, we were talking about earlier, we want to see this week start somewhere within this range, preferably. But to that extent, I don't know, it'll be interesting. I don't think things are that bad. Like, my big thing is, one, there's no point in me throwing a whole bunch of money into stuff. I was just messing around with stuff. That's why I kept getting out of the monies. This is, when stuff deviates from what I want to see, I don't trade on the deviation. I wait till stuff starts forming some sense of what it wants to do. So, you know, like, while I think this could go down, like, it's already pushed down so far. And the second that they fail to keep pushing this down, I could easily see this just shooting up. That's my issue. I don't think there's a clear direction just because we push down. Like when I look at the VIX, we don't look like we're anywhere close to ending the day up here right now. But I want definite things. Because you can either throw small amounts of money on certain things, or you could just throw a higher amount of money on things that look more certain. See what I'm saying? And kind of from that perspective, so. I don't trust any of this, really. I really don't. I mean, this technically looked bad, but this didn't look that bad right here. And it fell through. Like, this is a pretty decent candle to end on. And start above any sort of movement upwards, we should come back up to test. Maybe we fail, but high chance for something like that. So this is one thing that maybe not a big fan. But I did get in one of my positions here, and I needed to get something into here to kind of even it out. So that's the only reason I really did something like that. I didn't want to sit. I mean, even though it was just like 58 bucks or 60 bucks, or like 58, I think I got for like 20 or 29. I didn't want to just lose like almost 60 bucks for no reason. You know, that's why I played this. The only reason. I can still see this doing here. We'll see what happens too when this comes down. So any break above this, I think we just immediately shoot back up. I want to see where this 4 hour ends. Nothing has really changed for me in that perspective. And I'm still willing to wait until we have a day that starts here. Though I really would prefer a week that starts here and a day that starts here. I mean, this was easy to see. Everything's been fairly easy to see. So, like this coming down, I mean, I could see this being sketchy. The 4 hours not over yet. We had this yesterday that shot up, so they could try to bring something back. But I could see here, like, right, we got in a position, we got out right there. We can see that this is ugly. Obviously, we want to, just in general, from this point, we're expecting, even from a bullish perspective, we want to see this come back down to the base and test. So it makes sense not to, you know, if you're going to get in here, to get out of something if it's going to play this high, and then, you know. So that makes sense, and then this also looks bad to push it down. It went down way farther than what I would have expected, though. And we didn't recover here. This looks bad. This candle looks bad. This candle looked actually pretty decent. Not a dragonfly, but it's close. And then we just pushed down to the other one, which is a little weird. So I just want to see something, mainly with the VIX coinciding with something else, but the VIX doesn't look super strong to me, besides the fact we bounced on the week on the day time frame on this move up. It doesn't seem that strong, and we still have to get past here, which we couldn't get past all of last week. So I'm just not, like, you know, like, I weigh this spot a lot, value this spot a lot, and the fact it still seems like it's kind of trending down, and that I really want to see it above it, I just don't trust. I really just don't trust the sell down. It doesn't seem to be following anything that I normally look at. Maybe there's something else, but I just don't see it following it. So we'll see what happens. Outside of the week time frame, if this is really what they're trying to go for, but it still seems odd not to try to do like a 4 hour break or anything like that to hit it. So I could see 150. This is what I would expect more likely than not. But I don't. If you were to ask me where I thought the VIX would be when we hit 150, if we do, I would have said we would have been somewhere like 28, not 26.46 or 26.48. Well, technically we're not here, but like we'll see, because if we hit here and then the VIX is somewhere like up here on the day, I still think it's more likely to push back down, because I think this looks like a really decent spot to try to push up from. And then it's like, well, the VIX isn't going to make it look that good to continue. Now, if we can get a week that starts here, then yeah, but that's mainly what I'm looking for. A week that starts here, and then something that pushes up and starts here. So that's why, like, I went for something like this specifically, because it's just, you know, bigger range. And obviously this is like 146, but we have a 150 right here on the week time frame. So we'll see what happens. I think I'm going to, they might give me crap. The only issue is they might give me, I don't know if they're going to give me crap if I just leave it up. If I whatchamacallit, if I just leave this up for a little bit, like 15 minutes. I got a premium, so I don't know if they'll care. But they might, give me crap for them being online, or being here. I'm trying to think of whether it makes sense just to stop the stream. I don't want to stop the stream and start a new one though, because they only allow me to show 50 streams. And so every new stream I make and save, it deletes the old, like, to my knowledge. I don't know if it deletes, but it at least makes it inaccessible. The last, whatchamacallit, the last stream. It's like every new stream I make, I lose a day worth of what I've streamed. I need to get like a hard drive, an external, and save it to that, probably. Explain double hole and SMA indicate. Oh, what's a fast list? They're just moving averages. I don't remember what the smooth is specifically. It's double, like, here. Let's see what they are. They're just averages. What do they do? Yeah, it's just a simple moving average. Let's see. Let's see what we can see. I honestly don't even remember at the end of the day. What's NA? Lost in a bull. Okay, so we'll move 1 to SMC. So the sum of the last y values of x divided by y. Okay, so it's just like the most basic kind of like an average. So they take the SMA of that, whatever the length is, length minus 1. So it's just like a standard moving average, just smoothed out pretty much. So it's delayed, and then so we have a delayed average, and then we have the whole averages, which are essentially exponential, weighted moving averages. And the way the weighted moving averages work is essentially that the closest time frame, or the most recent price change. So let's say, because I use a 500 375, so like for the 500, it'll take in what the price of all 500 are, but it weighs them differently. Instead of just taking in the total, like we saw for the smooth moving average, and then like dividing it by the amount to find whatever the new average would be, it it adds a different value to each of them. So you might have like 1 500 for the oldest one, and then like 2 500 for the second oldest one. So the older data isn't as important, so it stays closer to price changes. It's just a weighting moving average in that respect, and then it has this square root exponential, pretty much, when I have exponential to it. So it's, you can look it up on like hole.com. They work really well. I just like how they work, and I use them a lot. So you can watch a lot of my videos and things like that to kind of get a better idea. But it's just they're just moving averages. A lot of the times it's good to see things line up, but I mean they work out a lot. We can see, in a lot of these places, they don't always, depending on how much pressure we have coming down. Of course, we just push through it. But we can see these are pretty decent, just averages for what they are. So any day, I mean, I could probably do this with other averages maybe also as well. I don't know. I would be surprised, to be honest. But I like these. And I like this on a specific time frame, or these specific lengths. And it just works for me, so I use them. To be honest, beyond that, I don't think there's really much else to talk about that's of any kind of real importance. So they're just averages. So one sticks a lot closer to the price than the other one, which is kind of nice. So I get a better idea. Let's say these fall, usually you have like a 200 here, 200 there. So it gives you kind of an in-between price, having these averages that stay close to the price, also with averages that don't stay close to the price. It's looking pretty decent though. I kind of like what it's doing here. Still like to see it break back up. into this. I've already messed with this so much, and it's already, there's been such great deviations. Yeah, I don't think I want to mess with anything until we see a 4-hour change. I really don't care. It's just too much work. You kind of see what I'm saying for us buying. I shorted it here, and now we're like literally all the way back right to where I shorted it. And now I'm just like, well, shit. I just shorted it. I didn't actually, but if I did, I'd be like, shit, I just shorted it here. Our average is coming a lot closer. We've come down quite a bit. Maybe like, you know, the second that this breaks, if it does, I'm going to be pooping myself and expecting something like this at least. So we'll see what happens. Anything can happen, but I would be very worried right now if I was in a short from up here. I just don't trust any of this stuff either way. Like right where it is right now is just a complete deviation. None of it's trustworthy. To me anyway. It's like if you're going out with somebody and or like you know you have a friend and they start acting weird one day. I mean, you're not going to just do what you normally do. You're going to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're going to try to figure out what's going on or what's wrong. Or you're just going to take a step back, right? So it's the same kind of thing. Boy. Mixed. I want to get the lawn moved out of the way. It's really ugly too, and it's really annoying because the grass that got planted there grows really quick. So the lawn here takes like 2 weeks. The lawn over there takes like a week, and then it's noticeably long, the grass, and it's so frustrating. It's so incredibly frustrating. Don't want to do it. Well, I mean, not like that. I mean, I guess I really could. I don't know. It's not that bad though. I said $50 for like 30 minutes. It's not that bad. Like 45. If I wasn't streaming so much, I wouldn't care. If I was streaming at all, I wouldn't care. If I was streaming, I'd literally just walk away right now. Like, I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't be looking at anything. Honestly, if I wasn't streaming, trying to like build up a community and stuff, I wouldn't be doing any of this. There's no point in me sitting here looking at this right now. Like, this isn't something I normally do. Like, I just want to make that clear. Like, I don't want to make that clear. I just want to make that clear. The second I got it here, I would have left and just waited for the 4-hour change. And at most, maybe put an alert somewhere down right before 150 in case it did drop, because I think this is a decent bounce spot. Or at least a decent place to fight at, because like I said before, we have here on the week, but we have one more day, so maybe we could see something look ugly and end under possibly, even though this is a fairly large drop down. So, but if we ended under here, as opposed to something that hits all the way up here, then obviously at this point has a trend going back into this day. Whatchamacallit, this hitting here and then like ending here is definitely really ugly. Like that would be really, I just want to get that out of the way. That's like a really ugly thing. If by chance we do have that, because then we could drop all the way down to like 136 again. I mean, we could follow what happens sometimes where you'll hit support and then try to come back up. So if we come back to this area and then possibly farther rejecting, but pushed farther down, we'll just have to see. So, but just hitting here and turning over right under it's usually a really bad thing. So when it's coming from up to under, or when it's coming down anyway. I forgot what time is hit this. I think it's like 12:30. Right? At the current price, 1 o'clock. See what they do. Boy. I think I'm gonna go mow the lawn quick, probably. So I'm feeling. at least like 15 minutes worth and then just coming back. One, I just want to get some of it out of the way, and two, this is just really boring, and three, like, I literally don't care what any of this does before the 4 hour. This actually could be another signal we could see maybe for another move down if we can end. We'll see. We got 2 4 hours here, so started here, came down nice, so I didn't need that, and then we pushed up. Didn't like the way we pushed up. Don't like the way that we pushed down. We have a better bounce spot under us, but this is a decent push up. Not a big fan of what it's doing now, but there's still an easy chance for bulls to try to regain this. Like, there's so much here that there's so much for the bulls to gain today. What is this? It's 15, 9:30. Man, we ended also in like the most ugliest place I've ever seen on 15. I didn't realize that. Doesn't really change a lot, but geez, with the 15 and 30, these are actually some of the ugliest places I have ever seen. Maybe we should actually just look at these on some of these other time frames instead of being lazy. That was yesterday, right? Yeah. Interesting. Let's see, what we got? 30. So, okay, there. What's this today? No, that's yesterday. Okay. Still ugly break. What is that? 1345. 5315. Where's that? 15315. It's not too far from that. What's this at? 1231. Yeah, I don't know. I literally don't care. There's so much for bulls. There's so much even for like, there's for any market maker or whatever. There's so much for them to gain just by pushing this up. Even if we don't return to the old trend and we just come back up to like 154 or whatever. There's so much to gain. It's so weird to not have it. But if I sit here and wait until the 130, I mean, we could just run into this again where it just in the last 15, 20 minutes just pushes all the way up. And I don't care. This is almost at its peak too. I think 17 something. Ooh, actually looks pretty decent. Not amazing though. I don't like this here. Yeah, this. Technically, nothing amazing, but nothing horrible. 1770 again. Yeah. Actually, a really ugly start to the Nasdaq in the SPY. More so the Nasdaq than the SPY, though. It's not horrible. Ugly though. Not horrible. I don't really see anything on the Dow. Got a lot of room up here. No confirmation. Yo, what's up, B? Guy. Oh, excuse me. Gold? Yeah, sure thing. Oh, wow. Gold actually looks like it might have fallen under. Did we actually fall under now? Wow. So one of the things that I like about it, but I don't like about it yet, is I don't know if we have any confirmation here on any reasonable time frame. We kind of just fell through. Is the month still here? the number one thing I'd say about this so far, and like I look at the shorter time frames, but the number one thing I'd say so far is I think this 1678 is a really interesting area now that we've come in the month. And I'll show you on some of these weeks. So you can see how we came down the week, like how we first kind of, whatchamacallit, came up, and then we came down through it. We had resistance, but we started the week under, boom, pushed under, and we can check on like some of these days just to see how it fights a little bit here in this area. So I would do the same thing. I'm not really sure about a short here. I'm going to keep going down in the time frames. But really, at the end of the day, I would prefer, regardless to where it does it, I would prefer it to come up and then turn around. And I think this is the safest place to take a position. Like I said, I'll keep going shorter and shorter on the time frames. But to me, this is just kind of like a dump. How high up is the DX? How did the dollar just shoot up? Like, is it 111 now or something? I don't get it. Where the F is it? Am I missing something? I have no idea. I can't find it. I'm actually really annoyed I can't find it because it's usually right here. 1 second. Like, bro, where's the DXY? Like, it's all, unless I'm missing it, I'm literally going by it right at it. Here we go. I'm literally going right by it. It's so frustrating. This is September 13th. Right, so like I can see that, but I don't think we've had anything crazy today. I mean, my biggest thing for this is I would really like to see something up here. I don't really get, I kind of get why it's pushing down a little bit, but the dollar index doesn't look that insane. It really doesn't. It looks fairly nice. But enough to drop this through here is definitely pretty wild. Let's go to here. Like I don't see any huge price changes between where it was here and where it is here. Yeah, now we're all the way down here. So I think the easiest sense, all I can really say about this is 1678 looks really strong. I think a weekend under here, or a day, like any day that ends under a week under, a month under would be better. But I would be looking for to short it all the way up if it comes back up to 1678. I don't know how low it's going to go because it's just pushing down, and I'm not really sure why it's pushing down. The market's not like the market's going down, but like the dollar index isn't really shooting down. While it does look okay here, like we get this, it's not like amazing. I don't know. It's like it's the same way I feel about the market today with the VIX, where the market's going down quite a bit more than what the VIX would suggest it should go down. Even though the VIX is starting to like stack up now, which is a little bit more reasonable. But the same thing, the dollar isn't really shooting up as much as gold is shooting down. I will say, depending on what you want to kind of do or think about this, is the interesting thing is I think 1% up is pretty hard resistance. And I do think that the range is pretty long. So if we're looking to set up a shorter, whatchamacallit, if we're looking up to set something up like this kind of, somewhere like there, just like get in early, somewhere down here most likely, but I have to whatchamacallit, see. But I believe it's pretty far down. I think it's on the other one. 1 second. Yeah, let's do this. We got some things down here. I think on the month time, do we have any on the week? Yeah, the week, the month's all the way there. Yeah, so it looks really bad to me coming down from here, but the week time frame is, I don't know why I don't have a line here. 1542, 1543 pretty much. So I still would expect this at some point. This could just drop all the way to here. It happens sometimes. I personally, especially with what we had here, like on the week time frame, I would like to see this stop somewhere and at least try to come back up, and then have a position taken here, because it's just a better average, and then with the expectation of it coming back down. To me, it's just kind of overshot, but there could be a reason for this. You know, it's really hard to say right now because I don't see the same signs we're seeing with the market for the past month or 2 months. You know, it's been pretty easy to see a lot of this stuff, but now it's the left. So, like, we could take a position here with the expectation of it going to 1542. I think 1542 to 1500 seems pretty reasonable. I'd like to see it fight and get, you know, some sort of rejection or some sort of fighting over here, though. That's my biggest kind of issue with it right now. You know, but if we just take it kind of from here, this is just the standard. So far, it's just the standard from the top of the range made to the bottom. You know, we didn't hit the month here, we didn't hit the month here, so we are going to be on the bottom half of all of this. Maybe the week stops us, but anywhere between the week and 2433. So what I would like to see, which I doubt, is if this did, I'd like to see this, and if it came down through this and then backed up, I think this is a great long position to try to get something up back up to here. If it did drop, if it does, but I'm quite concerned about it bouncing here, unless I saw something push up and then on top of this. Otherwise, I don't know. It's just really weird when I think about this stuff. I don't want to say this is the same. Like, we'll have the same thing as what happened here. We're just not in the same situation. But it's very sketchy for a lot of this stuff. Very, very, very sketchy. So we'll have to see what happens with this 4-hour change anyway. But overall, like, I know you said the short term, but like I can't really tell what happens in the short term. All I can really say is that I want to see it come back up to here, and I think this is a much better place to do anything as opposed to here. I can't tell what direction this is going to take because I don't know why it's moving this aggressively in this direction, essentially. So, you know, that's the only kind of issue here. But in the medium time frame, the next couple of days, I would hope that it can come back up. I think we'll see somewhat soon. There's a decent chance for this to still try to push up before the 130 time frame. So we'll see what this does. Any sort of break above this, and I think 153.13, somewhere around there, should be able to get this back up. But we'll have to see. Today's definitely a weird day in the sense that a lot of the things that have been showing signs together for the last 2 months or 3 months or so aren't really working together. So I'm not sure where this is coming from, and I'm not really exactly sure where the direction is yet because this is just the first half of the day. I don't know what's going to happen. So I didn't see a 4-hour start where I wanted to, and I needed to see a 4-hour start somewhere else. You know, I look at Apple for a lot of the stuff, and we have a lot of 4 hours again around us. So I'd be very interested to see what happens towards the end. Like we saw yesterday, we were all the way down here, and then within 20 minutes we shot up, you know, like a percent and a half, and everything shot up with it. And we don't have any sort of rejection here whatsoever. So I wouldn't be surprised even if we did end somewhere down here on a 4-hour. I wouldn't be completely surprised if we did push all the way back up here. Even if it was just to get rejected, I wouldn't be surprised if it got pushed all the way back up. And something like this could, you know, this would push the market up, and that could push the dollar down, and that could push gold up, and then that would make gold hit that one spot we were talking about. Whatever it's at. Let me see, where is that? At 1678. So, you know. But a lot of this isn't super unexpected on the macro. I mean, I've expected gold to go down to like 15 around here for a couple months just because everything's looked so ugly, especially when we came under here. Didn't look much better when we came under the initial time also as well. But it's not doing it the way that I'd like to see it. So, you know, hopefully the market can push back up, or this just pushes back up on its own in general, back around 1678, maybe 1679, 76. And we can even see almost a little bit of volume there. So I think this would be the best place to kind of take it. We can even see this low here. So 1680. Maybe what we might even want to see is if we can see a push back up, and then if it comes back under, we'll take it right around here. But I think that's the easiest way. Otherwise, like I can't analyze it in the short term because it's just, you know what I mean? It's just doing whatever. You know, it's just doing whatever. I'm not exactly sure what you call it, but it's just doing something. So, I wonder what those calls are worth now. Probably super cheap. Do I have to get out of my? That is so annoying. Okay, let's do this. There we go. So annoying. I have to close and open my app every time for it to tell me that I have no positions. Not bad. They're still around the same price. I'm pretty surprised. You can buy them if you can sell them for 14, buy them for 15. I'm not going to because like literally none of that stuff makes sense. But you can see, I mean, I'm not a big fan of some of these things. Not when we want to see what we want to see. We're not seeing what we don't. We're not seeing. We want to see what we want to see. We're not seeing what we want to see. Mike Tyson. As always, this candle means nothing to me unless we break above this area right here. So I would say, if we do another thing that's interesting, you might like me to analyze. If by chance we do break above on like Friday, like if we do start above 27.35 tomorrow on the VIX, things are gonna look really bad. We'll see what happens. I feel like it won't happen, but we'll see what happens. But that also would be something really good for the dollar to go up in value. So, but we still have until 1:30. We can see these guys fight. The second they can get this above this line right here, we should just go something similar to right back up here. I would not be surprised whatsoever at all if it just goes. If it can get up here. So they're constantly trying to fight for it. Nothing's been determined yet. And literally, if we can end the 4 hour all the way back up here, it's going to be like the thing is, if they can turn to stay bullish from this position, we're probably going up. Most of the market's probably going to be up like 4% today, or like 3 or 4%. I wouldn't be surprised if we can if we can actually get the price of this up above here, and we can end the 4 above here, most of the day should easily trend here, and actually could put us in a position to end all the way up here, and not just ending up here, but also with the chance of starting tomorrow up here, and that would shoot stocks up, and that would shoot the dollar down and all that. Like, a reversal is entirely possible. Nothing has been tainted here. Like, a reversal is 100% still in the books. That's my issue. Like, if the bears can't hold it down here, like, it's literally mooning so hard if they can get it past. Now, they got to get it past, right? So, there's no real reason to do anything until you start seeing some movement or like something, above whatever indicators you use or want to use. But, excuse me. But still, it's definitely still possible. We're literally just doing this and just consolidating. Whoops. We just do like that, I guess. And then we can just do something like that. Alright, so if it can break up. I don't see why I can't do this. I literally don't see why I can't do this in a matter of like 15, 20 minutes. So, yeah. So when we're in a position like this, I don't trust anything. So, I mean, I think out of the money, they're still decent for what they are in these positions for like a gamble. But besides that, I mean, I might want to get back in. So I might just be willing to waste $45. I don't know. I kind of want to, but I don't know. Asking 16 for him, I feel like it's kind of aggressive. Lazy fellow Dow. Yeah. Are you talking about, is that Dow Chemicals you're talking about? Or like the Dow Jones? It's so attractive. The out of the money calls, or like any call, is just so attractive where it is. Like the fact that if this breaks up, the price of any call right here, like in the money, goes up almost 200, like $170 any in the money. And the fact that this leads to this here, it means it could easily be up, like it could be $500 off of. This is like a 3 to 4x potential that they have, um, here, which is why I think it's so attractive. We're probably seeing a lot of buying here. I don't think this means that means it's going to win whatsoever at all. But I think that's probably why we have some buying here. Maybe some people covering also as well. So I don't feel like gambling. If we can start to break up, though, maybe I'll definitely do it. Since we're pretty close, we only have an hour left. If we can start to break up, I'll definitely get some like maybe 150s, 155s. I think not 150s, 155s. Right? I think 155s. I guess 155 and one. I don't remember what intervals they're in. I think it's 150, 125, 50, 155, 157, 50. Yeah, so 155s would have been what it was. So. But yeah, it's a pretty boring day. Pretty boring day. I'd like to see the 4 hour change. Maybe dudes, probably nothing. There's nothing for this. Literally nothing for this. Oh wow, mortgage rates are above 6%. Holy crap! I guess that's with that last announcement of the. Oh man. Wow, the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate climbed to 6% this week. Wow, up from 5.89% last week and 2.86% a year ago. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, I still don't see anything. I don't think there's anything for this. I will say, as we get close, I mean, it's just so wedged. It's kind of annoying because, like, as we get closer, we kind of have like our favorite time frame, huh? Because Apple is usually the easiest way to determine where everything goes. I don't know if you've noticed most of the time, if Apple shoots up or it looks bad, everything suddenly shoots down. Or if someone like sometimes virus comes in and says the Nasdaq just shot down, it's like, well, yeah, it just looked bad. Apple just seems to be the easiest way for me, anyway, without without having to look at everything else. I'd rather just look at one thing, maybe glance at the VIX instead of looking at, like, I find Apple. If we think about Apple, also, it's like almost 8% of the S&P or something. I don't know. Someone's telling me it's like 8%. I thought it was like 5 or 6 or something like that. Um, but it's Apple is one of the most heavily weighted stocks It's almost on every single ETF. If I'm correct, it's on the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P. So it's the heaviest weighted stock on every single major indice. Um, and it's on a lot of ETFs, the Vanguards and all that other kind of crap. So it's just heavily weighted. So from that perspective, if I was trying to explain it, that could be why. But I've just found that Apple just shows signs before the rest of the market does. And it's just easier for me to look at Apple. Now, if there's something on the other ones, I look at those every now and then also as well. But I've already kind of have an idea. Like Dow's already under everything. So like we can go to the Dow. Dow's already under every single thing that's around it. Let me see if we do this. So the Dow's already under everything. I already know that. Nasdaq, it's already doing its thing. A little sketch with the day. But I mean, it can recover. And then we also have the SPY here as well. Yeah, sure. Assume the rest of the market pretty much. So it is good to look at these. Like we can see that we might expect something like this, but still not a big fan. So we can see some things on some of these days like this, and we turn over right next to it. Like Nasdaq also on the 26th, we turn over right next to it. We can see some of those things. So I'll like look in between for them. So I will admit, like in one perspective, this actually is really bad where it starts. Even when these things push up, when they push down, they usually have a lot more pressure downwards. So that is something that it is good to look at these and know. But besides that, the 4 hour that it's already kind of through it's all the way down here, and the SPY is not all the way down. So, and I'm really looking for the VIX. So, and then I just kind of come back to this one. So I just take a look at those, come back to this one, and see. So, but I just find it easier over time to look at this. Now the other, like I said, the other ones are important, but we can look at multiple of them to kind of get an idea. We can look at Apple here, and we can see like up here, and then we can kind of see our big drops in there. So they supplement each other more or less. But unless there's something huge, I usually just turn Apple. So, I mean, there's so much to gain here for bulls, so we'll see. So much to gain. They did this yesterday in the last 30 minutes, so I don't see why they couldn't do it. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Well, it also got hit hard with the market, but yeah, it definitely got whatchamacallit. Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, I think that's always how it is for a lot. There's always so many people that will buy stuff. I will say that ETH did look decent. The issue is like the market at the end of the day for me. I think it could have done fine if no, ETH like not really. So I was gonna say the market, but the kind of issue I think ETH also had is also, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of in between. It really is a buy the rumor, sell the news at the end of the day. One of the biggest issues I had with ETH was like we had 4 twos. It's really sad that it couldn't push up through any of this and it had to push back down. I mean, this shouldn't have been that strong per se. But still, it's a little bit sad to kind of see it just get wrecked down. So, we have this that's kind of nice. We have Reliance, right? And we have the other one also as well. But, I mean, I feel like, yeah, the 2 and a 4 really should push this down, even though they've been pretty strong. So I think, yeah, it really was a buy the rumor, sell the news. There's technicals for it, but I don't think they should have been as strong as they were. So yeah, for that, I think, yeah, you're right. It really is. Oh, Tide? Yeah, sure thing. Let's see. Here, 1 second. Let me actually check this out real quick. I'll check Tide in a second, because it looks like we're about to break up. I'll throw $30 in. And this is the last thing I'm going to do for whatchamacallit. 1 second. I'll look at Tide in a minute. Okay, we'll see what happens. Let me look at Tide now. I think we're going to shoot up, but we'll see. If I lose money, I lose money. I don't care. Technically, the better thing to do is wait for the 5 minute to end above it and see. But I'm probably going to go take a break after this real quick and go mow the lawn. So let's check what Tide's doing. Uh, 5 minute, what the hell? 7-9. I mean, just based off of what Apple is doing, I like Tide, but we'll see what happens. Did we look at this? I feel like we looked at something just like this the other day. It started super high up and it came all the way back down to like the support area. I mean, we'll see when we go into like lower detail here, but I mean, for the most obvious point, without even looking at averages, it just makes sense to buy it when it gets when something gets bought up all the way here in like pre-market and it just comes back down. Usually, it just makes sense for me anyway to buy it because it seems like a pretty safe spot. But I mean, it's pushed up a little bit. We'll see. And then there's the rest of the market, but I mean, it's so small. Like, what's the goal or intention with Tide? I guess I don't know what the liquidity is on it, how easy it is to get in or out, or any of that stuff. Oh, it's got volume on it. It's so cheap though, 4.5 million when it's not even a dollar. It still looks like it has some liquidity, but 17 million market cap. It's super small. I like what it looks like it's doing with consolidation here. The market could push up. It should push up. Not a lot of time to really see this. Run about a 15 minute. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. This one's tough. I mean, if anything, I think this is an okay entry spot, but that's pretty much the same thing I would have said with anything down here. It has nothing to do with these lines, really. That's just because it's like we pushed all the way back down into this area. From this perspective, I don't trust this, though. I mean, we could go with something. I don't trust this. That's my biggest issue. If the market pushes up here soon, we could maybe see something push up. I'd like to see it over 0.8362. But, I mean, it looks like it's consolidating here. The rest of the market's been consolidating. It looks like it just dropped with most of the market today. I don't know if it would have done this normally. It looks like it probably would have anyway. But it's hard to say on this one. I mean, to me, it's like kind of a gamble. It depends. I wouldn't like trade it, but I think it could be decent for an investment if someone was trying to invest something in it. That's my opinion on it, though. Personally, I'd like to see it start something above this. Otherwise, somewhere down here. But, like, if I was to enter in this, it would have been here. And this is, 15 minutes to get into this? It's not really a long time. And I don't really feel that confident about it. Like, I just don't feel confident about it when I look at it. That's my big thing about it. I don't feel super confident. I can see it going up, but I don't look at it and go like, yeah, it definitely looks good. Obviously, I like the longer data as possible, and something that just opens just will never have long data. I mean, this is tragic because it just shoots up through it. This is what you'd hope it never does, I suppose. It's kind of crazy too, from 0.8. Very pumpy and dumpy. I mean, I think we could say this much at least, is I really don't want to see it just at least fall through like here. Like, I would want it to break this trend, so if it can continue this trend and do something up here, I think that would be really cool. I still think we're pretty likely to push up for the day and push up hard. I don't know how that impacts it. Maybe it will impact it. If we do push up on like Apple in the market, maybe it just, and we don't get a chance to even it's like an out of the money call. It seems like a gamble. I don't, you know what I mean? Kind of like that. I think it looks good to push up, and I think it's probably been pushed down a lot by the market. But September 12th was a big day, so we pushed up September 12th. A lot of stuff pushed down September 13th. A lot of stuff pushed down today. So overall, it seems like it's moving with the market. But the market's also kind of like right now. So I could see it pushing up because that's like the easiest thing for it to try to do to regain a lot of losses. And technically, we're at the bottom. I mean, I put another like $50 back in here on 4 calls up here for 157.50 strike price. I think I'll tell you this much at least. I think it's possible if we continue this going up. We'll have to see what happens. The bears would probably want to strike it here, but if we can get something, especially that ends up here, I mean, we could be ending the day up here. So these 16 cents per calls that I got could easily be 150 at the end of the day. You know. That's what I think. But like, if we really do reverse from here and are able to end the 4-hour back in the trend, we should continue pushing up, and we might be able to push up a lot. So the amount of bullish sentiment of this breakup, I think, is really big. We'll see what happens, though, because there is like something I think right about where we are at 15.13. But if, you know, there's just a lot to gain. So if this is going to be like the low, and we come back into the trend, which we have to come back into the trend, which I think is only really determinable at really on the 4-hour change. Because technically, if we really think about this, is if we don't start above, they could just. So we'll have like this here, 15.30, whatever, 15.40. But if they can stop us around here, we'll still start at 4 hours somewhere here. Now, with the trend coming up, we could just continue to push up. But it does look like it would have a little bit of bearishness from that perspective. Not as much bullishness as possible. So I think they're kind of like just where they are. We'll see what happens. You know, I think long gambles can be taken, but nothing seems for sure right now whatsoever at all, to me anyway. And really in either direction. What did I delete? I think I deleted something I didn't want to. Oh, that's all. I just deleted this. Whoops. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I would expect to push up at this point. If it pushes somehow back down, I wouldn't be incredibly surprised. I don't really care too much, but I would expect them to have. There's a lot to gain to push it up at least to here. So from that perspective, I think it's okay. But will Tide react to that? And does anything ultimately change unless we end back into the 4-hour? I don't think so. Like coming back up to here and ending here could push us back up, but it's not going to look nearly as good for the rest of the day as if we were able to push back up and like end up here. And then I think we easily could push up more, and we could see the market up at least like 3%, maybe 2.5%, 3%. But I mean, all the way from where it is now, I could still see that. So, but it only has what 45 minutes really to be able to try to do something like that. Bears have a decent reason to try to, you know, just short it again over here. I don't think that's a horrible idea. We'll kind of see. Well, this is horrible, but. Something like kind of like right here. So like even if we do go up, I still see this as a fairly reasonable spot for them to try to just short it again at to keep it here for under here for the 4-hour. So like even though this comes up, I don't think this is super significant as much as it would need to push past this also. But in that same respect, if it was able to push past and just end the 4-hour here, I mean it looks incredible. So maybe looking at Tide, if we can see something in a 4-hour position ending up here, if it can push up here, it'd be pretty nice. Something like that, pretty much. You know. Yeah, I mean, I still think the 4-hour is the biggest determining factor of this. I don't know why we pushed down with no news and no signal. And if we look at Bitcoin's at 19,850. If Bitcoin ends right now if Bitcoin never moved for the rest of the day and ended at 19,850, it might actually, yeah, if this thing literally ended right here, it would pretty much still, if it didn't move, it would pretty much still start the day right above where this would be, because this goes down, I think, this goes down 120, so 120 minus this is 19,850. So if this pretty much didn't move for the rest of the day, it's already at the right place to be able to continue its trend, you know? True. I think that's pretty good. I like those because they're pretty far out of the money. I probably should have gotten some 160 calls, to be honest. I think the 157s are a little bit better, but technically it's a pretty long stretch for a 157.50, and the 160s have to be worth almost nothing. So it's like, from a risk perspective, the 160s probably are a little bit better from that. And then, I mean, because, right, we're looking for a 1-2, which is kind of the issue. So it's like, you know, we want to see the 1, and then obviously, or like a 1-2, whatever. Obviously, it's not like a 2 there, but you know what I mean. We want to see it get to here as the 1, then push up again as the 2. So it does make sense to, I do think actually 160s would be a little better, because also the assumption is possibly, it depends, but if this is a big, oh yeah, mine, I got the same thing. All of mine expire this week. I haven't messed with anything that expires anything farther out than that, because that's just me losing money for no reason. Otherwise, I would have just gotten something in the money. But that's still like sketch, so for me. Not like in general, but just where we are right now. Like in the money calls, that's what I did all the way up top. That's what I did up here. I got 165 puts. I'm not going to get like in the money calls unless I'm pretty certain about it. I mean, I guess out of the money too, but like more so in the money. It's the only thing that makes sense to me if you know, if you believe the price is going to go in a direction. I only had so much faith in this, so. I'd be surprised if a lot of people don't want to just pop it up. We'll see what happens, though. I mean, it's all a gamble, I feel like, with a lot of this, because we have a big deviation in the market, so definitely a huge deviation. Ugly buying after the first bounce, but still don't think it should have warranted this. Like a spread, I mean, you can like sell one, and then you can, I'm not a big fan of selling really anything at all. In the money is, yeah, well, so it's like this essentially. We'll look at it this, like, just in the most basic sense, is that your 160, there's a certain inflection point where these gain prices, so this 160 really gains price once this gets to like 156.50 or 155, or if it just shoots the F up. The crazy thing about them really is that you can sometimes buy a lot of them. You can buy like sometimes 50, 100 of them or whatever if you think it's going to go up. And then you can just, for like 2-3 cents, and then you can just sell them for 6. You see what I'm saying? Or you can sell them for 8. Because a lot of the times they only really kick in that the kind of inflection point once they look reasonable to hit. Because it's always that time and price. So they're so cheap because no one thinks they're really going to get hit. So you have to have a lot of volatility to really make it look good. In the money just means like if you got if you got a call in the money, that means you would just get like if you bought one at 153, that would have been in the money because it's 153.13. So on the base idea of that, essentially within the monies, is they generally, the longer term is more like this. It's not so much as this unless it's really in the money for the short terms. So like if I got something with an expiration date of like at least 3 or 4 months out, like a 153 for a 153 call, I would now be at $17 because there's like other components to it. Theta is one of the things that they call, and there's certain things that calculate how likely something is to do something by X point, and there's ways to calculate by looking at the theta how much value something is going to lose based on the change, or just based on like over day, how much is this going to lose, and that's kind of why theta is important for stuff. IV is important, but generally you can just assume that IV is going to be really high if we've already moved in that direction. So if we've already shot up, obviously calls are going to be expensive because the implied volatility is already high because it's not really implied. There's already so much volatility. So it makes sense, I guess, you imply that there's going to be more volatility. But out of the monies, you're not making $1 per cent that goes up because you also have, you do have like the theta that hits you on the shorter terms, but with those, it's also, I don't remember what it is, if it's like the delta or whatever. I think it's delta is what they'll give you, and delta is the average per, I think, dollar it goes up that you'll get. So I believe, I might be wrong with delta, but I believe if the delta is like 0.75, that means that you're going to get, for every dollar something goes up, you're going to get 75 cents. What do you think would be up $30 based on the move? What do you think would be up $30? What do you mean, what would be up $30? You mean like 30 actual dollars? Like the stock price $30? Because whatever that would be a lot. And those always just inherently cost more. Because you're buying the option to be, you're essentially controlling shares or what happens to them. Now, it is important. I don't think it's going to happen, but it is important. I don't think we're going to end the week over 160, but it is important that a lot of places will. No, I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I ever said you'd be up 30. I was talking about Delta at one point, or I believe it's with Delta. I have to double check. I don't really care about the specifics of it, to be honest. So I never really got into it too much. Market movement's the easiest way to kind of do it when people really want to get into it, but I think that is long gone in my opinion because all market volatility, doing spreads and things like that are just really dangerous. But I mean, yeah, you could easily go up depending on where it hits. If we can get up here and do something up here, I mean, I don't know how much you paid for it, but whatever you bought here, if we actually can get up here before this 130 change, we should be able to strike up here. And if you bought them for like 4 or 5 cents, they should be, I'd have to see the specifics on them, but they should be worth at least like 50 cents at this point. What I've seen with a lot of them, usually they're about 150 towards the end of the week. If you can get the price within like a dollar, $1.50. Like I said, apply volatility. How much it goes up makes a big difference on how much you make. So, which is one of the reasons why I got some down here, just because it's a gamble. But if they do go for something like that, one, even if it doesn't look like it's going to get past here, you can always just sell it there and take profit. So you would strike on them? What do you mean by strike on them? The strike price is just like where it's at. So like I got ones for $157.50. So I have a $157.50 strike price. That's like where the option is. So when I get a call, I get the option to buy these shares at this place. If you just think of it as insurance, is the easiest way to look at it. Like the main reason most people mess with calls is to cover themselves. Most people, I don't believe in my mind, to my knowledge, use calls necessarily like trading. If they're doing spreads, they'll do that. But most longs and like just straight longing is for just covering. So close them. Yeah, I would close it. But that's the nice thing about these is like I don't, especially when they're out of the monies, they lose a lot of like. So if we shoot up here, your stuff could go up 3-4x if it's really out of the money. And then if we sit here for like 20 minutes, you could go back down 30%. You see what I'm saying? Because they're so far out of the money. That's kind of the issue with some of these, So that's why like out of the monies are a little bit tricky sometimes, and it's usually better to just get rid of them or you get more and then you just get rid of some of them on the way because they get wrecked with IV. And especially if you have something. The other thing is like not even so much the data. Data almost really doesn't matter. We have 2 days left because you're only gonna have so much anyway. But it's just the idea really of when do we think something's gonna hit by what point. So you know, pretty much. So, but I usually don't. I'm not a big like gambler on them. I'm just bored today, and nothing's really going on. And I'm like, okay, let's see if we can just get this. Because if this is like really cool, I don't mind. Like I feel like my odds are still pretty decent. It's gonna look worse soon, and I'll just like if we don't get, like we could still trend up if we don't hit here by 130. But if we don't hit up here by 130, I'll probably just get rid of them because I don't want to hold them tomorrow. They're gonna get wrecked. You know, they only have 2 days left, so the chances of getting up here is very unlikely if we don't do it in the way that I want to see it happen. So we'll see. I mean, it's like weird stuff going on anyway. So I don't have a lot of confidence in this stuff. So it kind of is what it is. You know, I can see this pushing up, but at the end of the day, it's the fact that we're all the way down here is really weird. The fact that, you know, like if we really are that's in that sketchy of a spot, why is the VIX still down here? You know, so there's just a lot of things that just seem weird about it. So it's kind of like a Hail Mary pass if you think about it like that. In this sense, I'm not a financial advisor, so I don't make recommendations. But more or less, I definitely, if I was going to, don't recommend most people doing it most of the time, unless you're bored or they're really out of the money. So, like I said, it's a decent strategy sometimes, depending on, most of it's just having a decent idea of what could happen and what's going to happen. Yeah, pretty much. So, you know, we'll see what happens. At the end of the day, I'm bored. Most of this, like I said before, if I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't even have been here, honestly. I don't know if I would have looked at any of the market at all today. I would have taken a look at it. I don't think I would have really gotten a crazy position here because the bottom to me is still 150, so that is a little bit sketchy where we are now. But like, I want to see if I would just look to see if we could end here, and then if we did end up here, then I would take a position. That's what I would be doing. Roblox? Yeah, I'll check Roblox. I mean, Roblox is probably not going to do anything on earnings outside of what the market does, so I think we'll get a pretty decent idea what the market wants to do. I gotta go to the bathroom in a second, but I think we'll get a pretty decent idea what the market wants to do with this 4-hour change, but that's probably the best way to look at Roblox, to be honest, is where we end. Because the market, I mean, it could do stuff, it's just got to do stuff. So, it's got to do a lot, to be honest. It's got to do a lot, and I think it's possible, but it's just got to do a lot, you know. Okay. I don't know how much it would have mattered anyway, to be honest. Maybe it would have. My thing is, if the market looked good and the earnings were good, then that. But I would look at the market as like a multiplier or like a set value and then a multiplier, like as both. Like if the market looks good for anything, obviously it doesn't apply because Roblox you said doesn't have earnings, but the market look good, which I think we'll obviously see if it can just get back up into here. I'm sorry, I can't. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. One second. I'll be right back. So I got a whatchamacallit, but what you would do here generally with like an out of the money call is now that we got the pump up, what you would do here is you would sell some of them depending on the increase in price, and then what you would do essentially from here, because this is the fighting point, and we do have like another 30 minutes possibly, and then possibly reposition up here. I don't think it's ever really best to get rid of all of them. Honestly, I think it looks really good for us to just keep doing this. I'm not going to sell mine because I don't really care, to be honest. But I will say, the correct way to do it with out of the money calls, when you have the initial, so when it comes to options, Elliott wave kind of stuff is important in a sense, or just like the idea of like the impulses. So on the impulse, everything's going to be much, much more expensive in that sense. So you really want to get on those things because it looks most likely to do that. One second. And you can lose a lot of money in between if it just doesn't go anywhere. But it's the safest way to like protect capital anyway, because options can can wildly vary, I guess. Maybe that's what I want to say. So like what I would do here is like, I mean, it depends because you get hit with a day trade with this stuff, but like I would get rid of some of them. It just depends what you do. It depends how much they go up. Like 160s are so far, it's possible they only went up like a penny or two, which could be like 25%. I'm not positive, you know. So that's definitely something there. And then kind of like as we see this structurally, we have a second place up here. You see what I'm saying? And like what we could do is because we expect that there could be some resistance here, and we know this is the fighting area, get rid of. So a lot of this is I have to see for day trading again. I can't remember if you can day trade infinite times on the same asset. I think you can. It's been a while. I'm not sure what the specific rules on it for. But the point is that when you have really out of the monies, you generally don't want to hold them through these areas. I think this looks good to still push up anyway, but you can see how we're fighting a little bit less. And when you look at the price of them, they'll gain like 20% sometimes when this happens, and then sometimes they'll like lose 10% of that. They'll only have like up 10%. So I still think the whole thing is like pretty nice. But the nice thing is it's I don't know, it's moving in the direction that we kind of expected it to. So if it breaks above this, it's pretty Gucci, to be honest. I would think of maybe if we do break above this, getting rid of some right here might be good. It really depends, because if we can end the 4 hour, like I said, if we can really end the 4 hour back up here, the rest of the day should just be going up. I don't know how far up, but it should be trending up. So like I said before, this is where the bears are going to want to fight and really stop it. I don't know if they can, but this is where the bulls are really going to buy, and this is where the bears are really going to try to sell. So this is the real fight for the day, in my opinion. And it's not going to look good for bears if they can't hold it. So they're really going to need to hold this. This ending anywhere above this line is really bad for bears. It's really, 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 really bad for bears. If we want to look at it that way. So yeah, well, that's how it works when you're right on it. But the thing is like sometimes there's things in between. Like I said, I can usually see a decent amount of these things. That's why I don't necessarily care about all the specific like delta data or like what the delta on something is. Well, actually, delta is usually pretty important to an extent, or the change in price. But the more accurate you are at this stuff, the less a lot of that matters, because you're just right, and options are time, or like price increase or decrease over time, right? So it doesn't matter if it's going to go up or down. It matters how quickly it's going to do it, depending on the option that you have. So far, this looks pretty good for bulls. Hopefully, they can keep pushing it up. We'll see what happens here. But the thing is that if they can hold it down here or whatever, a lot of the times those will collapse. And you can lose a lot of value very easily. So that's always kind of one of the things for it. And so that's why sometimes like the ones a little might be a little bit more or a little bit better. So like that's why I think if they're super far out, I usually think as long as day trade isn't an issue, if it's like a cash account, then I usually think for like the out of the monies, if it goes up like, yeah, I think the easiest way to look at it is if you just understand that the main purpose people use it for is insurance, and then you kind of think about these concepts under the idea that these are insurance policies, and then you just look at it as people trading insurance policies, trying to just make money off of it, but that's not the real purpose of it. It usually makes a lot more sense, right? Because the more likely something is to happen, the more likely people want insurance on something, you know. So, and that's why some of these points are really important, because the worse it looks, the less someone's going to want insurance. So we have to break above here. And if we don't break above here, and if we kind of get held, I think the big part here is the 130. So for me, I'm just going to sell mine if we don't get back up before 130. And it's kind of like whatever, because I got in down here, so I should at least break even when I got in, or I got in like here. But I should at least break, I got in here. But I should at least be like broke even if we like end somewhere around here or whatever. So yeah, I mean, because like technically you have the right to get that much, and I'll tell you 100%, if you don't have anything set up in your account right now to say no, what they will do, which I doubt it'll happen, but what they will do is if this ends the week at 161 or $160.01, they will actually buy, for each contract you have, they will actually buy you all 100 shares, and you'll be negative money, but you will have the equity. You see what I'm saying? And then like, so that's why it's important to like get rid of these, or make sure that if they're going to get close in the money or in the money, you just get rid of them, because you don't actually want to hold it. Otherwise, you're going to have like a couple hundred, you're going to have like tens of thousands of dollars of Apple. But I mean, that also assumes that they go up, and if they did end at 160, your $200 would be like worth way more. So you probably wouldn't even hold it towards that, but that is always something to consider when you long calls. I don't know. I'm pretty sure on your brokers you can. It varies, I believe. On Robinhood, I think they have something that says like, "Hey, it's been a while since I've looked at it, but it's not really a big deal for you." But you just look for it. You should be able to find it. But like I said, it's not a big deal for you, because at that point, no offense, you're not going to do it, but you'd be an idiot to not sell. Like if it came all the way up here, each of those would be worth, or if it ended at 160, each of those would be worth almost like $100, or like at least $100. So you would have like $2,500, and so not selling it. No, roll position is when you want to roll it over the next week. So I believe with roll position, like I said, I only mess with like the standard. I don't go into it too much because I just look at the market moves. But roll position should be if you want to extend it over into roll over into the next week for it. So, but it's not something you have to worry about. Like, it's so out of the money. It's not something you need to worry about. So. And I know for, like, it's something to look for later. I'll check on my Robinhood or whatever you're on later and see. But you can kind of see how we're turning around a little bit. So you kind of see what I'm saying, how there's certain points where it just makes more sense. And if you look at the price of it, usually when you have these consolidation or selling periods, you'll be up like 30%, and then if you check it again, you'll be up like 15, because you also have people buying it up, and that also increases just the short-term price on it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at these, and depending how far out of the money, they have to hit certain points to really get up a lot more. And so that's why, like, for this, I was saying, like, here makes sense to do it. And then if we see something up here, so we still have to like 130. But when you kind of look at it in this sense, it's a little bit easier. I think depending on like trading out of the money's cash account's a lot easier, because you expect to get a lot depending on what the movement is. The only issue is you have to be pretty right, and you have to be pretty accurate on it to be able to get it. So at the end of the day, I don't really think it's always advisable in smaller areas, but bigger areas the better, I think, in a sense. So But we'll see. I mean, this could head all the way back down. There's nothing that bulls really need to do here until 130. So this is just kind of where it is. But you'll get an idea with those. But they'll start losing value pretty quickly because they're so out of the money. Um, so they fluctuate quite a bit based on a lot of things. But the easiest way we can look at it is based on the likelihood it'll actually just hit. And if we get above here, it looks really likely to hit. We'll have a lot of push up, but this is, like I said, this is also where bears want to fight it. And if we also kind of look at it from this perspective, a lot of people buy and sell puts and options, so it makes a little bit more sense in some of these ranges why people are going to keep it there. That makes more sense towards like Friday. Usually they want stagnation in these prices. I see more often than not, because you want most of these puts and these calls just to lose value towards the end of the day. And as people deleverage their positions, they want to lock positions in. They don't want to have too much variability, because that just increases the risk for them. But yeah, so I mean, you kind of see now what I'm saying. That's why a lot of these, like even when they're out of the money, the best way is like boom, boom. See what I'm saying? And then you just wait, and then boom. So I had to see on this. I had to look that back up. I don't know for like non-cash accounts where you get your money back immediately. I don't know if that hits you with multiple day trades. I think you can. Let me see. I don't want to say it. I don't take this as my word, but I believe, I have to look it up. I believe if you trade the same thing back and forth, you can day trade it as much as you want in that day. I believe it's different assets, but I might be wrong on that. Because I know even with one, like let's say I buy 100 of something and I sell 50, that if I don't have like a cash account or over 25K, that'll hit me with a day trade. But if I sell the next 50, that's not going to hit me with a day trade because it's still that same position. So I'm not sure if it's position based that you get and then you deleverage or get rid of that position, or if it's asset based. Like if I'm buying the same stock or the same option with the same strike price and everything. So I'd have to see for that stuff. I'm not the guru of options whatsoever at all. I just do long. I just try to keep it simple with it. I'm not a big fan of like doing spreads or whatever the contour whatever it is, and all that other kind of crap. I'm not all about that. Variable puts, I'm not about all that kind of stuff. So I do get that stuff a long time ago, but there's so many things. What a lot of people used to do, because things used to just go up so much, is they just used to have these spreads where they just buy and sell, and they just make so much money because it would just stay in the range, and they pocket the difference because the stuff they'd sell would never be in the money, so they never had to actually pay anything out. And they just pocket that small difference. But to me, it's like pretty dangerous. You have a fixed amount you can lose, but it just kind of is what it is. Like if I gosh, I don't want to explain it. I have to read up on it a little bit more because I don't want to say like one thing that's partially wrong about it. But there's usually like a fixed amount you can lose. So I've never really cared to look into it. I used to, but the market just seemed all over the place, and I just wasn't a big fan. So now if the market I doubt it ever will go back. So I don't know if I'll ever care, to be honest. I'm gonna be straight up. And then like depending on how you really go into it, there's other things you can do, and you can get out of your positions too. But then it's almost like it almost defeats the purpose because if you kind of know what direction something's going to go in, I still think long puts and long calls, like buying them and not selling them, I never sell. I never sell, and I don't think I ever will. It's just not my thing, and not something I'm interested in. Yo, what's up, first time? Let's see what we do. We got some movement. Did I get water? No, I didn't. Okay. I thought I got water earlier. Let's see if the Bulls can. I'm not bearish on Apple. Oh yeah, like now technically where it is, I am. I'm bearish on Apple until we can get up here. I mean, this movement made sense. Like I said before, this especially when we were breaking up through here, it definitely made a lot of sense. But this is the fighting play, so I'm bearish on Apple right now. But I mean, we still have the 4 hour. A bull at any time just has to spend a lot of money, but not that much, to push this up. And if they can get it to end here, we should just continue up for the rest of the day. So, like, to me, this looks like a decent amount of money they can spend, but relative to what they get out of spending here, I don't think this is really that bad. They could push it back down if they want. I don't really care. You know what I mean? I don't have any like crazy serious position or anything, and I have to sell my stuff that I got. I'll just sell it. It doesn't literally don't care whatsoever at all. So, you know, technically, I mean, if I really cared, I'd just take my own advice, where I would have just sold it out here and then just waited for us to come up here. But I don't care. If I had a lot larger of a position, let's say if I had like several $100 or like $500, or if I had like $1,000 for it, I would 100% have just sold out here. So, and then just waited to get back in here, you know. So, I think that's the easiest way to do it. It just kind of depends. With a cash account, it's a lot easier. If you don't have the 25K, you don't get your funds. So, like, let's say I have a cash account and I get, let's say, like with the 50 or whatever in here, you know, depending on what it is, I don't know, maybe it moved up like 30 or 40%. So I could sell that out, and then that's like, you know, 70. So I'm not going to get that 70 tomorrow, but then I can just buy another 50 and or whatever it's worth up here and then get that movement, you know. But you don't get hit with the day trade. So, unless the day trade works the way I said it was, I don't remember if it's the position or if it's a specific asset. So, but this still looks really nice. I like the fighting here. So, I mean, this will be a really interesting day if they can push it back up. And like I said before, I really hope they can push it back up, mainly because, you know, it just feels, I don't know, it would just bring everything back into the trend, and it would just bring some normalcy to what we're doing. So, wouldn't be incredibly surprised if it doesn't. I mean, it could go either way. It makes just as much sense for me as bulls. I don't know who wants to win. All I can do is say, this perspective, I could see them wanting this, and that perspective wanting that, and just looking at it as, we sold so much for the first half of the day. If they can't keep it up here, we're probably gonna push down for the next half. So, or if it does push up, I don't want to be any part of it. So then I'll just wait for tomorrow, and I'll wait for the, you know, see what happens. But technically, we'll have the 4 hour end somewhere here, so we'll have to see what goes on with that. It's a little bit sketch. But with an uptrend, I still could see this technically pushing back up to this. So that's my kind of issue right there. In a sense, if it does switch over here, I would expect this to fail more likely than not. But if it ended somewhere, I don't know, maybe a little bit higher, something like that, it might not be bad. So kind of mixed now a little bit on this. VIX looks like it's getting wrecked back down too, so we'll see what happens with the VIX. Now it's all the way back down here, so we have high, lower high, like end, base, and lower high in the wick, lower high in the wick, lower high in the wick so far. So we'll see. I mean, it looks more bullish in the short term anyway, just from this perspective right here. So none of the other stuff might matter with the 4 hour change. I'm not really completely sure how to quantify the 4 hour change right now, I'm going to be honest with you. After we came down and hit, it's a little bit difficult for me to kind of like value it, I guess, in a way, not to quantify, but value it. You know. So, but we can see time and time again with this VIX, for some reason, like, of course, we have holes here, but I mean, it's always important to realize that just because a hole's there, like, right, well, I could find other places, right? We have holes here, up, down, up, down, up, down. So to me, it's also something to note here that it constantly gets knocked down. So we'll see what happens, but this is just a weird area. So we got, what, 8 minutes? What's Apple? Fix, go Apple left side. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tide, what I was looking at before, I feel like it wants to go up with the market, or at least up, and the market kind of just, I don't know if it's up with the market or if it's just up in general, but it definitely does get wrecked when the market gets wrecked, um, which is like, so it does seem to go up with the market somewhat, so it would make sense, because this is also like a big turnaround, if they can turn around here. No, I don't think so. Is tomorrow a holiday? It shouldn't be. Bro, is tomorrow a holiday actually? No, it's not. No, no. I was gonna say it didn't look to me like it was a holiday because I remember seeing the 16th as a day on the chart. If it's a holiday on something, you'll see like if tomorrow was a holiday, you would see here like it would go from September 15th immediately to September 19th. We wouldn't see the holiday. It just cuts it out if there is one, or it takes the day out and removes it. Yeah, I think I looked at Zom a while ago. I haven't seen it in a bit. I don't remember what it stands for. I know I have it on my list somewhere. Oh, never mind. I thought it was I have ZM, not Zom. I feel like maybe you mentioned Zom before. Let me see. Maybe not. For some reason I thought I have Zoom or ZM and ZS. A bit of a mover. Yeah, a little sketchy with some of the stuff recently. Although I think a lot of it's probably just the market going wild. It's hard sometimes to tell with some of these when the market's just going crazy back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I really hope we can get above this before the 130. I'm not exactly sure how to value this if we don't get above. I still think it's more bearish, but I could see it trying to trend back up a little bit. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it. They have it in a place where we need to move this over. We have 5 minutes left. I'm not like a huge fan to be honest, but I don't hate it, but I'm not a huge fan. It's not doing what I wanted to see if we can't end above. So hopefully it pushes up. I'm hoping it pushes up here in the last 5 minutes. I feel somewhat unlikely on it though. I don't really care though, because I'll just open my app when we get to whatchamacallit, 129 if we're not above here. But the nice thing is that we can see, like, even if no one else is looking at this, they can see in the short term that there's resistance in these areas. So if we can push up here, everything should be coming together. So this is the time to push it. This is the time that you get the most value out of your buck for pushing it up. So if people want to spend the least amount of money and manipulate something or push it in whatever way they want, this is the place to try to do it, right? I think they need to get it up quite a bit, though. They need to get it up. Because when we look at the 4 hour, I'm pretty sure, like, this is on a shorter term of that line, but I believe, which I still like this trend line here. I'm a little mixed because the 4 hour, I believe, is at like 1540, if I remember correctly. So technically, if we're not above 1540 in 3 minutes, then it'll technically still be under. So hopefully it can just push and end above 1540. It's only 20 cents and it's out of like 1.5 or like 150. So out of that, it's like a fifth of a percent. Really, not even. It's like a seventh of a percent. It's not a lot. So it only needs to move up a seventh of a percent in the next 2.5 minutes. So hopefully it can do it. It looks nice to do it, right? It looks like that's what they're trying to do. It certainly looks like they're trying to do, but at the same time, it also makes sense for bears to make sure that it just doesn't come above. So my issue here is like the 4 hour won't be the best, but this could keep trying to trend up. I'm not sure if we don't get above. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just saying what's in my mind. I'm not sure If we don't end above at least, well, if we don't end above at least the trend line, I'm definitely not going to like it. Even if we're not above the 4 hour, I'll probably just exit. I will just exit my position because I mean, I want to see something specifically, and if I don't see what I want to see, I don't really want to be in something. I have a great feeling about it though, but it's sometimes like that. If it's a decent feeling, what can be done is like a little bit, just like reducing the position instead of getting rid of everything. So, but just as much as there's a reason for bulls to push it up here, there's a reason for bears to try to keep it down. It seems weird that I'm making such a quip or whatever over a big deal over like 30 cents, but still. We'll see what it does. Yeah, so those those calls I got are up almost 40%. So even if I sell out, even if this fails, no matter what, I'm still up. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens with it though. We got 1 minute left. I'd like to see it push up in this one last minute. So this is why I say, like, overall, I think the safest thing is still with these to to just wait until it comes back above. So, but we got another 30 seconds. Obviously, it's still late for you guys, so you might want to look at your own. Well, you'll see if it shoots up or not, though. Okay, position. Let's see. 24. We'll put it a little bit lower just in case. 17 seconds. I don't like it, so I'll wait for it to come back up. I'm going to sell mine at 24. Price filled, and then we'll see what happens from here. It could still push up. The thing is still here, so that's still something to recognize. I just didn't see what I wanted to see specifically, so I'm just going to wait. And if we can get something up top, then great. But I don't like where the 4 hour ended. I don't like that we don't have anything here. So for me, this is pretty ugly. Or it feels a lot more difficult than not. So, but what we could also do possibly is, if it does come back up into this range, another consideration could be like an in the money call possibly. I don't like it where it is now though. We didn't hit where I wanted to by 4. We're relatively close to it also as well. We could push up. I mean, it doesn't look horrible. I've seen things like this with a nice trend upwards where it wants to push up. My concern is if we push up to 154.39, you can see what I was saying on this last 4 hour. See, we're targeting this 40 right here, 154.40. So we could push up. My concern now is if we do push up to 154.40, my concern would be possibly not getting back up in it. So really, we started out, I could see this pushing up to it, but I could also see this just even ignoring the 4 hour and what we see in the short term. I could see this just falling all the way back down. So technically, I don't want to be in this. If we can come back in here and like start, you know, like another 4 hour, then I'll get into something. But until then, it's not something that I'm interested in. You know, and it's not something I want to be a part of. So I think it's as simple as that with a lot of it. Sticking to what do I want to see, and as long as what you want to see makes sense, you know, it's fine to not make profit all the time because like what you want to see is good. You know, like if there's certain things that generally happen for something to go in a direction, as long as you try to stick to that, like even if you're not making money on everything, you're still. If you're only looking, you know what I mean. As long as you're chasing things that you know make money, like you might not always make as much, but you'll at least limit losses in places where you would have made more. Because like I was saying, I mean, you can see I don't mess with this stuff anymore. Like I said, I was in whatchamacallit. I'll see if I can even find it. It's so long ago. anything besides this. Let me see if I can find it though. I have zero, I'm gonna be honest, I have zero idea how to navigate Robinhood app. I feel like they changed it on me. Actually makes no sense. Okay, here we go. That's weird with their option events. I don't even know if it... Okay, so I couldn't even show it even if I wanted to. It looks like it only shows option... Wait, does that mean option event? Honestly, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it from here. If it takes me too long, I'm just going to give up in a second. I don't really care. It's going to take me too long. I've messed with too many back in the day. I was just looking for the one specifically I was talking about Yvonne a long time ago, but I stopped caring, to be honest. It's really not a big deal. It's literally just me losing money after being up money. Being up like 6K or something like that. It was just out of the money, which you can see it's not hard. Like being up 4x on a super out of the money, but not getting out when at the first sign of resistance and hoping for copium to push you up instead of just waiting to get pushed up. Was the point I was just trying to make, but I'm not wasting that much time. Yo, what's up, MMK? Monkstum? I know there has to be a Val. Can I buy a Val? Is this what do you call it? Does your stream need sub? I don't think so. I mean, you don't have a sub, right? A friend of mine can't join for the stream button on the right side toolbar isn't there. He doesn't have the streams beta. What I would say maybe is go here. I'll give him a link to it. Here, let me. I'm not sure how they have it, to be honest. I'm not the guy, but if he's having issues, he can also go here. You can also go there if he's having issues. The other thing, like I said, every single time you ask, like, this is what I learned at an MSP. You ask me how to do something, you tell me you have an issue, the first thing I'm just going to go to is the help and just see, honestly, and just see if there's anything in here. I don't know, honestly. I mean, it should be over there. I'm not really sure. Let me see streams. No, that's rules. And you can kind of see the key thing here also is that even if we are still in the position, just because it's getting wrecked, it's sitting here so long and we have such far out of the monies, we just lose money. You see what I'm saying? So, excuse me. Just because it sits here, even if this did push up, and it did get wrecked here, I would still probably be up just as much if I just sold it right here. I'm not sure. Live stream for you, next questions. Unless they fixed it for Streamlabs, I haven't been able to stream. I want to stream from Streamlabs, and I can have the like and the different settings and stuff. But I have not been able to stream here from Streamlabs. Let me see. To my knowledge, anyway, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why boasted. I think they missed type this. I think they mean boosted, or maybe they do mean boasted. Boast. I'm boasting about something. I mean, that makes sense. Huh. Anyway, but yeah, I'm not sure why he's not seeing it. True. That's cool. So that means if you got cash, you don't get hit with the day trade, right? You just have to wait to get your money back, and then you just trade with whatever else ever you have to you have. I'm pretty sure it's how you have it. Or that's what it sounds like. I don't know what Robin Elite means, to be honest. As long as it's cash, you should be good. So I could always confirm. Usually it like tells you right there. I don't like to assume on anything. Anytime I give any advice, that's one thing I hate. Always the MSP days. Always never assume. It's for me. Yeah, it sounds like as long as you don't have the money that you just sold it out with, then good. Because that means you don't get hit with a day trade. And I think options settle in 1 day, if I remember correctly. So technically, I'm almost positive you get, for me anyway, I know on TD Ameritrade, I get the money back immediately as long as it's just not on the same day. Like if I have an option, whatchamacallit, 1 day and then I sell it, hold it next day and I sell it, I get my money immediately. So. I mean, there's not really much to look at. It's kind of boring at this point. It's probably going to just keep heading down from here. We'll really see. But it doesn't look pretty. This does look a lot worse than it does good. I might even think about, I don't know, it could continue going up. But why do they keep telling me I'm in a position when I'm not in a position? Please, Jesus Christ. Every time I have to get out of my position and get back, or I have to get out of the app and get right back in the app. It's kind of annoying, to be honest with you. So we got 153.50. Options, chains, puts. There's no 153 put. Then we have to break back under 150. 152.50 is not that far away though. Oh, damn it. There we go. Really don't want to do any of this. I'd really, whatchamacallit, I'd really like us to just have a definite direction. I don't like this. My first thought here is that, like, my first thought is a 153.20 or 152.50 put is probably pretty decent for where it is. But it could still lose money, but I might just, I don't know, do I want to, I don't like any of this stuff because it's not definite. Though it does look like I do have a strong, I don't know, we'll see. I don't want to say anything right now. It's like whatever. These are just small things to just do stuff in the meantime, to be honest. So, but I mean, technically, I could have put more money on them. It's not really like a huge deal. You can see like the gains that you can get from it, but these aren't the trades I like. Or like this isn't like the environment I really like. I like it when we have a more definite direction. So it's kind of sad, but it does look like, I will say, I mean, there's a difference between selling a position and being short or having a put, but it does look very likely we'll reach back. It looks likely that we'll head right back down here, to be honest. It looks incredibly likely. So most likely that put right there will gain 50%, 40 to 50%. I mean, it's kind of dropping already, but like most most likely a one. I mean, someone could get the end of the money, but I think it's 80 cents right now for the end of the week put for 152.50, and that should go to at least about $1.20. Should increase by at least 50 to 60% just on this move down if it makes an aggressive move down, which I feel like it will. So we'll see what happens though. I mean, at least this is something to do, and it's kind of interesting, but it's boring. I mean, not boring, it's just like kind of meaningless in a sense. No, it's not meaningless, I guess. Well, it's not meaningless. Spending time with you guys and going over this stuff and kind of showing you these things and looking at them, I like this. It's not meaningless. But it's just like when you think about like the big areas, if you see what I'm looking at from these other perspectives, like big areas and stuff, it's always like I will say from this perspective, no, I have nothing else to add, to be honest. Because what I can point to is I don't like really where the NASDAQ is so much. I don't hate this doji really. And then there's the SPY also. I don't hate this either. I don't hate anything, to be honest. Like I don't hate any of this stuff. That's kind of my issue here still. Like I don't love this stuff, but I don't hate it. I don't like this 4 hour here, and I still think we need a drop, but like that literally, like we've been looking at stuff mainly with the VIX in mind since August 10th, or August 10th or August 11th, all the way back from here. You know, this is when I was first looking at it and being like, well, wait a second, we're coming back to this big area right here. So from this perspective, it's like, you know, this has been a pretty important thing, even though we kind of just skip through here, but more or less this has been a pretty important indicator on the direction that we take and what we do. But it's like, why are we going down, but the VIX looks like it's then going to come down, possibly, even though we do have the 2 week time frames here. But I guess, like I said before, this could just be, hopefully, what I'd like to see is another day here. Maybe we're creating a big bearish drop, and then we get that weak start right here. And then, like, if we can start another week, I really think we, with any sort of down, so like let's say we sit here and we have a weak start right here. I'd love to see down if possible, but even here it looks great. And then this would be the big day start move, and then boom. So it might be good to pre-position for this, but that would be something next week, right? So I do like this in the sense of like a huge drop possibly, but I still think it's a lot more likely for something that happened next week. And so hopefully we can see something follow through with that. I think that would be pretty cool. So we are kind of like slowly falling off the edge. As long as we don't fall off the edge until like Monday, Tuesday of next week, I'm perfect. At least Monday to Tuesday next week, I like this. Like, this is great, and a lot of money can be made on puts. It's just, you know, it's just whatchamacallit. It's just like, you know, let's not do too much until then. That's kind of my overall feeling with this. So that's my main feeling is like let's just follow the plan. Let's follow the script. You know, improv works, but it's much better when we just follow the script. So that's how I kind of feel about a lot of this stuff. We are the people of the world. Oh my God. I didn't hear the Lofi, and I didn't hear the Lofi, so I turned it up all the way up to my thing, and then it went. This looks pretty bad. I still think it looks likely that we're going to hit this 152.50. So, I mean, this just makes sense with the move. With the switch over here, it makes sense to just switch it into a 152.50 put. So, I mean, at worst, it comes down to here and it bounces, right? And then, like, that's the nice thing about, like, entries, and that's why I always say, especially with puts, always about entry points, or calls, options. I think with anything, obviously with those, but you always
out for like a no loss trade or feel like you're not losing a lot. Especially if you put 500,000 bucks in and you're down like 10% because something just hasn't really moved. That's kind of the worst. Well, it's not the worst. The worst is if you're someone that puts $80 million into SPY calls and you just get wrecked. That's probably the worst. But, you know, maybe that's actually not the worst because that guy had $80 million to put into SPY calls. So, at the top. Let's see if we look at the 152. Position, trade, option, Apple, option. Yeah, so those 152.50s are up like 15% right now. And we haven't like dropped yet. So it could turn around. I only say that because anything can happen. But yeah, we should have another leg down. I mean, it would make sense unless there's something else here on another time frame I'm not looking at as possible. But whoops. Yeah, we can start seeing more and more why they're defending this area up here. I will say the big bearish drop does look like it's coming. I do feel a lot more bearish than bullish. Not so much with this, but what we've kind of been doing here. Of course, if we can ever recover to this area, you know, we're back on. But it does seem like that's going to be a lot, especially as we've seen, you know, I mean, this really was like the biggest bang for your buck. You know, you push it up through here, you get something to look nice. That's the best bang for their buck they could have hoped for, in my opinion. Out of like the whole day. To like try to change the trend. I could just look at how nice this would have been if we could have just ended at 154.40. Here on the 30, even like something like this, we're above here, we're above there. Even on like the 1, we're above, you know, even here, we're still above right here. So we're in the middle, back in this wedge here, boom, push up, we'd start here. Well, 40 would be a little bit under, but at least we'd be over here. So this would be a little questionable, but it would look a lot better than what it does now. So, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's just how I like to think about it, is in that manner. Like I said, it's impossible to tell because it's never going to happen because only one thing can happen once in our lifetimes at one specific point in time, right? Like this candle can never happen again, but still. I definitely should be able to mow the lawn after the market ends. I don't feel that tired today, which is nice. I think it's been so damn slow that there's hasn't been much to really talk about. Still feel like it wants to come down here. I feel like it could stop here. We'll see what happens. But this is like, in my opinion, the second half of the day, so I don't think anyone uses, oh my god, was it 9:30 to 4? Was that 6.5 hours? I mean, you have to be a sick and disgusted, twisted person to use like a, you know what, I'm interested, let's do it. You know what, a sick, twisted person would do this. I want to test it. So we have what, 6 hours, and we have what, 6.5 hours in the day. That's what, 390. Half of 390 is what? Is that 195? Yo, what's up? Oh, damn, Mike. Damn, son. Where'd you find this? Dude, Mike, I haven't seen you in forever. Woo! It's good to see you back, Mike. Dang. We got a Discord if you want the Discord. I can put the Discord in chat for anyone that wants it. Let me just pop this in here. Let me find it real quick. I forgot. Let me see. Edit invite link. We'll have it last for 1 day, and we'll get 10 uses on it. Come on. Boom. Oops, let me do that again, actually. Beep, boop, beep, 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 boop. If you guys ever want to hop in the Discord here and there. Oh, come on, man. Thanks, son. Where'd you find this? Just get rid of the space between Discord and GG, and then you'll be good. Nice, man. Yeah, let me see Bitcoin real quick. I still think it has a chance, but with today, it's looking pretty bad. Like overall, nothing's really so annoying. 1 second. That looks so much nicer. Okay. I'm still the same thing. For me, for a Bitcoin long, is whatchamacallit is here. I mean, we only talk so much because obviously I stream every day, so it's not like I'm only on there so much here and there. But people post up things like that. It's just good to be there in general. And then I can get you to report somebody on YouTube one of these days. Also, apparently XCOM might. Someone create a YouTube account with my name, my name and my profile pic from TradingView. It's kind of annoying. It was funny at first, and it's kind of annoying. But I think it's definitely. I think I love the 22.5 that you have. I think that was like. I mean, I don't know when you got in. If you got in last week, that's insane. Or this week, that's insane. Or that not insane, but that's like really, really good. I mean, I got like a short at the top, but I mean that's a lot of people didn't always necessarily see that. So that's definitely great positioning. Though I'm not really surprised that you did if you did get around here recently. But for me, if we can by September 22nd, if we can get back to 22,000, I did. The issue is that my YouTube account just got created, so most likely YouTube's looking at me saying, "Wait, this account just created this account. They just created this account like a couple weeks ago." So it's like they didn't copy my YouTube account. They're impersonating my TradingView account, but they're using my TradingView picture. You see what I'm saying? So they have Trendline Boys as their name, but also with my TradingView picture. So at least the profile picture is definitely. I mean, the intention is obvious. But I figure, algorithms, the more that people report it, it's not a huge thing at the end of the day. It's just annoying that, like, in real life, or whenever I tell people about the YouTube account, so this is the issue. I have, like, 2 subscribers on YouTube. I just made mine. Somehow they have 5,000 views, but they have 8,200 subscribers. So every time you type Trendline Boys, they're right at the top. Now I'm lucky if I'm right under it. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm putting out videos every day, like update videos. So, I'm getting higher up on the list or whatever, but it's just obnoxious that I have to be like, no, not this Trendline Boys. This one's just someone that impersonated my account. Go to this one. And that's what's annoying me. But if Bitcoin can get right here by here or here by here, we're going to shoot up. If we can get here by here, we're going to 100K. And here by here, we can do something. The chance that we get here is probably less than 5%, though. Maybe even less. Yeah, maybe way less than 5%. So, otherwise, I mean, I don't see how we don't just continue, following into the bottom of our range. I'm still waiting for this, but on the short term, I'm still also for Bitcoin waiting. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm still waiting for this. This is what I'm waiting for right now. So, one of these days, we will start under and then push down. And then I'll just wait for that over here also as well. Oh, yeah, sure thing. Yeah, 1 second. Let me find it real quick. Oh my god. Oh. So right now, I just opened up YouTube and my mouse. Okay, there we go. For some reason, my cursor is missing. Hey, so I show up. Okay, I have enough videos now, and because I live stream, I think, I actually show up as the second one. But, 1 second. Like, I literally cannot. can't see my cursor for some reason. Here, down, down, down. Okay. 1 second. Can I do this? Thank you. There we go. So we'll see. I mean, at any moment, Bitcoin could be on a cliff depending how we end. To be honest, where it is nowadays, or where we are today, with kind of like the bearish trend, or like more of a huge cut out of the trend. It certainly wasn't a clean break out of the trend, or I would say like we definitely lost, but it definitely looks like it could be enough to cause Bitcoin to follow into this. Why is my mouse just gone for everything? You guys see this? Even on here, I can't see my mouse. I think you guys should see the same thing too. Like, it's so obnoxious. It's not a big deal for here, but still. Anyway, that's kind of annoying. But I don't know what would have done it. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to check my whatever. It's on. I keep forgetting to check my Twitch, my YouTube. I don't think people really go there though. I only got rated one time by Fiend. I really should though. I'll work on that later. I don't really care. It's not important. Not important right now. Well, I should at least check. I think it's rude not to be honest. Okay, no one here. That's good. And then let's go to Twitch and just check that. This is why I don't. Whoops. This is why I don't like. I have to see. The heck. They say Streamlabs works, and this is why I need to check it, because on Streamlabs, I can actually just have my chat there. Now, I don't think Streamlabs plays nice. Last time I messed with it with TradingView, so maybe they made a change. That's possible, but yeah. So like that's possible maybe. But it's nice because with Streamlabs and my OBS, I can just see my chat. I can see my YouTube, my Twitch chat all on the thing, and I can then just move the TradingView chat over there and see every chat on one screen. But that's like an issue I ran into. I wasn't able to do that. 3128. I don't know. 3128. I mean, I think it's more likely that it will. So one thing that I don't like I said, I like the Apple for everything. I think it's a little bit easier to see. I mean, let me just make sure. Let's first of all, let's double check. Let's make sure that we still see consistencies. I think it's pretty highly likely. I'll look at the similarities, but my thing is I still think this is the range, and the more time we spend up here is we're just buying at a spot that's going to make us come down even harder. So as long as we have similarities between Apple and Dow, which we generally almost always do, yeah, it should come down. But let me double check. They should be looking somewhat similar. So where are these two? Oh, whoops. I'm on a 1 hour. Like, no wonder I have zero idea what's going on. Yeah, right. So we kind of top off over here. Top off, and then, okay, and then we just start heading down on the Dow. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's a high chance. Oh, 31,280. Oh, no. 31,280. I don't think that's a high chance. I'm sorry about that. I thought you were talking about below. Nah, I think it's. We'll see what happens down here. Let's say that. Maybe something happens here. I would like to see this come here. If we can come all the way down here, then I think maybe we could see something nice possibly, but I lost all hope for the market kind of going up when we didn't end above here. And this is like the kind of thing I say, like the more and more you see, like that's what I'm saying. Like you'll see, like just looking at Apple, you can often get a decent idea. Or like if Apple is around some significant average, you can usually get or if you can tell if you feel safe about what direction Apple's going to take, you can usually translate that over to the other indices in a sense. It doesn't mean Apple drops 1%, everything else drops 1%, but the same way the stock market can affect Bitcoin, where they have their own TA, but if Apple's bearish, then most likely the main indices will be bearish. You know, as we kind of see, usually the Nasdaqs are growth, so that usually goes up and down the most. SPY is the second, and usually the Dow is the more safer pick out of all of them, with how much it's going to move in a sense. So that's kind of why I just look at Apple all the time. So, like, we can see Apple looks like it has a bounce place down here, possibly. Yeah, momentum would be very similar. Thank you, Gaurav. That is that you worded it so much better than me. You worded it so much better than me. Yeah, the momentum will be very similar. I'm actually going to steal that from you, so thank you for saying that. I'm going to take that. That's what I'm going to say in the future. Okay. Nice. All right, what's with that ripple at the top? I see that ripple. What's with that minus 2.62%? I see that ripple. At perp, nice. Was that recent? Ooh, nice. 22.59. That was a little bit ago, I think, right? Or no, 19.8. Was that something you just got out of? Maybe. Nice. I'm glad you hide the price too. I think it's often best. My friend said it a couple years ago. I agree. Don't ever share how much money you make. It's so dumb. Either people just want to chase you because you have money, or people are going to want to chase you to rob you because you have money. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I remember one guy a long time ago said this. He said, make money and, Jesus Christ, 75, 125x. Good job, man. I like seeing the high margins on them. What is this on? What can I don't know about all this other stuff. What can I put money on? Are you in America, Mike? Aren't you? I feel like you were in America, right? What can I do? How can I do 75x and 125x leverage on stuff? What brokerage can I use in the United States to gain access to something like that? Ooh, excuse me. I'll give you a crown. Give him the crown. Oh, whoops. Where is it? Oh, wait. Isn't Philippines? Is it different for Philippines? Is that why you're able to? Okay. Yeah, I can't do that. Okay. Nope. Yep. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I can't. There's Binance US I can use, but Binance US doesn't have leverage trading. Unless they added that. I almost can guarantee they didn't. So even though I'm kind of saying that to myself, but I can almost guarantee Binance US hasn't. Binance US is like Binance without any of the good features on it. The leverage, there's no leverage. The volatility, the volume's like okay, but you don't get the same. You don't get the same stuff that you do on the normal Binance. I don't know if normal Binance is like this anymore, or like when you have big drops, like you get big wicks. So it's really cool because you can like put stuff way low and still get bought in. Like I used Binance back in the day, but I can't remember when, a couple years ago, I think. It's like 2.5 years ago. If you weren't in the United States, they're like GTFO. Sorry, bro. So Binance US, it's like a scuff Binance pretty much. It's an ugly stepchild. Oh, I mean, for sure it can dagger your chest if it goes wrong, but that's the thing. Just don't be wrong, right? So, I mean, I hate to make it sound so simple, but just don't be wrong, right? So, and also at the same time, you're also putting in a certain size. I can't imagine also that XCOM Mike would be doing 125x with like maybe he is, but I can't imagine he's doing 125x with an initial principal of like $15,000, maybe. But it almost makes sense like when you're using like 20, 30, 50, 100,000, then you'd start doing like your 20x, your maybe even like a 50x, something like that, right? Because that's kind of like straight gambling. But it makes sense because you're essentially just still taking these large positions. The XCOM Mike came back here back in the day, and I don't know if you still use the double holes, Mike, but I remember Mike showing like a ripple thing he got into a long time ago, if I remember correctly, off the double holes, just looking at what I was doing a little bit. And he got in at like arguably the best spot that somebody could have gotten in. I was very impressed. So for someone to just come in and look at what I do and then just kind of apply it that quickly without me telling him anything specifically, that was really impressive. So he definitely knows what he's doing. So I remember Mike. It's been a while since I've seen Mike in here though. It's definitely been. I mean, I took breaks here and there, but I think last time Mike was in here was at least. Here, what's the last time I looked at Ripple? Let me see. I can remember almost the exact time. If I look at Ripple to USD, I'll remember when Mike was last in here. It was probably around February. This might have been it, I think. It was either February or March. This might have been when I was last looking at this area. This might have even been when I was looking at when he got in or when he said he got in. Because I think we were right here, I remember looking at, or something like this. And I feel like he got in on a 4-hour. I might be able to remember this specifically. I'm interested to see if I can. Yeah, and I think Mike said he got in like up here, I want to say. Maybe, no, this is April, but I feel like it was up here or something. Maybe it wasn't here, because that doesn't make sense. But it was one of these moves where it falls under and it just struggles at the top. It was like, it's at the perfect spot that you really want to do it for the holes. But I remember that. It was a while ago, though. So it was definitely a while ago. Like, we can see the same kind of thing with the SPY, right? And, oh my god, where are we? Right. Like, we can see similar stuff here. Falls under. This is actually pretty wild, but boom, and stuff like that. Like, it's pretty standard spots, but this is the general way that the holes are really supposed to go. You know, fall under, take position, falls back under, get out, boom, boom, right? So, falls under, boom. Yeah. Interested to see what those whatchamacallits are. I have a good memory. When it comes to charts, if it has to do with people and charts, I have a pretty good memory. People, it's okay, but people and charts, a good memory. Yeah, there you go. So those 152 puts are now 120, and you can sell them for 120, buy them for 122. So that's an easy 40% already right there on that move. So far, at least everything's kind of returning to normal a little bit. Though this buying is a little bit weird. I don't think it's a horrible idea to get rid of stuff. Though I still feel like we'd want to come down a little bit more. At least the movements are normal right now. I'm feeling pretty nice about that. So I'm glad we had some semblance of normalcy, which is still weird, and I don't trust this. And all this makes me think we're going down to 150 really soon, which is essentially obviously just right here. But yeah, I mean, so far it's been pretty nice. It's pretty cool. Excuse me. That morning was just weird. Now, I guess in the macro sense, it's not like super surprising, but as long as we have that 4-hour end we just got, I like this now. I will say I don't think this will happen. I have no idea I guess we kind of do, but if we actually somehow come back up here, I don't think it'll ever happen. I really don't. I think the bearish positioning is playing out, and Friday will probably be somewhat of a down day a little bit, maybe not too much, and then most likely on Monday we'll have something pretty bad, depending where we start on the VIX. Like we'll fall into our So right, pretty much we have our lower, 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 and we just need a base, and then either something slightly up or slightly up here. Hit, up, turn over, boom. So it looks like, I think this is what we're going to see. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, because we still need to see where the week starts. If somehow, I still believe if somehow they can, who knows, something crazy comes out, but if somehow, I doubt it, but if somehow it starts here, this is going to be a little weird, very weird for the week. We'll really have to see. But if we do start down here, I mean, that's super bullish. I don't see this happening, though, starting the next week down there. I really don't. It seems really, really, really weird. Really weird. So. I kind of almost even like this in the sense if it wants to create like something, down here and something up here would be cool, and then coming back down. So we'll see what happens. A lot of possibilities. Ugh, hope the war stops. Yeah, I mean, what we got the war in Ukraine. We got Azerbaijan fighting Armenia. We have Myanmar having guerrilla warfare, I'm pretty sure, in their place. We got Al Qaeda and the Taliban still terrorizing people. I mean, there's so many things. I guess those aren't nearly as bad as the other ones. Obviously, the Ukraine war, because that involves Western countries and a nuclear power and nuclear plants and, grain and food producers and energy producing countries. Yeah, I mean, really, the Azerbaijan and Armenia thing's pretty small. But on the sense of, like, war in general, I do equally hope all of those stop. But, it's kind of hard to say I hope war stops because, I don't know. I don't really want war to stop, per se. I would much prefer the things that cause war to stop. But when I say that, it almost feels like I'm saying I hope people die. When I actually think about it. Like, honestly. It's like I was watching, there was something on last night on, I don't remember, was it Discovery Channel or something? I don't remember what it was. It was like a Netflix thing. I don't remember what it was. But anyway, it was like these lions in Africa anyway. And let me actually see if I can find it. Red Eye, BP. Yeah, I think, the Dynasties is what it was. Heartbreaking lion scene, BBC crew film, whatever. Anyway, the point is it's about this lion pride, and one of the lions is vegan, and the buffalo see the poison because he's got poisoned by something, by some of the warriors. I don't know why. I don't know how poisoning a lion makes you a warrior, but they poisoned one of these lions, and anyway, the water buffalo just beat the crap out of him. That's not what I wanted to say, but they beat the crap out of the hyenas, started to get them, or almost started to get them. I think they got some of them, but the point is that when there was two nomad lions coming through, it's just kill all the cubs and just mate with the lioness. And it's really, my point is that a lot of what we see in nature is the same thing that humans do. So it's almost like, I don't know, barbarism and animals just seems to go hand in hand. So, I don't think there's any way to get rid of it unless someone's willing to equally educate people and have everything under a one world government. So, and even then you have different issues. But I think that's the only way to do it. Or you just have so many people die off, so. Well, you gotta remember also, Russia's a nuclear power, but even just with the nuclear plants in Ukraine, that's also an issue. You've surely seen the reports of the ceasefires that they constantly had, and how the IAEA has to go in, whatchamacallit, to check on these plants and make sure everything's okay. It's definitely going to be an issue, if they have a meltdown or something happens with these reactors over in Ukraine. maybe not as much of a worldwide thing. I'm not sure how to quantify it, but it would definitely be a pretty big issue. Another interesting thing that's kind of coming up too, and I agree with everything else you say, though, all the crude price and all that. I mean, that's all huge too. But like nuclear waste and runoff, I think is also like a big thing, especially kind of the Chernobyl stuff. We have Fukushima with everything that's going on. I saw an article the other day talking about how apparently it's becoming really popular among Japanese people. I don't know, but the support is growing among Japanese people for another nuclear plant. And I think the technology is a lot better to prevent some of these meltdowns, but I'm not sure when you have tsunamis and earthquakes, the extent. I'm not an expert on that stuff. I'm not sure what they could really do to stop it. But that is also a little bit concerning too. So, that stuff, I mean, that stuff stays for a long time. And then I don't hear many people talk about it. But let me see, there should be an article on somewhere, the Fukushima runoff into oceans. There should be like a picture or something like that. It's gone really far. So I don't know if this is true, but this is like kind of an example of let me see. Let me see if I can find another picture. I'll take this one anyway. Oh my god. Can I not? Okay. Oh, they just don't want me to copy their pictures. Okay. Whatever. Let me bring it up. So I don't know if this one's true, but kind of stuff like this. Like here would be Fukushima, where it was, and like all the runoff and how far it spread. I don't know what it is nowadays. This was a long time ago. But just like, the impacts of these kind of things are also pretty crazy and, affecting health and like inflationary things we see, but, this stuff also probably affects people in other ways too that we might not see. I think there should be like a better picture for this. But I don't know let me see if I can find something in the last couple of years. Is runoff one word? I don't remember. I feel like it's not one word. Let's do tools anytime past year. I think that's pretty reasonable. Oh my god, can I click on here? Okay, no consent. I could give it to him, but I don't care. Gosh, it's kind of crazy they get called yellow people. Some of these people are so white. I wonder if they go outside. They're so light skinned. What did they do here? I'm not going to get all of it. Japan released 1.4 million tons of radioactive Fukushima wastewater in the Pacific. I'm just saying, some of these nuclear things are pretty wild, especially like the long-term things of it. So, I don't know. I can't quantify it or like put a value on it, but it definitely seems to be a concern anyway. So, I mean, I think we are facing it though. That's my kind of thing, Gaurav. You're not an expert on it. I'm not an expert on it. Like, we're not going out and doing the tests, and even if we do, it takes time. So it's like we might be facing it already. When we eat fish or whatever, when we buy fish from the store or whatnot. I'm not sure. I just don't know the extent. I've never done a whole bunch of research really into it, especially recently. I know it's supposed to be really bad back then. I can't imagine it's like that stuff. I'm pretty sure it's like a really long half-life. It doesn't just go away. So I don't know. I just don't know how bad it would be or how much it could be affecting people. But when you have a lot more people that have depression and all these mental issues and stuff, and I think just regular diet is a huge part of that. But like maybe it's some of this other stuff also. It's really hard to tell. I think the Fukushima stuff, Chernobyl happened a long time ago, but I don't know where that really led. I'm not sure like in what kind of waters or how that would have spread. But the Fukushima thing, I mean that's 2012, so that's only 10 years ago. that's why I never got vaccinated, because I'm not older at risk. And it's, I always think things you need to, if you can, the only way to see if something's really good is to give it time. Like science is always like over time, pretty much, right? You have to have something that's repeatable, and you have to see things that actually form, and have variables and other kind of crap. Not everything happens right away. So, but there's probably some papers on it that, but I didn't even know Japan was about to dump another 100,000 gallons of wastewater into the ocean, which is pretty crazy. So I just found out something new too. I had no idea about that. That seems pretty wild, to be honest. That seems pretty wild. So you better eat all the fish you can, Gurav. That's how I feel about that right now. If you don't eat those fish, you might not be able to eat fish again safely anyway. Or that's how it feels. Trade options. Is it the same price? I wonder what they are. Yeah, about the same price. Okay, about the same price. I don't know why we stopped here. What's the goal? I mean, the average right over here is pretty much... I can't even see it now. Okay, the average here is pretty much right here. So it's going to be pretty tough, even trying to push up. I mean, not that it's impossible, but I get why they stopped here. Like I was saying here, I expected it somewhat, but I mean, if they want to go up, I think they need to come all the way down here, get a slightly higher low, form a right shoulder. We're going to do leg ahead and shoulders. My issue here is I think we can still kind of compare this to this in a sense, and then break down and have something that doesn't get back up. And then our issue is right here. We'll see. Alright, I gotta take my creatine. It's been, this thing's gonna keep going off and off and off and off. I'll be back in, I'll be back in like 3 minutes or something like that. 4 minutes at most, right, 3-4 minutes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the Fukushima thing graph happened 12 years ago, and they're talking about the wastewater or actually more dumping of it, like the 1,000 gallons of wastewater. That was last year, so I don't know if they did it or not. But you know, and then the microplast. Oh, whoops. Okay, I don't have it up still. And then there's the microplastics in the water and stuff. Ooh. Bruh, are you serious? I didn't even know this. That is insane, man. Wow, okay, so check this. I learned something new today, too. Look at this graph. Apparently, I don't know if this is true, but they have something by some Canadian broadcast public. I don't see why they'd have to lie. But the thing is like, it's called microplastic. This is 2018. Microplastics found in most bottled water tested in global study.
Is laying waste to the supposed purity of and sent it to a lab in New York. David here in studio with me. This is the largest investigation of thousands of particles in a liter of water. The average bottle would be about half a liter. So gives you an idea that there can be a significant number of them actually out there. It wasn't found in every bottle, but it was certainly found in most, the overwhelming majority of the bottles that were tested. We know a few things about microplastics. We know that they exist all over the place. We know they're in tap water. We know that because Org Media, the same group, actually did a test of tap water in many countries around the world. What they found is that there's actually less in the tap water they tested than in the bottled water they tested.
That's interesting.
It is interesting to us because of the whole purity talk that goes on around bottled water. They determine how the microplastics get into the water? They do, which means they can stay in your body. We also know that plastic...
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. So I didn't even know that, but apparently that's pretty crazy. So apparently, like they said, apparently in some places, tap water is better than, has less microplastics than bottled water, depending what it is. That's what I'm saying, man. Like we're already exposed to so much stuff, and how do you know? How do you know if it's not the radioactive waste or the microplastics that's making people depressed or affecting their mood or causing people to die early? You know, it's just it's such a so it's so crazy. That's why I think the stuff we see is dangerous, but the stuff we see is almost more dangerous. Not just because we don't see it, but I think a lot of the times people don't want us to see it. You know, so like usually if you don't see something, well, I guess you could say it in both ways. If you don't see something, you could assume someone might be hiding it from you. But there's also something that exists out there, a train of thought of having something hidden in plain sight, and people are less likely to look for it. But I think in most situations, the former is what it is. More likely than not, someone's hiding something. You don't see it because someone's hiding it. I mean, bottled water companies are huge, so they certainly don't want you to know about it. I didn't even know about that. I had no idea. I knew microplastics were in the ocean and in some water. I would have thought microplastics were more often in tap water, not in whatever you call it, not in bottled water. That's incredibly interesting to me. Actually, I can see it. I'm somewhat not surprised. I think it's probably like your standard Dasani's or your like cheaper bottled waters, probably not the higher end ones, but still surprising in itself. Like if I was to put a weight how much I expected it, I would have expected it nearly as much. Maybe like 10%, 15 at most. So looks like they pushed it up. I'm not sure why they pushed it up here. I mean, maybe they keep trying to push it up. I mean, I literally just mentioned this not too long ago. What's the point of trying to push it up right into this? Oh, whoops, my bad. I don't understand what they're doing. I don't understand why they pushed it up into this. I literally just brought this up. Why are they pushing it up into this specifically? Yikes. Oh, I mean, I mean, at this point, I don't know if it can be avoided, right? I don't know if it can actually even be avoided, which is kind of the issue. So I'm just kind of, that's the thing, you know? Exactly. We never know. Unless you're like an expert at the top of your field or like an expert or a professional and you have the money to do the research for it. And that's another tough thing in the science field is that, I mean, microplastic and stuff is not that bad. There's also like money to make depending if you can fix it and stuff. I don't know how. But depending on what it is in the scientific field, like you need a lot of money and backing for research. So some things that might even be better for the planet, unless you have some charitable person or foundation, you're not going to be able to research stuff if you don't have the funding for it, which is kind of another issue. Money directs funding to a lot of an extent. Or the funding directs the research to a lot of an extent. I will say one thing I do kind of like about this in a sense is we do come back higher than what's over here on the left. I do still feel like there's a huge chance that just because this is here, this could maybe look nice to come up. But I still feel like there's a strong sense this could come down here and then try to come up. I don't know. I still don't know why these people bought here. It doesn't make sense to me. None of this looks like that much better whatsoever at all. Really. This is the spinach I was talking about like 4 hours ago that I forgot. In the bowl that I never got to get. You know what? I'm gonna be right back in like 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna go outside for a second, at least for like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I'm just looking outside. And I'm just like, kind of want to walk outside real quick. So I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. We'll see what I guess we'll like look at this real quick, see what's gonna happen. I still think it's more likely we put it down here. I can kind of see what they're doing. I think the most straightforward thing here is, I mean, we can really see what they're kind of playing into it from here. Maybe it extends a little bit to here or something like that. Maybe it's a little bit of a stretch. I like using the extension to see this, but I mean, I think it's pretty easy to see when we fail this trend right here, if we are going to fail it, and maybe it pushes up. It's possible. I'm not a huge fan overall. I don't think this looks horribly bearish. I don't think it looks horribly bullish either. So we never push back up, so it is always possible that we could push back up and try to touch this up here to try to test. So that is always a possibility. I would expect it to come back to 154.39 if it could break out, though it does look fairly unlikely. I mean, we got what? This coming down, I suppose. We can leave this as this. Alright, so we'll have this, and then we gotta beat this, and then 154, it's like somewhere up here. So I feel like we'd see it, possibly, if it was gonna happen. I don't like how this is all the way up here. This thing should have been down here. This look nice. Now we have to push all the way down here, in my opinion. Start a 5 low and push up high. I don't like this, so I think it's more likely we push down and break the trend. But we'll see. It has a lot to go against if it wants to try to push up. But I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. I just want to go outside and touch grass real quick. So. Okay. A little bit of bearish pressure. I would say Bitcoin, like we can see on the right side over here, Bitcoin's holding up. Bitcoin's holding up pretty well considering everything that's going on. So the only thing that really matters is, well, actually, I mean, technically we should look at it. There's probably some caveats. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin right now has what, a 4-hour switch over and practically a bounce of where the 4-hour is, pushing up to where it is now. Yeah. Oh man, you know what we might see? It's not the same thing, but what we might see today, we'll see. I don't know if it would be this bearish. We'll see. But what this reminds me of a little bit, but not really, is a 4-hour hour possibly coinciding with a day. Okay, it doesn't look exactly like it, but I'll bring it up here. It reminds me of this time. Nothing else really feels the same, and we don't have the whole weekend. But it reminds me of like here a little bit. Just a little bit. Obviously, this has been sitting here way more time than we have over here. This is like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, like a day at most. And this is 2 days practically. But I could see this ending under here and then coinciding with like the day. We'll see. Not in this one, sorry, but like the next 4 and then like ending under. Because this was like the day time frame, the new day and the new 4 hours right here. This was at a different spot though. This was like back in June with that big drop. But it just reminds me of it, like that feeling kind of overall. It reminds me of it a lot. Sketchy as hell. It's like the day time frames right here. It's above. Well, actually, technically, this is way different. This is actually way different, but it feels similar. It feels similar, but it's actually like way. So the difference is the day time frame was nowhere near to be found here, and the other thing is the day time frames above this with support under. But I could definitely see this starting. Like what I could easily see here possibly for a push down signal for like a short signal. Whoops. I could easily see for a short signal, I could easily see this ending under here tomorrow or tonight and then pushing down, and then we'd look for that 4 hour. And then possibly we'd see a 4 hour, the next 4 hours something end under here and then push down. Maybe. I don't think it would be anywhere nearly as much. Like I said, this is way different because there was no other time frames for here. There was nothing under it to stop it. We're not in the middle of the channel either, technically. Or like, it's different. There was no resistance support here. This technically still has support around it. What the hell is this line? Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. Oh, finally Apple makes its way. Jeez. They took forever. You think they'd just fall right off the bat, but they all like wasting time. This is what I always find funny. So obviously the price of it's going to go up here in a second. It's gone up just a little bit, but initially with those options, the right here, or I'm sorry, the difference between here and here, even though we're in a really bad spot, is like practically the same price. It's going to spike up in a second on these. They're about to be in the money, so it has to spike in a second. But these 150, 250s, it should be 130 almost. Yeah, they're 130 right now. So that's what, I don't know what 8 to 5 is. 6 times 8, 48, so that's a 60% increase right now. Almost 70. I don't know why I have this line in a random ass place. Let me move that. There we go. Oh, I might have had this here before some earlier. Yo, what's up, Siraj? What's up? 9838. It's pretty good to see, man. It's been a weird day, but at least everything's been pretty normal since like here anyway. This has been pretty standard. This was unfortunate. I think we're going down. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we don't go down until next week though. But a lot of stuff looks pretty bad. Definitely looks pretty bad. So, but the day is fine. Today's been going okay. I'm just waiting as usual for like a big move. We did some other things earlier, just smaller stuff. We played here. I think I did something here, just small stuff, and then something here, small stuff. Just kind of bored. So I was hoping that we could come back into here, and then we'd have like a huge up day. But kind of is what it is. My main concern is I just don't want to see the VIX move anywhere, and I'll be happy. So as long as the VIX price just stays in this area for tomorrow, I'll be happy. And as long as we can open Monday around here, I'd like to see tomorrow go up a little bit, if possible. But like I said, we'll see. Just because I think everything looks bearish still. Like the ultimate bearish play is to just come down here and then just start the next week here and then push up and start Tuesday here. And the market could easily collapse. Like incredibly easily could collapse just from that. So that's what I'm hoping for. Hopefully we don't drop too much in the meantime, but ugly buying, I don't like we just stop here. So anyway, hope you're doing well. Yo, what's up, Svarin? Or Svarin? Svarin? It's good to see you. Welcome on into it. It's the first time I've seen you, so. Lurkers abound. Lurkers are always welcome, though. Everybody's welcome, so. Appreciate everybody coming in. Yeah, this 152.50 should be printed really soon. 138. What's the delta on it? Can I even see? I don't even know if I can. To be honest, I don't even know if I can. On like Thinkorswim, you can see everything on the options. Like on their trading, on their desktop app trading platform. I never really cared to check delta, and I still really don't, but I just realized that. Wait, what? Oh, that's what that is. Gosh dang it, 1 second. I just realized they don't, oh, go away. They don't show you the specifics on the app for here, for TD Ameritrade, unless I'm crazy. Like I said, I don't really care. It's just kind of just something I noticed. Oh well, I was just curious what the delta was for it, that's all, but it really doesn't matter. So, luckily, I mean, hopefully we could see something here. I think this looks still decent to try to fight. Overall, I think it looks horrible from the perspective of, I mean, Apple, boom, boom, right? We're pretty much trying to fight right here when the bottom of the area is right here. We can see boom, fight, push up, entry point. There's also plenty of other things here. This is like the easiest thing to see for a long time. Not even just from the week time frame. This is just very standard. But whatchamacallit? Yeah, I mean we're messing around here. So like on this short term, I actually kind of like this to try to push up a little bit. I don't like any of what was happening here. But it's kind of weird considering that just a little bit lower. This is like the actual bounce spot. If we were to range here anyway. Ooh. Actually, I forgot. I wanted to take a look at natural gas. I remember looking at it earlier and thinking, like, man, that really dropped. It didn't have confirmation on the day, I think. Nice job, Virx. Yeah, it's looked pretty bad since whatever the 130. What am I doing? Oh yeah, okay, good. I wasn't really sure what to think about this because we didn't really have confirmation here. We just pushed all the way from under. So I'm not sure if I pushed down, but it's definitely it's definitely not incredibly surprising that it fell through here so far. Where are you shorted from? Oh, true. Where's 130? Let's see. 130, 130. True. Not bad. I think the 130 would have been, well, I don't know where the entry point is. 130 I think would have been the best, but those all look like I don't know where the entry is. Oh, I see. So you got that right there. Okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying with the trend break under there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that looks really good. I mean, I think think since 130, all this stuff has looked like trash because we don't see it here, but I mean, I guess we do see it when we just do this, right? But with the 130, I mean, we failed here and here. We were messing with options before, so yeah, I mean, I think it's a good decision. I think it could head down a little bit more, but still. Yeah, we were messing with options earlier. We got in here and then we got out here at 130, so it makes sense that it just fell down because the only way that we were going to go up was ending at 130 above here, so, you know. The only issue, though, kind of comes with some of this stuff is like the position we're at itself doesn't really seem that strong. Like, we're up here still, and the bounce spot's down here at 150. So it's possible it just rips through this and be straight up. We'll see what happens. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't. But I mean, this is ugly, all this last buying it's been doing, so there's not really much of a surprise it's fallen. I mean, it had to get through this, and then it has to get through this area, and this is only something that engages like tomorrow unless it pushes up here. So there's a lot to expect it to do. So we'll see. I mean, I have a feeling it could just drop more. But, you know, 150 is the sketch spot, so we'll see what happens throughout all this. Pretty wild stuff. So I would have liked to have seen it drop here immediately and not waste all of its. Oh, I see why this is here. Okay, yeah, not waste all of its time. So, but we'll see what happens. Bitcoin looks pretty bad too, but we'll have to see where it ends. That could be a really big short too. Later today at 8 o'clock. I'll stream the change tonight for Bitcoin. I have to leave at 8:10, but I'll be able to stream until 8:10, or from like 7:50 to 8:10 between that time frame. So, but as long as we don't, like, this is my hope, Firex, as long as, like, for the big short that we want to see, I'm really, like, where it's, like it's not scalp time, is whatchamacallit. I really want to see the week end here. Like I said 20 million times, but, like, I really think it's crazy. I really hope that we don't end too high on the VIX this week. And I really hope that we can start the week here instead of having a week start up here like it did here. It would look really nice, and then I'd really hope we could push up from here. And I think that would be like a great, like any that's like any scalp, arguably just gets. I don't know, but we'll kind of see. It's just one of those things where, like, you're in a position, it's like it could go so far in one direction that you just leave it, kind of thing, which will be really nice. We'll see though. I hope it doesn't get too overheated since we have one more day left. So. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, also, like, the big brain thing here was like on the 130 change. So, because remember with that couple things, we had a 4-hour end here, and then there's no hope, no hope. So sad we lost. This looks so beautiful too. It looks so realistic to try to come in. I mean, this was for something else, so this doesn't matter on a short term. But this looks so nice. So tragic. I mean, it came back up to test, so like okay, but it's so tragic. So tragic. So, just be careful. Things could definitely fall through. With 150 being like a bounce spot, I could definitely say, hopefully we go to 150 if we do, and then we bounce at 150 pretty hard, but nothing crazy, and then we just fade out a little bit on Friday. But I really hope that the VIX doesn't get too high. I mean, if it starts a day above whatever, I'll just get like some nice puts, but I don't know. I really hope this, what I'm seeing, like, forms next week. Really hope so. Otherwise, it's kind of like, yeah, those 152.50 puts are almost up 100%. Up 70, like 6% right now. A lot of this stuff might just crash through. I feel like it might. Just specifically because of that 150, the actual ugly stuff here, we needed to come here, and then we'll see though. Like, I don't know, we'll see. I'm not sure what would need to happen to make everything kind of not crumble until next week, or next Tuesday at least, or preferably next Monday, and then on Monday we push up, and then Tuesday we continue. I think it's like 27 something, right? 26.95. We have the top for the day on the VIX, and then 27.35. It seems like on 27.35 and 26.95. So. So I don't care where this goes, I just don't want this to go above here. I think it looks nice though, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the candle structure. I prefer not to have this candle start all the way up here, or like end all the way up here, because it makes this seem a lot worse if we did start here. Not that things would go up, but I guess if we can hit Apple 150, if we can hit Apple 150 and the VIX isn't above 26.95, which I'm going to be honest feels really tough to happen at this point, because it's kind of important to remember where kind of Apple is. Do we have it up here, or is this on the other one? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about my fib retracement. This probably would have... Well, that doesn't matter. That's another issue too. 155.50, but that's way high. Anyway, but like where we are here, in a sense, is we have our 150, and then we're under this trend line already that we usually come down pretty hard from. We can get rid of this. I don't think we need these to look at it right now. We have a bounce spot that might lock us down here, even if we do bounce. Like, this is what I would like to see and what I kind of expect. But I want to see the VIX move with it. I'd like to see this. Well, depending when it breaks, hopefully it doesn't break today. Tomorrow I think it's fine. I'd like to see, so hopefully we can stay here for the rest of the day, if possible. I'd like to see tomorrow possibly break, hit 150. It's so annoying. Break and hit 150 and then bounce pretty hard, and then come back up to like 150 to 50, right where we are right now. And then that would level off the VIX, something in this range, and then we can switch over on Monday, push up a little bit maybe, and then come down hard, and then maybe we're something like here. And then I would like to see some, maybe not though. Let me see. But maybe it would actually be better if we started under the week. The only issue though, if we start under the week for Apple, I feel like it's a lot less of a chance we actually push up anything. It's really tough to say. As long as we can either today or tomorrow bounce 150 and maintain. Yeah, I think if we can bounce 150 and maintain, oh, that's still fine. Yeah. Because if we can bounce here on this week and then come back up and we have overwhelming kind of resistance above us, I would like to see something come down. And then maybe we'll have something on the day start under on that week time frame, and then we can just push down, and that would coincide with the VIX being starting a day up here. I'd like to see both of those at the same time, really. And I think that would be great. That would be like a really obvious short, you know. That would be nice anyway. I have too many charts sometimes. I completely forget that this is all the way up here. Excuse me. But that's what I'd like to see, because I mean this is the week time frame. We've already hit top bottom on the week, so a day 200 is like okay, but I mean, we have a week above a day. I think the week's probably going to be a little bit stronger. Maybe we can see something really just maybe push up a little bit, push under, and then here's like the danger zone, because all the way down here we never came down to that 122 that we wanted to see all the way back here. So we have a big open area. I mean, these aren't even here anymore, so we can just get rid of those. But we have this big open area. Honestly, even like maybe even here. Who knows? We'll see though. So weird seeing your what's your ticker for your NASDAQ 100 E-mini futures? I wonder if I can find the same thing. It's just weird that it's always so much more expensive. NASDAQ 100. No. How did I saw these? Oh, wait. I have this. Where is this? Oh, mine's delayed. Maybe all of mine are delayed. That's why. I think all of mine are delayed. Yeah, okay. This wouldn't matter anyway. Okay, so that's why I don't look at any of the ones that I guess I technically did at one point, but oh yeah, okay. I was like, why 12 hour? I forgot it's open all the time. Yeah, so there's no way I'll ever be able to know. What's the discrepancy on these? It does make sense though, even futures, that they do differentiate from the actual price. What's going on with some of this stuff? It's a big difference though, it's pretty wild. Well, I guess mine are delayed, so I have no idea. Maybe I even consider, depending what we're doing, maybe I consider getting more whatchamacallit into this again. I'd like to see it back up above that 1776 kind of level with everything else. What is this up here? 25? What's that? 700? I don't know what that means, to be honest. I was thinking about like I don't know the price of these are. I don't know what it means or anything. I'm not gonna look at the options for it. I'm too lazy. I don't really care right now. I mean, everything looks sketchy. Excuse me. I imagine this thing breaks here too anyway, so. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking bad. We're on the cliff, and that 150 looks like the bounce spot, not the 140, so. We'll see. I mean, we've already bounced here on the 4 hour, so, I'm not surprised if we just fall through right here and just come right to 150. It wouldn't surprise me anyway. It'd be quite expected. But hopefully it doesn't. Or hopefully we get a super strong bounce. As long as we don't do anything crazy until next Monday to Tuesday. Oh, that's pretty funny. They actually sent illegal immigrants all the way to Martha's Vineyard. That is actually hilarious. That is awesome. Some of the comments, Martha's Vineyard's in dire need of diversity. I'm just looking at what we'll cover now. Articles. Nothing seems decent. Supreme Court reverses itself. Rules Yeshiva University must recognize LGBT club. These are always contentious. I don't see what's wrong with an LGBT student club on a campus, but inherently. Oh. Oh. Is this an Orthodox Jewish university or something? The word yeshiva itself refers to a traditional Jewish religious school. Interesting. Okay, I see. I love this stuff. Dang, it was a 5-4 vote too. Jesus Christ. That's really close. I guess nothing really interesting here. That's unfortunate. Huh? Oh, I didn't want to bring it up because there was no point. None of it was interestingly enough. Like I said, I mean, I didn't need the chart up anyway. And most likely we're going to drop all the way down to 150. So, I mean, most of it, like literally everything that's happened so far, I don't think I've been wrong on certain on anything besides like, well, technically I got out here. And I didn't like this. I didn't expect this. I guess I did get into something here. And then the other thing I got into was bull here, bull here, bull here, bull here, max it out. I got 2 calls, got 6 more. Or I got like 6 more here, or like here, and then I sold them here. Then I got the other 4 here, sold them here. I didn't mess with anything here, but it makes sense. Long story short, besides the drop, everything besides that initial drop has been going as expected, which is kind of nice. I'm glad that we have some sort of normalcy again in the market, which is pretty cool. hopefully, whatchamacallit. I mean, I'm almost positive we're going to 150. We'll see what happens, though. It makes the most sense at this point to go to 150 for Apple. Or, like, if you're not looking at Apple, well, if we're not at 150, stuff will probably drop. So, but it wasn't the cleanest, like, breakdown from what we had up here, but still. I didn't finish my water, my creatine. Boy. Day 200 even there still? Yeah, close enough. The less time they waste and the quicker they go to 150, the better. I don't think we'll drop through the week. I don't think there's a reason to drop through the week, to be honest. Hitting the week is just good enough. Like, if we hit this week, if we hit this on this week, bounce up, and then we have issues here next week and come down, I think we can just come down through the week just as easily. I don't think we need to have something start, like, under the week here. I don't think that matters. I just don't think it matters. Like, need something to be super bearish next week or just fall through. But we got a long way down to go anyway, so it's kind of like whatever. I mean, the Nasdaq's at 12, right? And Nasdaq's still 22% off from a possible bounce. Same thing for these. I'm not gonna look at them too lazy. I think this is still 20% too. Maybe a little bit under 20% now for SPY. I think. Oh, maybe it's a little bit under 150. 149.94. So options always expire at 4. Depending what the price fluctuations, you can actually get in and out at different prices. They try their best effort to get you in and out at whatever like they can get you in and out at. But you can't trade options after 3 o'clock on Friday. They can't be traded, so you can't buy or sell options after 3. You're locked into it. And then they expire at 4, so they end at the end of the day, but you can trade them until 3. Oh, you held those? Oh, it doesn't matter. So, like, the thing is, well, if you're worried about them trying to get you in, you have to be in the money. So, like, I thought you sold out with me all the way up top. Whoops. Whatchamacallit? Whatchamacallit? You don't have to worry about those. Yeah, you can't buy or sell after 3, yeah. But the thing is like, if you have, like, because you got 160s, which are pretty high up, but we didn't end in the spot. But the thing is much more. That's why I say I just get out of stuff, and that's why I was kind of going through that stuff and saying, like, you know, if we don't hit this and that, it just makes more sense to do this and this and that. But like, the thing is, they're all the way at 160, so they'll just expire worthless for you. They're not going to buy you in they're not going to buy you in at tens of thousands at 160 because it's not in the money. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like you have to worry about it. So if they're 1 cent right now, you know, it is kind of what it is. You can try to sell it for what you can sell it for. If people are buying for 1 cent, maybe. Um, that's another reason sometimes I like the super far outs, depending on what happens, because you have a limited loss. Like if it's 3 cents, sometimes you can be limited to like only 66% of what you put in losing. But yeah, but they're just gonna expire worthless most likely if you can't sell them. So, which is just you just lose the initial principal that you put in and nothing else. Oh, 3 cents, not bad. I don't know what you initially got them for though. Oh, I guess 75 cents. You initially got what, 25? Wait, no, you got 25 what for 8 cents. I mean, you can kind of do what you do. I don't really know. I don't think it's going to go up anymore. I'm not really sure. The place sale amount was here. I still think we want to go to 150. I think we can bounce from 150 and come back up here, but I don't know if those are going to be any more valuable by the time if we do come down and bounce and go back up. True. So we'll see what happens though. I might be wrong, but that's how I personally feel. I didn't know. I mean, it's not like my bad, I guess, but I thought you sold out with me when I set it up here, and then I started talking about the 152 50s right afterwards. So I thought that was a thing. I thought we were on the same page because those 152 50s those were $80 a pop for the 152 50 puts. And those 152 puts are now $171, so they're up 110%. So yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the one last thing for it. It was just like to kind of reiterate. It was just kind of there was the main principle, that 4-hour end that we wanted to see, and we wanted to see it get somewhere by 1:30. So like the main premise was like we didn't see, even though it could have pushed up possibly, we still wanted to see something based on that 1:30. And technically what we did see anyway, in a sense, is we did finally see a 4-hour end under. Technically we were looking for a 4-hour end or under or above, and it was really weird how this happened, but we did get our 4-hour start under. So technically from that sense, that's another reason to not want to be in and looking for a 4-hour that starts back up here. Or like if we wanted to see this, I'd have to see a 4-hour that starts back up here. Only because these are like 4-hour averages. But that same principle, we finally got our 4-hour above or under, and it was under where it started for this one. So, it was already under, but it started here and ended under and started under. So, but yeah, stuff's pretty wild for a lot of this stuff right now. This could be a big cascading thing. At the end of the day, it kind of is what it is. The most important part for me, I think, at the end of the day, is to have decent capital to be able to throw at this stuff, because stuff bounces, and it usually bounces hard. So like if we do drop like 20 whatever percent or 30% on some things, like things bounce hard, and that's the best place to make money also, even more so than puts. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like when we look, that's why I point to a lot of these things. Like I want that, but that's why I say like I probably mentioned in this, like we want to see stuff with that. But I should have mentioned like we want to see where we start, and then we want to see. I don't even know if I should have mentioned here. I feel like maybe I just brushed over it. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the morning here, but it's the same principle. We just want to see something that can start above or under. Yeah, I mean, I've called most of the stuff today. Besides the initial drop, I mean, I've called everything. I feel like you just came back persifying. Everything from, this is the only thing I got wrong. I got this right, I got the exit right, I got this wrong, I stacked it up here, got out, got more in, got out, and then there's the 152.50 right there. So, and then we're under the 4 right here. So, I mean, besides this right here, like, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I haven't thought anything different than what you thought. I don't know when you initially thought it, but, and like I said earlier, we could see here we had our first 4-hour end under, like we were looking for. Are we going to get something that ends above or under, or starts above or under? Jesus Christ. Keep making the same mistake. See what I'm saying? So, we'll see what happens, so. I mean, I'm agnostic at this point. I just hope it does. Well, I just hope it doesn't move down too much, preferably. I don't care what it does. I just don't want to see the VIX escape this area until next week, or like until next week, like Monday or Tuesday. And then I want to see us start preferably somewhere around here and then push up. So we might have to push down to here, to be honest. We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, also like to the other thing about your setting first. I mean, at the end of the day, we also have this from the week. We hit the top. Remember, we saw in the 5-minute and the extended hours, or the pre-market, we hit the top. So it makes sense once we fill this area here in the middle that we're going to try to push to here, which is why I think that we're failing in this area, because we started bouncing. Of course, there's support here on the 4-hour, but at the end of the day, ultimately, from the week time frame, we're probably trying to do something between 165 and 150, which is like the week time frame range that we found ourselves in ever since we came down from here. So, at least besides that one initial drop, everything's been going as normal, which is nice. So, because that was a really weird drop in the morning. And now we wait. We got what? 33 minutes left in the market? Don't look good. I had a little bit more confidence though in this. Maybe if we didn't get bought here, I would have had a little bit more confidence. But then again, it could have just done something here and then come up here and then done something in that direction if people didn't just keep buying it here. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, if we really quantify this, I don't want it to drop too much, but we got our 4-hour end outside, our start. I keep saying end. We got our 4-hour start. This is a 4-hour end. We got a 4-hour start outside of where we were fighting for. So, I mean, we did here. We bounced. Like, I mean, we see it from here. It makes a lot more sense, right? Like, we got pushed down. Well, yeah, I mean, I literally told you earlier. Yeah, profit. So, but anyway, it's pretty straightforward, right? We see this, like we broke down unexpectedly. We broke down, but we bounced where it made sense. We can see over here, managed to break through. So we come back, but we can't break above this, which is where the 4-hour was. The 4-hour was like slightly above. It needed to end here. There's like a lot of resistance from it. I think it was like here and like something else. There was this and one other thing or something. But we failed here, and then on the 130 we ended out. So at best, what you can hope for is this will come up to test. But this is what I was saying earlier in the day, is that it's probably better if this ends somewhere here instead of somewhere up here, because when we end that close, there's a lot less of a chance to come up and test because you've already kind of like tested. Now, if it's midway up, it can be somewhat decent, and there's like an okay space because that usually indicates you're already on a trend. But we can even see on the shorter term what happened with the trend and what was going on the other stuff to see that it was probably going to come down. So we get something on a longer time frame right here that looks bad with the 4-hour start, which essentially is what we're looking for, because all this trend currently right here is off in the middle anyway. So like if we look at the week time frame, you know, we have our range here between 165 and 150, but where we're getting caught on with what it currently was based mostly on the 4 hours. So we get that 4-hour break. We get the 4 hour engaged right here. Or sorry, we break through it. I don't know why or how, but it's kind of weird, but I can kind of get it. It makes sense in the macro, but it doesn't really matter because once we broke through, everything else kept going normal, which is what's important. So we hit the 4 hour, we come up, we don't end back up in the 4 hour, which we can see right here is at 154.38. That's why I was talking about 154.40 that I wanted to see it push up to. So we start out and then we push down, and then we just have bad stuff and I don't want that. Okay, let's go here. I want this on the 5. And then, obviously, as we can see here, we have our 4 hour line. And then, we're just on the bottom side of this right now. So this could come up. Very unlikely, though, when we have things like this coming down and we have things like this coming down. But it's definitely possible. The one issue I still have with this is we're buying right under this, which doesn't make sense to me. But 150 is, really strong. So this is, another thing about... It's not as... to me, this is much worse. But it's the same kind of thing as here. Why are we buying here instead of just, right here? Doesn't make sense. Don't buy here, buy there. Same thing. Why buy here? Just buy here. These guys are buying on the edge of a cliff. So, could it go up? Yeah, but... this thing could go up and then just... it really could go up, break this, and then just hit down. It could go up and do this, but then it's got to get through this, and I'm pretty sure there's something else here too. Maybe not. I thought there was something else. Sooner or later, I guess, depending on how far it goes up, it'll have to deal with this at 152.74 if it does. But we'll see what happens. But that's what I was kind of saying about some of this stuff, in a sense, Virus, is we're kind of getting to that point. And if you remember me saying something with where you might want to, some of these scalps or some of these trades, we're getting to the point where some of them kind of turn into non-scalps. Where it is a scalp maybe based off of time or something, but because the macro just looks so bad, you scalp to the downside. It's it just goes. Because what we need to recognize here is that's really important. And if you're messing with Bitcoin too, this could be a great day for you. And it really the Nasdaq. Well, a couple things. Nasdaq could be going down to 9,200, so it really doesn't matter. None of that stuff really matters if we are engaging in something of that magnitude. All this stuff is pretty paltry compared to that. But Bitcoin also poses something interesting too, depending on what we do, because we have this 4 hour here, which we could get stuck under. Now we're bouncing here right now. The day should be around, Jesus Christ, 1999, 19976, 19976, 19856, so 19856. So the day tomorrow is going to be 19856. So here. So if we end under here, we could see something that's where the day obviously starts. So if we end under here, we could see this come up, hit under here on the 4 hour, and then just break. I think we have something else under us, but this could bring us in a really bad place because when we're looking at the day, we could have that day rejection. So where the market is looks really bad for Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin already looked bad, but just for a quick move, we're not there yet. But this is a pretty nice place if we treat this as the next channel, because this will be where the next day starts here, and we'd be looking for something similar under here and pushing us under. There's 12 hours here, I think, also as well. And there's other things in these areas that we have to contend with. That might be, we'll see. It'll be pretty interesting with some of it as we come down. Because I think 17.6 is where that other line was for the week. So we've already bounced on it, and then we've ridden up here. So I actually also think it's very likely we could just fall right through this. And that brings up another thing. Since we've hit this 200 smooth on Bitcoin since 2015, we've never come under it. So that's also kind of a bigger issue right there, So, so I don't know. This is the first time ever Bitcoin is maybe ending a week under this. We'll have to see, which would be pretty apt also for the big push down, possibly if we're going to see one soon. We'll have to see. But a lot of that stuff seems to be forming at a pretty rapid rate. It looks possible to do it from today because we do have that, not just that the market's down, but we do have that overall negative sentiment on the market that definitely could push on the Bitcoin. And it's already been riding this, barely escaping, couldn't get past the 2 and a 4 on its own. You know, barely escaping this, pressing down. So it's really fighting, and we can see it just kind of weakening off. Or dying off and weakening. So we'll see. I think with the averages and stuff, it'll play out fairly well. I like that the 4 is here, and it's been respecting it quite a bit. So, I mean, here's that day time frame. They just need to keep it under here, and we should be able to see something. I mean, at worst, maybe it just ends here and then goes. But this looks really bad. It looks like a really great spot if we are going to push down, because the next place to fight with some of these, if we look at the week that it might fall through, is 17.6. This line's all the way down now at 17.4. It should be at 17.2 tomorrow or later today. And so we're essentially possibly being at, it's not the drop off. This would be the drop off, like a 30% move. But if we look from here, if we assume we're going to fail through this stuff, we're looking at like a 42% move down on Bitcoin minimum. And it could be worse than that, because it could be like a real crypto winner. We'll have to see with stuff. I don't want to go too far into it, because I don't really care that much, but it's like way far down the line. That's why it's good to get in a strong position, then you don't have to care about anything else that happens later on, really. So, and like I said, I still like to see this stuff happen next Tuesday if possible, so that would be cool. But that doesn't mean we can't fall through and have something that brings us back into here, and then like next Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or something, we have something that comes under and then breaks under or sets up for that. That would be nice. Preferably, that would be nice, because it would be a lot easier to see. Not really sure what they're trying to do. I mean, they push it up. Not really sure why they're trying to buy it here, though. The same thing, it just weird buying throughout the day in weird places. Like, I get the buying here. This makes sense to me, because this is like this breakout. This is before the 4-hour change, before 1:30. This makes sense. You know, there's a lot to fight for. This is just people not seeing it, I think. But, like, what at this point? I don't get what this is. At this point, like, what are people going for? So, I feel pretty similar about this, too. So, I don't hate this. I like this more. I hope it gets pushed up. Anything that stops us from falling before next week is a good thing. I don't know if it'll help, if this will do anything from their part, but anything that can do it. Though the 150 is the 150. I don't think any of the buying here changes anything at the week time frame under us at 150 or 149.97. I mean, we could sit here for the rest of the day. I don't think we're bouncing through that week time frame at all. I just don't. It doesn't make sense for me. It doesn't make any sense at all. And almost every move here has made sense, so. And that's like the bottom of our range. So, but they sure make it look as ugly as possible, as if they want this to go down. Like, I don't understand the buying here. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, what's the thought process here? Hey, even if I didn't have holes here, looking at the right side, like, even just looking at this right now, at most, I would look for this to end around here, and if it ended somewhere around here, then I would expect this to try to push up tomorrow. That's like just on a base level looking at this, from a 4-hour perspective. I'm not saying it's going to do this whatsoever at all, because obviously there's other things going on, and, you know, the whole averages that we have right next to us and stuff, but Or technically, I guess it's like right above us. But I would prefer to see something like this and then for it to try to push up and regain something on the next 4 hour. Just looking at the candlestick itself, like these two, as opposed to expecting it to just go down. So I'm not really sure what they're looking at right here to expect. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to go tomorrow. We'll see what happens too, but I just don't understand like the intention of this that they're buying right here. Like what are they trying to fight for? And I say that in a sense, like, because I always think that's important. Like all of us individually need to think about, like, what is being fought for. Like, if we go up, like, what are we gaining for going up? I'm not exactly sure what's being gained by buying it here. So it's just kind of weird. Excuse me. Like, to me, it seems like a waste of capital. It could go up, but it seems like a waste of capital regardless. I guess if they could get it, like, this is what I'm saying. This is why I say it's a waste of capital. Nah, I don't even see it. Let me bring the double back. I don't even really see it. I mean, maybe if something starts here tomorrow, or up here, but like, what's the chances of that happening? So, well, I mean, if they want to fight for here at the end of the day, I guess it's not horrible. It's just risky though. Like, I could see this also as well, like where it is right now. Right where it is, I actually do like this on this. It's like what I was saying before. I wouldn't want this to push up too much. I would want this to pretty much sit here, but right where it kind of is now. It just seems really tough to fight for because we have what just happened. But if it could start here tomorrow, I think that would look nice. But the issue with this is that, then you're buying here, and you're kind of at the mercy for, whatchamacallit, in my opinion, you're at the mercy of the post-market and the pre-market traders looking to maintain this position when, I mean, I feel like if we do this and tomorrow we just start here, we should just immediately push down to 141 or 150. So, I don't know. From those couple perspectives, it seems kind of wild for them to build a position here. Like, they have a lot going against it. Like, a lot. And I don't know. I feel like it's a decent place for shorts too, just from the other reasons I said, and the macro level and all that kind of crap. I wonder what the rest of the market's doing. Let's see what the market's doing. Excuse me. Gold ever come back up? Nope. Silver, you getting pooped on too? Yep. Let's go to the date. Yeah, let's go to the daytime frame. Oh, weeks. Wait, what? Oh. I didn't realize they're daytime frames. I guess they're so close, maybe I never put them on. That's what it looks like. Oh, GME's holding up pretty nicely. Oh, I don't think this has any correlation to anything, but maybe. We'll see what some of these other ones line up for. I actually do like where GME is. Not where in the totality, but I really don't. Oh, this week is way high. I swear, when I move these... So what's annoying is you can have this. You need to make sure if anyone has like a pro account, you have multiple. Always make sure you use this when new drawings are replicated, and only turn it off when you don't want it. When you want a different chart to be different, like it's 100% my huge recommendation. Because what happens is like I change one here, and I put like if I don't have this on and I put a line here, and then I have this on later and I move this or add it, it doesn't exist over here, so there's no replication, and it's like, and then stuff gets moved on one. I almost guarantee on the left side it should be adjusted, right? Let me see. Oh, there we go, week time frame. Like I said, like to see this line doesn't exist over here. It's just it's whatever. It's not a big deal. All right, let's go through and look at some of these. Yeah, what's Mara doing? I forgot about that. Oh my God, what's Mara doing? I forgot about that. God dang. Oh my God, where was this on the 4 hour? Oh man, that's still not that bad. Well, they're trying to push it up, 152.06. It's welcomed. Don't know what they're going to try to do with it, but it's welcomed. They got about 13 minutes left to 50 seconds. Wow. What do we got here? There's the week. I don't know why that's there. There's the day. Oh man, even that. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's pretty wild. Still more of a fan of this based off of Apple failing on the 4 hour more so than this. But it's not that big of a deal. I think maybe not actually. Because we'll still have that 7-day week. It's really close. Where's this line? 1260. Oh, wow. 1262. Wow, that's pretty wild too. This 4 hour change actually like coinciding with Apple being in a really bad place. This 4 hour change on this actually was just barely under this at 1260 or 1261 with their line at 1262. So we got a pretty bearish 4 hour change also on this. That's pretty wild. It's up a couple percent. This could be really bad though. I mean, the range here right now, if it really wanted to do it, I don't know if it would, to be honest. It's kind of hard to tell right now. Everything looks pretty bad, but I mean, let me see what puts on these costs. I'm not about to get a put on it right now because I don't care, but I want to see what they. I'm just interested. What am I doing? Marathon. What's for the week? What would I want that? How do I switch? Jesus Christ, it's been so wild though. There we go, okay. Okay, 82, 15, 30. It's pretty wild. By the end of the month, it's 6 cents for a $6 put. It's not that amazing. $7 put's much better. $8 puts, $7.50 puts much better. $8 puts much better. $8.50. They're all pretty decent, actually, to be honest. But it's like, why would I pay 6 cents for $6 if I could pay 9 cents for $7? Because anything that's $7 that hits 6 is going to be at least like 100. So that 12, $7.50 is only what, 3-cent increase instead of 50. Or 5 cents, not bad. Then you get another 2-cent increase for another 50 cents. Then it's a 4-cent increase. Then it's a 7-cent increase for 50 cents. And then it's a, so the increase generally goes up quite a bit compared. 44 cents for a 10 is still not that bad either. These are all pretty decent. I don't really care. They're good for like get and leave, I definitely think. We'll see what happens though. Definitely really ugly. I mean, the last time we had stuff, this is the day time frame, but the last time we were under, we started a week under. It was on the 375 right here, and we're at 23.23, and we bounced off at 518. So we would have confirmation here specifically. So I'm hoping the same thing that we've seen before. We'll get like a week with just like a little bit of buying or something. I highly doubt it, though. We'll see what happens. Ooh, they pushed it through. Let's see what they want to do in the last 10 minutes of the day. This is really interesting. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but let's check it out. I feel like I'm missing something. There we go. I love the fact that they're actually pushing it up a little bit, though. Anything to lead us into next week starting in a bearish place right above the week. Please. So I'm going hard next week. If we start this VIX, whatchamacallit, on top of this week, I'm going hard as F. Like, if we can manage to start the week next week right up here, I'm going hard as F, so hard. And if I lose money, a lot of money, it's decent. I don't really give a crap, so. If I want, I might just switch stuff to longer terms. That might make it a little bit easier to adjust out, but I have such a strong feeling about this going from here and then just pushing up. Looks really nice. Which is nice in general. We can even see what the hell happened with this week. I don't know what happened with April. I don't know what happened in April. It's too long ago for me to remember. Alright, I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom. It's kind of tough drinking so much water. We're almost there. It's almost over. Looks like the rest of the market's kind of trending up. It's a little weird, but let's take a look at that. Like, I mean, I get Apple's kind of trending up, so I guess the rest of the market's trending up, but let's see. Oh, well, that's not really trending up. That's just higher than what it was a little bit before. Well, it's got to be on a short term, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Blake. But, like, what they trying to do? I wonder when we came back through this. Well, that's, I don't know where the 4 is. I'll adjust that later. we came through this. Was this 12056? Wonder if, like, it doesn't mean anything. I wonder if we saw a 4-hour sketch too. Oh, well, apparently NASDAQ also had a 4-hour start under its 4 hours. I think this was an end here, right? Because we have 1, 2. Yeah, so we ended here. Start. Okay. Well, here's another reason to just look at Apple. Apparently they look the same thing. They don't look the exact same, but they look pretty similar. The 4-hour running through this reminds me of Apple on the 4-hour running through. It's not the same, but it reminds me of it. Obviously with this one we have almost kind of like, yeah, like this is down more and it runs through more like that, I guess, or like that. But overall, it just kind of reminds me of the same thing and then the same falling off. It's down just, dude. I'm surprised this isn't down a lot because, like, wow. I mean, I will say that I could see how the Dow doesn't have a lot of. So I see how the Dow's not down the most from the perspective of this is where our day time frame is, and I think the 4s are really high too. Yeah, the 4s are a little bit above it. And then the NASDAQ, it's like days right above us. And the SPY is like the days right above us. So I can see how these have a little bit more. God damn, this is on a cliff. Like, this is under all of them. It doesn't even have anything, I don't even think on the short term, yeah. Everything's under, so who knows? This may just topple at once. I think one of the lines is like here, 16. Oh, I guess the expected drop on this almost isn't that as bad as what I thought. Because the other ones are looking at, what, around 20%, and then we got 15 here. If we expect to push through, we could expect 23, which I think looks pretty good. I think AMD or Boeing are doing great for the day, though. It's pretty, well, AMD did horribly yesterday, so I don't know if that means anything at all. God, I'd have to move these because I know none of these are here anymore. I don't know when I passed had them here. Oh, maybe they are somewhat relative. Okay. I don't remember adjusting these anytime recent. I thought it was going to be all the 4 hours right here. We pushed up. Thought it was going to be around here. Oh, but day time frames. Well, that would explain some of this. That is really nice for Boeing. I'm really interested to see what happens with it. I feel like it would get pulled down, but I feel like it's been doing such a great job today. Like, I get it with this. I can see why with this being here. The week's still really high up, which is really sketchy. Danger zone is pretty far away for Boeing, which is all the way down here. Oh, whoops, my bad. Let me put this back up. But that's still 116. That's still surprising. It's nice to see it kind of bucking the trend here and having a nice bounce here at 145, being 149. You have 19.8. Everything's kind of like evened off. Interesting. I like this. A little bit better than expected, but I like it. I mean, well, technically we're not past here, so like it kind of is what it is. It's not really better than expected. At most is kind of what I expected if it pushed up, which I still don't really get. But for like being a 60-40, like this is what I wanted to see. I only wanted to see us come down here if we're going to come back up. I really feel like the more we go through the day, I hate to say it again and again and again, but I really feel like they're going for this VIX play here. Like, I really feel like they're going for this VIX play. They're just trying to keep it in this range until next week and make it look nice on the week time frame. I want to look at the VIX more, I think, in the future on a shorter time frame. I'm really interested. I feel like I could have gotten some pretty nice data just looking at the VIX. Like, we can already see the kind of obvious stuff, but like, I know these ranges are important, but I feel like I could weigh them a little bit more. So we didn't end anywhere that's like in special in particular. I could see the VIX just trending down anyway, which is really nice here. So there's a couple things we'll have to see. I'll make a video in a second, and then I'll get that out. I'm going to take a quick break for like a couple minutes, and then I'm going to do like the 10-20 minute video, and I'll be done. Because I'll have to look at some things. It does look like we're still, like, obviously what we're looking for is, you know, we had the 4-hour end under. Bitcoin is still the same thing, right? The short is still, we need to start under and then push. So if it's just going to dig around for one more day, honestly good if it wants to dig around for one more day. That's what I think the ultimate bear play is. Because, well, so there's kind of two ways to look at it. It really just depends where, I don't want to go too much into it because I'll say it in the video, but it really just depends where we expect other things to be when the VIX is doing its thing. So obviously if the VIX opens here, well, depending on where the VIX ends, if the VIX ends in this area, it's more, so if it ends like somewhere here on the week, it's more bearish than bullish. So then we could have something pushing this down here, or like on that day, like tomorrow, then I could see over the weekend us having this. That then pushes us here, and let's say the 4 hours where the 4 hour is like, what, 19.6, it's pretty high. But we do have our like 17.6, so maybe we bounce at our 17.6, do something here. But the point is like, to see something similar. So we have like a bad week we have like a pretty bad Monday that sets us up because that's where we'd start here. And then we'd get our push up on the day. And then we'd get our day time frame that starts here, and we get our week that super pumps. And then we can see this on Monday night in the same area, and with this kind of end here with a super pump, we would see Bitcoin in the same thing. I'd like to see those correlations at the same time. I would really like that. I think it just makes sense, but it also would be really smooth. So. And then I guess USD WTI is definitely, I don't know how this really stays here. We'll see where this ends and then where it starts. But wait, does this end? Yeah, I mean, what am I talking about? It's 5 o'clock my time, right? 1.6 closes from 6 to 7. But that was 5 to 6. 6, 7 makes sense though. So we'll see where this is. Most likely this will end up falling through though. But give me a second, I'm gonna make a video. I just need to take a quick break. It's like just like a couple minutes and I'm good. These whole day streams definitely like take a little bit out of me. But as I'm used to just looking at specific points and just AFKing. But it's better for me to do this than to go play video games or something else that might spark up my addictive personality. So I'm not trying to make money to play video games or, you know what I mean, or be addictive. Okay, I think 1 or 2 more minutes and I'm good. I think the VIX close, it doesn't really matter where the VIX closes. Closes at like 5 minutes, doesn't matter though. Or we'll Okay, let's do this. Let's get this out of the way. I need to go rest. I got something else and then some other stuff. And I gotta get ready for tomorrow. And then we got tomorrow coming up. Okay. Oh, man. I'm gonna talk for like 5, 10, 15 minutes straight, so it's one of those things where I gotta get up a little bit of energy first. Okay, what do we want to do? Let's talk about stuff. Let's go over what we wanted to see, I think, from a 4-hour perspective. We can show the 4-hour ends. We can go to VIX and we can look at the VIX. We can show Bitcoin, so probably 4-hour perspective, Apple, NASDAQ, SPY, maybe SPY, I don't know if SPY did it, but Apple, NASDAQ. We can show, I mean, it doesn't really matter for Apple, I might not even show it, doesn't even matter. So Apple, maybe then Bitcoin. Might go back over Ethereum, because I went over that the other day, and that had a lot, looked like it could have a lot of potential. So, obviously everything's nuanced. And really the big issue also for it too is like, that's for a breakout. Buy spot was that where the lines were, so, but might go over that again just to have some more clarification. Alright, let's go. The best spot to start shorting Bitcoin. Yo, what's up, Richie? So did you just get in here? Because if you just got in here, I'm just about to make a video, and I'm just about to answer that question as part of it. And I'll go over and I'll show you. Because if you've been in here already, I can show you like in 2 seconds. But like if you want an explanation of what I think and all that, like just let me know if you just got in here, because I can then record the video at the same exact time, and then I can just answer that question also, and then it makes it a lot easier for me. So, well, I guess technically, I feel like you must have just gotten in here. I just don't want to start recording the video if you said like you already know half this stuff, because it's going to take like 5 minutes maybe for me to get to the Bitcoin when I start recording. I'll wait 30 seconds. No, I'm just going to start recording. Because like I said, in like 4 or 5 minutes into me recording, you'll see what I'm saying. It's not a specific spot. Well, there is specific spots, but it's just based on what the average is pretty much. Alright. Alright, let's go. I have to show the 4-hour on Apple now. Let me see. Okay. There's a lot to try to get it concise, because I'm trying to get better at it, and I'm trying to make everything in the beginning look good, so it's all good. It's all good. Dang, wherever you are, there must be a big delay, but it's all good. So that's good. And like I say, as always, you can always check the videos out. Obviously, come in if you catch me, but if you ever don't catch me, Richie, I do try to get that video out. I'm trying to do it at before I finish the stream, but I'm also trying to get it before 8 also as well. So usually I'll have it out anyway. If you're ever worried about coming in here and catching me before I peace out. One, two, three. Okay, let's go. Boom. All right, here we go. All right, what's up, y'all? Prime Trendline boys. Let's just go over today a quick review, what we want to see, and some of the things we're looking for. So quickly, let's just go over Apple. We can show NASDAQ and some other ones as we kind of left off with. We're looking for that 4-hour switch. As I was saying, we want to see a 4-hour start above, 4-hour start here. If we start in between, we want to see where we're going to end the 4 hours. So we do push out, which was was a little bit unexpected. We can see on some of these short time frames in a second. Let me just show this. We can also see on the NASDAQ, though, we also had the day time frame, but even with its own 4-hour break. We also did have the NASDAQ finally. Well, actually, I guess technically this is completely different. I'm not gonna go to the NASDAQ. I don't care. And that completely invalidates. It's not invalidates. It's just breaking. I thought I saw some kind of correlation, but it's just not important. So technically, the initial one started under, and we could use that. I haven't been using Apple or NASDAQ for most of this. And there's other signs, so I don't want to get too really off track. I just thought it was something interesting, but I saw something to the contrary, and I don't want to have contrarian, data here. So anyway, the point is we started in here, so we try to range. What do we do from the morning? I do believe we come down and bounce fairly nicely in the morning. Let's see, where's this? Boom, boom. Okay. Oh man, where are we here? I'm just gonna redo this. God damn, so this is so annoying. This is why I need the stuff set up. Which side am I on? I'm getting pissed. Let's see. I moved something, so I don't know where the hell anything is. Because I had it a certain way. 1 second. Jesus Christ. I'll get to your Bitcoin thing. The easiest, I'll just get to this now. I don't want to waste your time. So the same thing for Bitcoin. We're waiting for the same exact thing. Like if you have the day haul here, we're waiting for the same thing. Now, what we'd want to see in particular, it should start around 9850 or 19,850 should be where the day is. I have a feeling it could end up here again. So, man, because I just want to, I'm thinking about how to say this. So, I think regardless of what, I think a nice short spot is when wherever this, if we start under it, actually starting under, this is ending under, starting above, or ending over, starting over. If we end under wherever this is, I think that's the safest place for a short. At the end of the day, I think we're probably heading into something that would bring us down here, and then we'd fall under here and fall here. So I think this would be the best kind of initial place from where we are now. But the safest place, I think, would be under, if we could find a day break under here. We might find something so aggressive we don't have that chance. So from that perspective, I do think the top of this breaking through here like we did here, yeah, we pretty much just ride it, even though it's not the same where we don't end under and start above, but it's the same kind of general concept. This is all I want to see. This is what I'm looking for. Literally just right here. That's all I'm looking for. And I think this is the safest place, or the best place, but the safest place for a really hard short would be anything that we have, depending on where this is when we come down. I would like to see the VIX tomorrow, so another key thing is the same thing with the VIX, where I do want to see this VIX end around here and start here next week, and I would then expect it, if it can start above both the week time frame, maybe push down if it has to, but I could easily see it pushing up, ending somewhere around here, pushing up again, and then I would expect Bitcoin to be dropping like a rock also at that same time. So, so that's pretty much that for Bitcoin. So I actually might take a quick break and then just make a video later, to be honest, because my throat hurts a little bit. I don't feel the best. And it's a lot of talking when I make the videos, but that's essentially what I'm looking for in the easiest sense, really, is that formation of the VIX with a week that ends above. I mean, if you have the holes here, you literally don't have to, you have pronouns, you should have the holes. So, if you have the holes, you don't have to do any, actual thinking, or not thinking, you don't have to remember anything that I'm saying, because you can just click between the day, and you can just put the lines there and list them, and you'll just see the same thing. but I'd like to see this. We started too high, hit the days, started in between. I'd like to see a weak start here and then push up. I think it makes sense, and I think it looks fairly reasonable from what we usually look at. You know, so we'll see what happens, but that's pretty much it. I think I'm gonna head out for now. I'll look at some stuff for a little bit. I'm just not gonna talk that much. Yeah, like the best spot on this was like down here, but the hope was that with this we could get some sort of breakout, and it looks like it got wrecked. I think the issue we remember was like the 4. Yeah, so it was sad that we really couldn't push and hold past here. I mean, technically this tried. It barely started above. I definitely Virix, I think, is right completely when he said sell the rumor, buy the news. Like, that's what this feels like anyway. Now, of course, thanks, man. They're close. They're approximate. I don't know about perfect. There's always deviations. Like I said, there's always deviations. Like, I could see today was going to get sold down. I didn't think we would get sold down that much in the morning, right? So it's like, direction-wise, probably, but the amount sometimes can definitely vary, right? So, but it's all about risk. No problem, main source. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on at the same exact time. I'm going to look through a couple more stuff. Before I leave, I'm just definitely not going to, whatchamacallit, I'm definitely not going to do the video right now, though, because it's just too much mental energy for me. So I'm just going to click through some stuff real quick. What I want hasn't really changed. That's why I say, like, at the end of the day, that's why I say, like, even if you don't want to use the holes, you guys have the paid version, literally just go new chart layout, and every time you come up, just have, you know what I mean, just have both charts up. You know, you could have yours and just have mine, just like side by side, if you really wanted to. Or I guess technically, what am I talking about? Are indicators even on one? I guess technically you could have as many charts, I forgot. Well, I like having, it depends. I like using the same indicator, but I don't ever look at this, so I don't know. We can get rid of this by now. It kind of bothers me. How do I get rid of this? Isn't there supposed to be a, there we go. I usually like having the same exact thing on each whatever I'm using. On each layout I'm using. Whatchamacallit? Oh, whoops! I just deleted that and it didn't delete anything. True. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I just try to stay realistic and humble, so that's all. You're limited to 5? What do you mean by 5? Oh, 5. Oh, yeah. I mean, I never use more than 2. Oh, 5 of these, yeah. I mean, well, let me tell you right real quick. I don't use this, and I don't even know what these are, to be honest. I think that this was a save because I was worried about losing it. I've only used one at a time, so, like, I don't even use 2. So I've only used this one chart. I don't remember why these are the way they are at all, to be honest. Oh, 5 indicators, I see. Well, the thing is it 5 indicators per layout, or is it 5 total? Right? Can you have 5 indicators? I mean, I don't even agree with the idea of having that many indicators, to be honest, but whatchamacallit? But it might be just 5 per chart. So you might be able to use like 5 on this one, and then have the same, like you might just be able to have Apple here, or like whatever you have here, and then just like Apple on both, and then have 5 indicators here, and then 5 separate indicators on the right side. So, oh, per layout, okay, is that how they have it? Okay. But still not that bad then, right? Because then you can just make a different, you can just open up a new chart layout, right? And then have it, because you can have multiple chart layouts, I think, right? And then you could just, it's a little obnoxious, but it's not that bad, I think. It depends. I mean, it's how many indicators you want to use. I'm not a big fan of using that many indicators, so it just kind of depends. But whatever gets the point across, or like whatever helps the most. If a million indicators helps, then a million does. Let me just look through some stuff. I didn't really look at much because we were just looking at Apple so often, driving a lot of the market. Let's see. That's pretty wild. Oh, this is the week time frame. I think we saw this bounce yesterday, or my bad. We saw this yesterday, but we saw it happen earlier in the week. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. I really love Mara also. I actually personally think Mara is a really big short. Not here per se, but I really hope, I don't know if we'll see it, but I really hope we get something that starts here, or starts somewhere around here, pushes up, or even just starts here, and then I think this is a great short entry, or a great put. And the nice thing is, like, this is even decent for like a long-term put, and they're so cheap that I think it's pretty reasonable. And if it flips, like, you don't lose much on it. I probably most likely will play something like this. I didn't play this because I'm an idiot, but I should have played this back up here when it was April. I was messing with other stuff anyway, so it's kind of whatever. But this is just like, it's just like comparable to everything else. Like almost nothing else was as like crazy as this. Because even when you come to reasonable spots, it's like a 63%. I mean, it's pretty wild stuff. And you're talking about relatively cheap. My bad. Short, put, doesn't matter. A long put, in my opinion, is a short. It depends. Or a put that has a put with a really far out expiration date is kind of like a leverage short, pretty much. Because you don't really lose much on the theta. You barely lose any money every day for holding it. Like if it's a year out, you barely lose anything. Every day, like barely. Well, it depends what direction it goes. We don't lose money when it sits in one spot, which is nice. But depending on what happens, and if this is really bad for Bitcoin, the cool thing about this is, obviously it's not where we want it yet. And I think at the end of the day, anything is really decent as long as we can see the VIX line up with some of the other things we want to see. So it's no rush on any of this. So hopefully we can see it form. Hopefully we have a nice kind of real decent day tomorrow. I don't know what we do. Hopefully we just don't go up too much. Pretty much, and we sit in this area. But I would like to see a little bit of a relief rally, not too much though. Get that VIX coming down, and a lot of things look like they're in a really good place. Like on the edge, but like we have kind of a formation. We have more of a trend now, or a break of trend, and we're on the edge, which is nice. So it looks like one tap and we fall off. But the nice thing is let's say they mine Bitcoin. So let's say like Bitcoin goes to 11K, or there's like really structural issues. It could be that this goes all the way to like 0 or something. You see what I'm saying? I don't know how low it'll go. I imagine it can't go to 0, but it's possible it goes super far down. Another thing also about Mara is when it came up in 2020 after the crash, it came all the way down to 40 cents. Went from 40 cents all the way up to around $70. So even though it's at 12 bucks right now, like just a couple years ago, like we bounced here, but just a couple years ago, it's all this other stuff. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, I think things need to develop more. The 21st, that's actually perfect, Virus, because I think that would be, Wednesday, I'm pretty sure? Well, that wouldn't be perfect, but that would still be pretty decent for everything. I don't know what the official CPI report technically means. When I think about that, I almost feel like, are they going to fudge numbers or something? But we'll see what happens. Gas came down, therefore CPI is not as bad. I don't know what they're going to try to what they're going to try to squeal out. We'll have to see. But I do like that it is next week, in a sense. Tuesday would have been preferred, but we'll see. As long as it lines up. But I think we should see, as long as we see a weekend. So I'd prefer it to not end here. The lower the bases that we have over here, the more kind of pressure we'll have in this spot. In my opinion, we move up. And that's just like, that's just that lower of a target. Oh, I'm uploading something? I don't think I was. It's weird. I don't want this to end here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think it looks good enough anyway, but just the lower, this is fine here. Anything in this area I think is acceptable. I mean, maybe even up here. I just would rather it be in the bottom part and the bottom half of it when it starts next week. And then we get our 19th, maybe 19th push up, 20th, I don't know. I really need to see a day start up here, or like I need to see this. I would prefer to see it end up here because we've never even had an end up here. I don't think we've had an end up here, right? Yeah, we haven't had we haven't had a single day even end above both, so an end would be also pretty nice. Maybe I'll pre-position a little bit depending, but most likely I'll just enter a decent amount of positions when we hit this spot. So it kind of like if we start here next week, so it doesn't really matter. I would like to see like this here tomorrow, and then maybe, and then maybe and then Monday, starting in the same place, and then maybe Tuesday here, pushing up, and then Wednesday with the CPI early report. Obviously we start early, so we'll go here, getting ready for it, and boom. So obviously there's not going to be any time really to position if it's up here. Not as much really, or maybe any at all, but we'll still be able to see the Friday, Monday, Tuesday, boom, kind of thing. Position Monday, Tuesday, depending. It's going to be really tough because once we start above the week, like my big thing about this is like any bull kind of play on the VIX, you got to get the week to end under here. I just don't see how that's possible at this point, to be honest. Or the chances seem incredibly low of seems incredibly low of a bullish of the VIX starting, or the VIX starting pretty much, I guess, but also like implications. We're probably not going to go from here to here, so we'd probably have to end here, and then we'd have to start here, of course, because the start's what I care about. But it just seems a lot less likely that we'll even end in this area, considering that we're still in the same range as we were just like the other day, but we're significantly at a significant lower portion of the trend, arguably like broken it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it was too. Also, I agree with what you said. I believe that's what it is. My thing is like the CPI they look at all the time is like all BS. But the nice thing is I don't know if it'll matter because it's not going to be good. Even if it's better than horrible, it's still not going to be good. And it's going to be hard to, if we do see this, right, with what we're looking for, it's going to be hard to have that turn around. So, So we'll see what happens. I mean, it is what it is, so I'm in a position anyway. I don't really care. I think it'll be clearer and clearer as we get closer and closer to next week. So there's less variables the closer and closer we get. Viacom held pretty well. I'm surprised. No wonder it's because it came all the way from 21. Tesla held pretty well. Nice start. I like the week here. I actually like the day start here too. I don't know why we don't just come down though. It doesn't make much sense to me. Better be careful though if everything else comes down. I don't know this stays. But still somewhat impressive. Imagine a market dropping where Tesla doesn't drop nearly as much as the market. That would be hilarious. And then they'll start calling Tesla a value stock. I can see it now. I might have a video out before 8, but anyone in here, you pretty much know what I'm looking for. If anyone doesn't know what I'm looking for, you probably seen with the holes, just throw the holes up, look at the holes on the VIX and the week and the day, and then the hole on Bitcoin on the daytime frame. We don't want to end under that on the daytime frame. I feel like we'll be fine though, because where the market was able to slightly recover, which is really nice, because I think it's much better the quicker things drop, not like quicker, but when things drop, the faster they drop, the better, in my opinion. So We're not trying to catch something halfway. We're trying to catch it like, well, I guess technically it's like in the middle of it in a sense. We're trying to catch it at the inflection point. So, all right, I'll see you all later. I appreciate you guys coming by and coming in, and always it makes it a lot more interesting for me. If you guys could, just don't forget to give it a little boosty boost to the video over here. Obviously, it's probably more than 0, but still, I always appreciate the boost. I don't know what they do, to be honest, but I think it here, like this is the reason why I bring it up, because I'm pretty sure if we search, let's do this. So what am I doing here? Let's get out of this. So if we go here, here we go. So we go to Trading View. This is why every once in a while they have this. I don't know why they haven't done it forever. I don't know why they didn't have me on here, but it kind of is what it is. Where is it? Oh, was I in here? I don't know if they even put me in here. I don't know if I was doing much around here. Well, I do everything, so I would have been here. I literally don't really care at this point. I don't understand why they don't constantly put me on here. Because these things like 922 boosts, 66, like this brings a lot of people to people's channels. I've seen with another guy too when they put out here or whatever, when they like recommend people. Like a lot of these people usually get a lot more people coming through. And like I think the cool thing would just be more people, more people, bigger community. I think it would just be, more people the better, right? So, let me see. Please remember, editors, picks, and all the authors mentioned in our attempt to show undiscovered traders unique mark. Well, maybe this is why I don't get anything, because I do videos and I don't write stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't get it. They're honestly like their selection's a little bit weird, to be honest. Wait, what the heck? Oh, damn, this dude ripped them apart. Jesus Christ. What the heck? I don't think this dude comes into my stream, but God, he's ripping them to pieces. What the heck? Well, I don't endorse any of this stuff. Is it this guy? No, he must follow other people maybe? Or maybe it's him, I don't know. Jeez. What the heck? I don't understand what this guy's issue is. 17 days, I can't wait for all this to implode. This guy has some issues. Like, I wish they would put me on here, but like, I'm not angry. Personally, I think it's kind of weird because I stream every day, and I'm like, arguably because I stream every day, the most popular streamer, due to the fact that I stream for 7 to 8 hours every single day. You just cannot. Like, I have less of a life than other people. And I like streaming and going over this stuff. It's fun, even if I'm not getting into trades. As we saw today, like I can go back and forth. It doesn't really matter. But it's fun. But still, what the heck? This guy again said something. Jesus Christ. What is this guy talking about? Now, I don't disagree with what this guy is saying here. But I don't know if I mean like so my thing is my thing is like a couple different things based on what he's saying. So I don't besides his doomsday kind of stuff, I definitely think it's possible, and I don't necessarily disagree. Whatchamacallit, I definitely agree with what he's saying. Don't lock yourself up into the market. I agree with all of this right here. But my thing is like we still have to see everything that happens. So I think like what we're seeing, like I don't know, I don't know. From an investment standpoint, I agree with them 100%. I don't know. So like TradingView has this thing. You remember this? Remember I was complaining like months ago 'cause I was like, oh man, I wish they'd put me up here, and then I kind of got over it because it was a long time ago. And at the end of the day, like I'm it's not their job to help build my community. It's my job to help build my community, you know. Um, so it kind of is what it is. But I imagine what's going on. No. This is TradingView. You see. Well, when the you'll see it in a second. I'm not gonna explain because obviously there's a delay, and once you see this, you'll see it. I'm not sure if he clicked through these people and checked what they saw. I don't know what these people think. But because I was just looking through, because I was telling people to boost me because I think it gives me a better chance of being on here. So that's why I just say at the end of the day, just boost. But this guy was like the first comment here, and he just really like ripped into them. I don't really get why. But I imagine so I don't know. Let's see real quick. It depends. What are these people saying? Okay, that's a little dangerous. Okay, that's a little dangerous. Well, this guy didn't say it. This guy said this last year, or last month. But August okay? August was really bad. This was kind of dangerous. This is kind of dangerous. He's talking about a lot of longs. Okay, so this guy's talking about a lot of longs. I don't know what this guy's smoking. So maybe this guy has a point if a lot of these other people are super bullish on the market right now. I haven't gone through these people, so I'm not exactly sure what. Man, talk about really up and coming. This guy definitely just started, so he doesn't really have a lot. I don't know what these mean. I'm just looking at these to see because I'm assuming. Yeah, it's kind of funny, but to be honest, he's not wrong. I don't agree with what he's saying about TradingView. Let me see, 4 years. Okay, so this guy doesn't have anything. Yeah, I mean, this guy doesn't have anything that's super bullish, so I think this is fine. I don't see what's wrong about this. To be honest, his handwriting's pretty bad, but it's actually better than mine. I think this is pretty decent too. Yeah, I mean, I don't, so this guy's thing checks out. This guy's not a Super Bowl, so there's nothing wrong with this guy. Um, what's up, Trading Crypto's Life? Capitulation on the bottom. Well, we don't want to look at these because the guy would have seen the stuff from July if he looked at these people. Okay, short gold. I like that. I don't know. I feel like the guy is just saying stuff. I don't know if he clicked on some of these people. I really like the short gold. I don't know where he said to short it, but I mean, honestly, even if it wasn't a short, it wasn't good to be in. Okay, he's talking about healthcare. That's good. He's talking about being somewhere bullish in June with healthcare. What happened in June, regardless of healthcare? We had a bullish movement upwards late June and really in July. So that's good. We already know this guy has some good stuff. Buying opportunity, this is June 1st. We know what happened in June and July. We pushed our late June, July. We pushed up, so this is good. So I don't know about these last two people seem to check out with what they have. I'm not sure what this guy's complaining about. Bearish, bull. Well, we don't want to look at anything that they're showing now because we just want to look at what that guy might have been looking at. Was that July he was looking at? So this was July. We need to go July, not even August. And that was what, July 17th? It doesn't even matter because if we go through July, anybody even saying stuff is, yeah, the last chance to buy Rivian was before major bull run. Now, of course, this isn't true in the total sense, but I'm almost positive if he said this June 29th, it did this move. Like, we probably should be able to click it because everything went up in July, right? So we should have had something great. Yeah, look at that. You see what I'm saying? Like, boom, bam, boom. So did we hit his target? No, but, I mean, we're pretty close. And from where he was saying that it looked decent, I mean, look at that. That's really nice. So I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand where a lot of this guy's hatred comes from. Uh, this seems to be unwarranted. This is already unwarranted, but this seems to be like so far only one person on that list has said something that I thought was dumb. Everybody else had good ideas. Yo, what's up in Vertigo? So, like, yeah, you said all you have to do is click and the dumbest crap being said is promoted, even when they are repeatedly wrong. So I just don't understand who he's going through to see that they're wrong. We've literally just looked through it and we haven't seen anything. Well, I don't know about these. Let's see. Let's go to the recent stuff. Let's do January. What's this guy have? July. Let's see what they're saying. I don't know any of these specifically. I don't want to click on them. This is already after he would have seen it, so I don't know about this guy. But here, I'll do this in the meantime since I'm just chilling. Put that back on. So July. Okay, now this is not that amazing. Let's see though. Well, actually, you know what? So first of all, it didn't go here and go here. But I don't know too much about this specifically, what he's saying. I almost don't want to read it. But I don't hate the idea. I don't know what this did in what direction. But if this did come down here, I don't think that's that bad to expect it to come back up. I think that's pretty reasonable. So I actually don't hate the way this looks. The idea about this trade, I mean, if it's a short saying short and then go up, yeah. But if it's like saying, hey, wait, then do that, then I don't want it. So. Okay, so I would say for this one, it's not really the best. And then this, I don't really get what... This isn't that bad. I like this, though. This is really cool. This might be how he got selected for it. So I don't like his other one, but it's not really like a huge move, or is it really anything making a statement about the direction of anything on an even medium to long term. So I'm going to stop looking through these. I don't know who this guy was looking at. I don't think a lot of these people, I don't think he actually clicked a lot of these people's stuff. Now, the purpose of this is like up and coming people more so than people are necessarily right. I do think there should be somewhat more of a lean towards people that are consistently right as opposed to people that are just new and up and coming. But yeah, I mean, look, Spy Master's here. We literally clicked this guy's thing. Spy Master literally had nothing wrong. So, you know, so I don't know. This guy's weird. I even took the time out of my day to actually see and verify. And I've seen maybe one guy that I definitely did not agree with. The other 6 or 7 or 8 so far either had really good stuff, and then there was one where it was like he had a good the thing we just saw where it was like the 7 stages of blah blah blah, or the 7 whatever. So I don't know where he's coming from. So I don't know. I'll read what he says, and I'd be interested to see. I do somewhat disagree, and I agree. But I think the point of contention, looking at this first line, I would disagree with Spy Master here with, is the idea of encouraging others to get out of the market. I don't think it's because of fear. I think this guy is right about what he's been saying, just not about like the people up there. Now, if he's coming from the standpoint of everything's horrible, and people should realize how bad things are, and the mere mention of not bringing up how bearish things could be is just as bad as promoting anything possibly going up or down when we're in a possible situation that everything could crumble, I agree with him. I think that makes a lot of sense. anytime anyone asks me about Bitcoin, what direction is it going to take, what do? Far out view. Every single time. There's not a single time I will talk in any of my videos about something. Generally, Bitcoin also, almost always, without a long-term view. Anytime anyone comes into my chat, I will always show the long-term view of something. So if that is what he's saying, I completely agree. 17 days, I don't necessarily agree with, but he was right about August being really down. If we think about it now, because I remember he's in July and not August, I mean, what happened, whatchamacallit, in August, right? We kept going up a little bit and then boom. So we did really have the start of this in August. So I get what he's saying, and I agree with him on almost everything, to be honest. But I don't agree with his like vitriol that he's kind of spewing towards other people. I get where he's coming from, though, and I think his voice should be heard. I think that's the issue, and I don't think it's right for. I mean, I feel like this is a reaction video, to be honest, but I don't think. Let's kind of go through this in a sense, and I'll go through the other ones and kind of give my opinion. Is whatchamacallit is let's see. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't think we're at the point where that we're here yet, but I mean, I think he's jumping a little far. I agree with his outlook. I just don't know if those outlooks can be really like traded on. Like when you get a long-term put, you get a put because you believe the price is going to go down, or you get a put because you believe the price is going to go down. Any reasonable put with reasonable amount of expiration date on it, you believe the price is going to move down. How far down? It almost doesn't matter. If you're trying to secure yourself or what you're doing. So from that perspective, like, from that kind of perspective, it's like you don't have to say it's going to be this bad because we don't know it's going to be this bad yet. I definitely have a feeling in my mind, truthfully. I mean, I don't like he's this whole thing right here. I don't disagree with this guy. He makes such good points. I think the issue is I'm going to be honest, and nothing against him. I think he's autistic or something like that. Or maybe, and I say he's autistic in a sense because I've known people that are autistic or, those other kind of things. And sometimes there's a kind of, when they think something's really important, even if it is, they will like try to have such an emotional response to try to get a emotional response out of other people. Maybe not understanding that, well, that's not how people generally work. But I think almost everything he says is like, I mean, we're 2 months into this now, right? July, September, August, September. We are pretty close to almost a World War III. But regardless, I agree with this. And China is primed to an extent. They're pretty primed for a Chinese takeover. Are they going to do it? I don't think they'll do it this year. But anytime anything goes bad and stuff collapses, I mean, I don't. They'll be in China. They'll be in Taiwan the next second, not even the next day. Taiwan's as good as dog meat. No offense, no offense. I know you're in your virus, but it's just like everybody's dog meat at the end of the day, So even with their own government, so it's just one of those things. Well, maybe not dog meat, but radioactive waste is the better way to put it. So we'll see, but I don't know if we'll see that. But I don't really think we have a World War III. We have a nuclear. It's pretty much mutually assured destruction. And I think that really starts with the economy failing, trade routes failing, and then a lot of its resources, which we've already seen a huge resource change. So he has great points. He just takes it to the next level. And so instead of sticking on this guy, I'll go to the next one. This guy saying merely because of fear is not correct. What I do not like here is what he is doing is he is taking valid points that are being presented in a overly dramatic way or what would appear over dramatic. I think it's just slightly over dramatic. I don't think it's that over dramatic at all. I think it's very poignant and, straight to the point. But this is what I don't like. Be careful encouraging others to get in or out, but to say it's merely because of fear, I don't know. No, I mean, the thing is we can go back to here. So this is the thing. So he's talking about July, he's talking about things are bad. Where do we rise up in July? Where do we go to August? We go up here. What do we have up on the Dow? We have this up here. There's already a reasonable idea that things can turn around. And most of what he's thought is stuff I already thought back then. I think anything can happen at any of these points. But it's like, what's more likely to happen is more likely when we do have this candle right here in August, we're going to fail. When we come up to these long-term trends. So I kind of get what you're saying of hindsight. But I agreed with most of what he was saying, even when he said it. I'm looking from a perspective of back then. You see what I'm saying? I think we can even look now to see that he was right, more or less, with his 17-day comment, almost more or less. But if I was to tell someone around then, like, more or less what they want, I mean, I've been telling people that I know for a while, like, don't have money in the market. Like, because when I go through something like this, what's the most obvious thing? I want to see us start above. And if we don't start above, this is get out. Even if someone's not shorting or getting puts, like, none of these things have changed. This is get out. This is don't be in. Wait till we get above. This is don't be in. Wait till we get above. I mean, we can see these things on a day time frame. Oh, so I mean, you're right. I mean, to an extent, you're right. It's just in this situation, and part of the reason I would have disagreed with him at the time, I would have. So when it comes to money managing and people that aren't trading, it's like kind of tough. It's really tough. Because you look at it from the perspective of, like, when you know what it is, it's easy to get in and out. When you're not managing other people's money, it's really tough. But the idea that we're toppy and we should be very careful for when we're encouraging, especially like new people that might not be as keen to some of these things, I definitely think it's important. And like I said, it's kind of why I always go back to, you can delete it, but I saw you say it, Mario. It's fine, but I think it's a really valid point. But this is why I always say go back to, like, the full time frame. And I think this guy's a little over the water, or, like, a little crazy. Because of some of this, like I said, I think he might be, like, a little autistic or something, which is fine. Or maybe he's just mad he's not up here. But because this is, like, this is, like, way too much, man. Though I do agree, like, I agree with what he says. I don't agree with calling them a clown. But it's like, at the end of the day, is it TradingView's job to promote a specific narrative? That's another thing. Like, that's, I guess, another way we could look at this from. Is it really their job to promote a narrative? Because if TradingView's really just putting up people that are only talking about doomsday stuff, it's really almost like they're pushing a narrative. Now, are they necessarily, like, wrong? Not really, because there should be caution. Like, in July leading up to this, there should be caution. Because we remember in early August, where was it? Early August, I mean, we could even see some of this stuff back then. So he said this stuff in July, but August was like August 10th. There we go. 29th. It's like August 10th, we're talking about the VIX looking really sketchy and coming all the way down here. So if he's looking at it a couple weeks ago, so this is August 10th, 3rd, July, so he might have been talking about it. I actually would have said something, actually, I mean, to me, this is bullish coming up. I look at it this way. I always say anything can happen anywhere. So I imagine, we could bounce here, and then we had stuff that looks nice, and we bounce. So it made sense, and that stuff was pretty easy to deal with. I could see how he's saying it, though. I don't know. And, like, I at the end of the day, I could nitpick it. It's not important. I don't think his tone is correct. I don't think the way he goes about it is correct whatsoever at all. But I do agree with a lot of what he says. But like I said, I don't think TradingView's job is to promote a narrative. You know, I'm surprised I didn't do the most obvious thing, which would have just been to click his profile. But his profile has 0 ideas on it, I think, which arguably doesn't really help his own case here. That he doesn't actually have any ideas on his own. But you know, it's like, you know, it's like, this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll look at some of the other stuff because I'm interested. So, one thing I will say about this is, if you're going to say the sky is falling, that's fine. Let me know. Give me something actionable. Tell me when. If he really wanted to, maybe he does it down here, but if he really wanted to, post your video or post your link in here to your idea explaining this. If you want people to get out of the market, show them something that's going to encourage them to take their portfolio or a decent size of their portfolio out of the market. Because just telling people stuff's going to fall is something people have been doing for like the last 10 years, you know? So, or at least like the last, what are we, it's 8, like maybe 7, 8, you know, when people thought, oh, they might increase rates again, and they realized they weren't. So people have been calling for this stuff. I mean, look at Peter Schiff. People have been calling for this stuff for a long, well, he's a gold bull, but people have been, he's calling the market crash too. But so people have been calling this stuff for a long time. So to just say this without anything actionable that will encourage people to do anything, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what they really choose, to be honest. But like, so it could just be boosts and stuff. Like on this guy, I don't think he had anything really good. This is like, I mean, this guy's had 2 things. So this is the one guy I saw that didn't really have anything impressive. I don't know how he got 11 boosts on this. I get the idea of it, but this also seems a little weird. Nothing against the guy really too much, right? It does whatever, but it just seems a little weird to say, okay, now this is going to go right here and then come back up. It just seems weird. But he could have gotten chosen because this one has 2,952 boosts. Now, I don't know if this is because he got chosen. Most likely, a lot of times what TradingView likes to do, and I have no issue, I think it's pretty nice, but what TradingView likes to do is these kind of things, they love promoting these. This is the easiest way to get a lot of comments and stuff and boosts. This is really the only way to do it on TradingView from what I've seen. But I like this stuff, and there's no bias to it. There's no real buy or sell. There's no narrative they're trying to push, which is why I think TradingView loves promoting these, because they're just easy to promote. They make sense to promote, right? Because at the end of the day, TradingView is a company where a lot of people spend a lot of money. Do we really want TradingView trying to tip the scale? I mean, I like their platform. If TradingView tries to do that, and I wouldn't be surprised in some senses if it's seen as financial. Well, I don't know. It's going to piss off a lot of people, and it could get them in legal trouble. I like their website. I like how it works. I don't want them to go under or whatever, right? So, you know, from that perspective, it's whatever. So, you know. So it could be just because they saw this guy get a lot of boosts, and that's why I say I think it's the boosts that really add to it, more or less. But this guy's 2 ideas with 20 almost 3,000 boosts, right? And 834 followers. So this is why I was saying I like when they choose people, and hopefully they can choose me, because this guy has 834 followers in this, and it's not just because of them. But when most likely they promoted this, I think. I would hope they promote this. These are usually nice ones. Yeah, see? Editor's picks, right? So, you know. So it's like a huge boost, like the biggest increase of any community or anything you're doing on TradingView. If they have an editor's pick for something you do, boom. Like I've seen it on, let me see if I can find the guy, if I remember his name. He already had a decent following. He's already good, obviously. All these people, this guy's already decent, or like good. I should say decent. He's good. So obviously he's good. But whatchamacallit? Like if you check his stuff, I haven't checked his stuff in a while, but I like his stuff. He comes on in the morning. He does his like 1 hour stream. They got a educational crypto trading group. He does his thing. He's got his stuff sorted out. But I do remember with him, he went from like, I can't remember how much, but he got like, I think 1,000 followers or it's something really crazy. And some of the ideas that they promoted for him. So it's always like a great push up in that sense. So anyway, let's kind of look through some of these and then I'm done. I think this is interesting because it has nothing to do with the market. And at that same sense, I understand this guy saying merely because of fear, but the correct thing that he should have said is, or what I think he should have said, which is pretty funny, but puts expire in 17 days. But I think the correct thing he should have said is, if you're going to make this kind of comment, keep it simple. If you're going to make this kind of comment, show us something. Which I don't think says, hey, we don't believe in you, but just put something that's going to convince the normal person. Then there's plenty of doomsayers walking around. You know, the sky's falling. You're not going to change someone's mind. Yeah, doomer. So I don't know why he said this. That doesn't really make sense to me. I don't agree with whatever this guy was talking about, but I did have this mentality more so back in the day. I will say this: hindsight bias does come in through here. If I was to, but I don't. I try not to look at things in hindsight bias because I'm pretty good at remembering what I was thinking at certain times. But I did agree with him at this. Well, more or less, kind of, yeah, kind of. In the beginning of the war, in the beginning of the year, I did kind of have believed this more. Maybe towards July, but I wasn't as like doomish as I was now. But that's mainly been the United States pushing so much, and really just also like the whole other collapse of everything else and the energy crisis and all that kind of crap. So. Technically, volatility is not the prerequisite. I don't agree with this because isn't that the whole point of trading currencies and like with super high leverage is like, I mean, isn't that the whole point of like trading ranges too? I mean, I guess certain volatility has to be anything, but like I would imagine volatility would be considered a couple percentage points, or maybe you consider volatility something that breaks out of a range. I don't know. This guy didn't have the best responses, to be honest. I don't like how these people are. Someone should, like, no one's going halfway with this guy. No one's going halfway with him, which I think is kind of getting him to, like, spurg out a little bit more, to be honest. You know, like someone should just go halfway with him and be like, I understand what you're saying. I see how that could pan out. But I'm looking to see what happens. That's what I would have said. I mean, my clear thing here is like July 16th. It's like, I mean, it looks like we're going to have a run up. Things look good. It looks like the VIX was falling off, but it was going to heavy support from another place. But I would have said the same thing. Let's see what happens up here. Or at least in this area, because we didn't know if it was going to get up here. But it's at least let's see what happens up here. You know, that's my big thing about it. Bitcoin never hit 78K. Oh, maybe he meant 69. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But okay, now I don't give him the benefit of the doubt, whatever it was at. Okay, I did not know that. This is a little bit, well, I don't know. This dude maybe has a history of this. I don't know, but like, even I know Bitcoin. Bitcoin was never even 70K. Did it peak 69? I guess I trust this guy went back and looked at it. So I stopped messing with it around 16, came back in June or January this year when it was whatever, and I literally didn't give a shit. So let's see what it is now. What did it top off at? I thought it was like 65 or 66 to be honest, but oh, it almost hit 69. Oh, this is by about 66. Okay. Well, that's almost, yeah, 69K right there. I imagine the SPY Master would have looked, so. I'm interested to see what the later comments say. 68? Okay. They're both wrong. See, so like this is my issue though. Like this is my issue even here is like these people like they're not looking at the core of his argument. They're looking at the emotion that you can kind of see. Like if you just take out the extremes of what he says and look at the core of life on the water's argument, there's a lot there to it, right? You know, so I don't know. It's like just saying just because he can't say what Bitcoin was doesn't mean his argument's wrong. You know, if a pedophile or Hitler or whoever or Mao Zedong or whatever or pot pole or whatever genocidal person says murder is wrong, even though they did it, that doesn't mean because someone else said murder is wrong, someone that you don't like, that's a detestable person, said that murder is wrong, doesn't mean murder's not wrong now. You know what I mean? Just because you don't like something else that they say, or they say something else, or they're wrong about something else, doesn't mean everything else is invalidated. And I think that's like a big issue a lot of people do. Now, it is possible maybe they do have horrible records. I don't know, but the ones I saw so far, I don't know their old records, but the stuff I looked at seemed to be fine on most of them. Seemed to be fine. So, but this is why I always try to put out videos and I try to explain stuff so I'm not wrong. Whoever looks at it is wrong, right? Because I try to leave people with as much as what I'm thinking and what I'm looking at, that they can use the tools that I left them with. Zenflow. Ooh, this guy. We'll check him out. Well, I'm interested to see what everyone else said. Probably everything else is just normal stuff. I don't know why he said this though. What was oil in 16? I will say maybe oil didn't look like a short in 16 or July. I don't know. Why would he go against shorting oil? Why would he go against shorting oil? I mean, it doesn't invalidate her. I don't care about any of the other stuff he says. I just don't understand why he would be against shorting oil. I mean, to me, once oil started pushing down from here, it just seemed clear to me it was going to come back down to 80. Or that would have been the best coming down to 80, but whoops. Well, let's see what his oil short says. I mean, any oil short this dude had is printing. Oil was... This guy made the comment here for oil. You know what might have happened? Well, we'll see. But regardless, like, maybe he had an oil short here pumped and then it turned back around. We'll see what happened. I don't mind some of this stuff. The one issue I do have, like, with video, like, our ideas like this, I mean, maybe there's something I'm missing here. I'm just kind of skimming over it. But the issue I do have with stuff like this is I actually 100% agreed. Well, when did this guy put this out? On August 5th. I don't know about that because we were reaching. This is when we almost hit the VIX. This is kind of sketchy. But the thing I don't like in general, I will say, is ideas like this. if I'm seeing it correctly, where they don't say, hey, from a macro perspective, watch out for this. Because it's like saying you should buy an altcoin without looking at Bitcoin. And it's just really dangerous to do that kind of stuff. What's black gold? Is this oil? No. When did this guy put his thing? So July 16th, he responded. So it must have been an idea before July 16th. This looks nice. I think this looks similar to what I was looking at, or like what I. Well, I have no idea where this is. Oh yeah, no. So for me, I didn't have anything like this, but this did make sense. This at 50. July 8th. Wait, where were we? I don't know. I don't look at this, so it's kind of hard to see. To be honest, I don't really like this too much anyway. I'm not gonna try to compare it. For me, I'll just for brevity, the sake of that I had it, I'll just show. Right, like so for Twitter, we had this up here, and then I think on the day time frame, which I was thinking like here, we should add something right above us here, and then here also as well. Yeah, no, well he was talking July. This is what I was talking about up here in May. This was a while ago. But we also could see it falling through. So I looked a lot in the fib. I thought he was talking about somewhere here, but I think his stuff looked... Where was his stuff? Let me see. What month was this? When was this? May? It's so weird seeing these background white charts. What is this? May, April. So what is this? May? Yeah, because I think May was right up here. Yeah. So my thing is like, yeah, he had something like here, and then for me it was like falling off. So that's what I thought. What's inflationary mean? Ultrasound money. Oh, holy crap, I see what you're saying. Supply change since merge. What the heck? Interesting. Okay, I understand what you mean now. I don't understand what's going on specifically. I mean, it's getting burned, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know anything about what they're doing. I'm just gonna leave this up and look at it later because it looks like something I'll actually have to look at to understand. But yeah, so like this guy had this thing here, and so like this is what I was thinking of, this place up here. So I mean, yeah, this guy had something nice for Twitter. Oh, being burnt then being being burnt then being issued. Okay. What is this guy even talking about? Did this guy must have updated it. So let's see. Black gold. July 18th. How is it that this guy said how is shorting oil working out? But he said this on July 16th. But I don't see any. Is there a oil here before? This guy doesn't have an oil. Does this guy have an oil? I don't even see an oil chart for this guy. So I don't understand why the guy's talking. Like, I see the oil thing here, but this is 2 days after the comment came out. Yeah, see? Oh. Yeah, I'm so confused. And now he says keeping it out for, I'm so confused. Oh, no more miner rewards. Oh, true. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I thought I saw something that said people were still gonna mine. I don't understand that, to be honest. I didn't, like, actually, I literally just don't understand that. I mean, this should have. July? I think we pretty much just cut down from here and bounced around here and came up, right? Yeah. Pretty standard. You know? So I don't really get, what's this line down here? What's this price? 78, 77. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the open gap he has here. I do like like this level. This is where I have the 200 smooth. But everything about this is pretty good. I don't understand why this guy was like ripping into him. Kind of weird. I mean, I don't know what they put out. I don't know. Everybody's like saying stuff, but in a wrong way. Some people are just wrong, but some of these people are just like saying stuff in a wrong way. Call TradingView a joke? I don't know. Now, if you want to attack the person that did it, maybe, I don't know. I think there should be something. I do think they should have some sort of... I can't believe I'm still arguing with myself about this, whether it's appropriate or not. But I thought I have to check it back later. I thought I saw something where it's like, people will still mine Ethereum. I'm like, how does that happen? I didn't get that. So I was like, is there like an Ethereum and now like an Ethereum class, like an Ethereum Classic or something? It's weird. I feel like they'll have to go to Ethereum Classic, right? Because isn't I'm pretty sure a lot of the NVIDIA cards, I remember back in the day anyway, the NVIDIA cards were more towards huh? Are you Mexican or Latino? Because if you are, then I'm finally getting a paisano. I don't even know what paisano is. Isn't there a place called paisanos, I'm pretty sure? I don't even know what paisano is. País? I don't know what país. Paisano? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what that word means. I've never looked it up. But he says Latino. Finally, someone of my country that speaks English. This, what? I mean, I guess if you're talking about all, it's just weird to say. Like, I swear, there's some people that are just weird, that are just super, like, racist weird in a weird way. Or not like racist, but like super, like, la raza. Not even, like, Spanish people specifically, or Latin people. I mean, you can't even say Latin. The reason why I find that so crazy is because, like, El Salvadorans will hate Guatemalans, and, like, Mexicans will hate El Salvadorians, and like, there's so much hate between these countries down there. It's kind of weird to say, like, you're Latin and I'm Latin. Yeah, we're cool. It's just weird. So, anyway, that was kind of interesting to kill some time here. I do like the back and forth between this, on quite a bit of this, looking through these. I wonder if he clicked, I want to see the first three here and the first three here. Because I just saw a really good rate. These multi-asset ones seem to be a lot better. But, oh, you know what the issue might be? I wonder, because anyone that's in general that's doing multi-asset probably is talking about more things that could look like we're going to fall. So maybe some of these other ones, NVIDIA now is fresh new low predicted, what's next? Bearish divergence warnings, okay, that seems fine, I mean, the XY up to 121, that seems fine, so maybe there's something old that this guy had that was bad. Everything that he has is acceptable or good. I can't tell if it's good until I click on it. But I can tell everything he's putting out is acceptable. And he's talking about Oxy here, that's a good. Yeah, so I don't know, I don't think he clicked on this guy. Okay, so let's see what happens. So this guy checks out. I just don't understand. It's definitely, there's DCAM. So DCAM had some good ones. I don't like DCAM's charts, but overall, I mean, I like the stuff he had. What's this? Why'd this guy get chosen? Now this is weird, but this is kind of cool. What is this thing down here? Oh. It's just literally, it's not even all, it's not, I thought this was an average, but it's whatever KDP CBOE is. So here's one I don't get, but I don't understand this, why this guy got chosen. But I wouldn't say this guy has bad ideas. He just doesn't have any ideas. And then we did decams. We'll do commodities. Obviously, this is recent. I already know that. Well, I can already say, first of all, I really don't like the chart. But barring the idea, I don't think the idea is bad so far, kind of from what I've seen, but I really don't. I'm not a big fan of the chart. What is this, crude oil futures? I really don't. 85. Everyone has this 85 spot marked out, and I really just don't like this 85. Wait, did we drop to 81? Oh, maybe this is because it's crude oil futures. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. His charts remind me of like my charts from like 2 years ago, maybe, where they were you could understand it kind of, but like thick lines, like these lines are way too thick. Like this is $91.23, but if we look at this from the bottom of the line, that's $91.05 all the way up to that's 35 cents. This one line is so thick, it covers 35 cents. July 28, what do you say here? Okay, before I even click at it, what time is this? July? So this is what, July 26? This is probably the last one we look at, and then I'll probably head out. Yeah, July 26. I mean, I don't think he's wrong. It's going back up, but to me, I don't know. For me, it's a little bit cheating because, like, I have this OP ship pitchfork, which is, like, OP. He said the 26th. I don't think it's necessarily wrong, though. I don't know if I would have said it here, though. When I saw this around here, I thought this had a pretty decent chance. I actually thought it had a really decent chance. Obviously, we don't end up here on any of these days, so it's just tragic. But, I mean, if I hit this, it's literally going to go up and then just get, like... Oh? Wait, what is this? Oh, CME futures. Okay. I do like this downwards trend line, too. It does seem to fall in the same place right here almost. Okay, so these are futures. Wait. No, but this should fall cliff. It's still fine. I don't think we ever hit here, though. I'm starting to feel weird because I'm like, I feel like the price he's looking at is different than the price. No, it's the same price, so it should just drop here, right? Yeah. But this is still fine in that same sense, too. Because it broke under the line. Yeah, so this guy, all this guy's stuff checks out, too. I don't like his charts, per se. But his idea isn't bad. His idea is good. And his charts could be better to be more presentable. I don't know. Long story short, I don't understand what this guy's talking about. I've gone through a couple of these. I think like most of the people that kind of responded to him, they're right, but they're wrong. I don't know. So maybe there's other stuff I missed, but it's kind of like, it kind of is what it is. So, oh well. That was kind of interesting towards the end of the day, something to do. But anyway, the point of that's why it's important to boost the videos, because I think the more boosts we get, boom. Now, to be honest, they may never choose me, because if it's supposed to be technically up and, well, technically I think some of these people have been on here for years, but if they're talking about up and coming, I've been on here for 5 years, so I don't know if I'll ever get chosen under the premise of up and coming, because I've been on here for 5 years on and off. So, but, you know, it is what it is. So that was the point of all that. I actually kind of like looking into that. That was kind of interesting to see what was going on with some of that drama. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tomorrow with the Open. I'll put out a video for this later. Obviously, we're still looking for the VIX and all the other stuff to see what happens. We still got a ways down. Breaking under this week for Apple is definitely pretty bad, because like on a month time frame, we got this all the way down here at 78 or 80. Week time frame here, so we could drop all the way to 136, maybe even that 122, try to make our way back up. But it looks pretty bad, considering what we've done here, and more specifically that we stopped halfway, hit up here, and if we do fail under, it's going to be pretty ugly. There's a high chance it's going to be pretty ugly. So, but yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's always fun having you guys in here. I gotta take a break, charge my phone, and do a meeting later tonight, and then get ready for tomorrow. Or I gotta make that video probably at one point, and then get ready for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I hope we have. For me, I just don't want us to drop or shoot up on the VIX, to be honest. As long as we don't exceed here and we stay here, I'm happy. So, I mean, I think there's a pretty decent chance it looks so far. Apple looked pretty ugly, but this is post-market. I don't think it really matters too much. But anyway, this is the main goal. Let's hope we can end here and start here on the week. That's really the main thing. We can cement this as a foundation, use the day to push up and get a huge drop. So just sit in profit for stuff. Peace out, y'all. Peace.